What is up, everybody? Welcome along to the GLL Arena Summer. We are rested and we are ready for today's action. It's finals day, Dan Gaskin. We got more arenas action. We got EMEA, we got NA, and we are starting off today with a bang in EMEA, and we're going to get all the way through to our grand finals.
It seems like it's all one day. Did you sleep? I'm not sure I slept.
I think I blinked. That was about it.
Yeah, and then here we are. And I mean, yesterday was amazing. We had some incredible teams going at it. We had some surprises. We had shocks. We had upsets. We also had some expected things happen in Arena. But ultimately, it was entertaining, and I'm expecting more of the same today.
Well, let's look at the schedule because we've got to tell you what's going down today. There's a lot to get through. There's a lot of games we've got to get through. There's a lot of best of fives, best of sevens. We've got it all coming your way, and this is where you'll be able to find all of that action. You can see we're starting off with our semi-finals, upper bracket, best of fives, all the way down to our EMEA final. That's going to kick off at 23:35. That's a CEST. You can work that out if you're one of our North American brothers or sisters across the pond, because to be honest with you, there's too many time zones. At the moment, me and Dan are kind of above time. We're beyond time at this point. But then we move over later on to North America, where yesterday, Dan, we had some incredible matches to close things out.
We did. I thought that EMEA was the peak, but then we had North America, and North America just kind of topped it, if I'm completely honest. Some of the arena action that we were witnessing, there was innovation, there was at times stupidity, but it was always usually a method to the madness is what I was going with. People were just being very aggressive, wanting to push in, wanting to win games quickly, and we have some of the top teams that have made it all the way to the finals.
We do indeed. It's going to be a great day of action ahead of us. I can't wait, to be honest with you. Best of fives, best of sevens. Let's go best of 25s. At this point, I don't mind. Best of 25 are still... Yeah, that would still work, wouldn't it? I was wanted to ended up in a draw. You know what I mean? It's one of those kind of awkward things to talk about. But let's look at the bracket, because we had some crazy games yesterday. After we remind you all, of course, of what these guys are playing for, which is $20,000, Dan. So today we're going to be giving out some big money.
Yeah, and we already saw top 6 secured for every team left in this competition. So now you're playing for top 4. You're trying to get to that $1,000 and then push yourself closer to the big money prize pool of first place, getting $4,000. As I said yesterday, it's hard to split $4,000 three ways. It is 1,333 recurring, so maybe that 0.00001 gets given to the coach or something. Who knows?
I did confirm it, by the way, everyone. I know that Dan's a genius, so I should have trusted him more, but I got the calculator out, and his calculations are spot on as always. Now, I mentioned the bracket, so do you know what? Let's have a look at the bracket. Let's show you where we got to yesterday. We're having a look at EMEA, and we're showing you exactly where we find ourselves today. And to be honest with you, Dan, certainly some surprises, but I'm going to leave the lower bracket for just a few moments, because we've got NA as well. You can see some of the NA teams down there at the bottom. This is EMEA. Sorry, this is EMEA. We switched over. Don't worry, Carnage. This is the kind of thing you can expect from us today. It's going to be all action. We're looking at our upper bracket round 4, best of 5, or winners bracket final, however you want to put it. And some surprises there. You look at the teams who are down in that lower bracket. That is, I'll let you talk about that, because that's looking a little bit naughty.
Yeah, we've got 2 teams who don't have an organization. Their team name is literally just the first letters of their gamer tags and their names. That says it all really about the upper bracket, and the surprise for those 2 teams being their VSA and NCD. NCD featuring Dolphin, TSM's coach. So he's just shown a lot of kind of promise throughout Apex Legends. I think from event to event, really, he's just turned up in Europe and said, you know what, I might not be just a coach, I might be a player as well. VSA also demonstrated that they were controller gods. They just obliterated everyone in their way, and I couldn't believe the way they actually took down Gambit. It was quite embarrassing, if I'm completely honest, on the side of Gambit. I'm sure they will be looking to try and make up for that. And then you look at the lower bracket, and there's all the actual sponsored teams. You've got Na'Vi, Kungana, Gambit, Aqualix. I mean, that's disgusting for a lower bracket. I cannot wait to see who's going to progress.
And if it wasn't big enough, and if we hadn't hyped it enough, Na'Vi versus Kungana, that's a rematch from upper bracket round 1. Take a look right at the left-hand side of your screen there. You can see that Na'Vi did get the upper hand, but Kungana have a chance coming back and knocking them out, which would be the ultimate revenge for any team to send them out of the tournament. But yeah, that's all of EMEA. That's what we can expect today. Some of the games that be going down, and of course that grand finals is where we're going to end up crowning our champion. But it's not just EMEA, Dan, that we're here for today. We have North America as well. So we will take a look at our North American bracket just to get you up to date. If you smartly, if you had something about you yesterday where you thought, you know what, it's time for me to get some rest. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to wake up and I'm going to catch up on everything that happened NA in the morning. Well, this is what happened. We'll catch you up right now. As you can see, once again, some surprises in our winners bracket final. If you're looking at the big names, My Little Phony, who All Out Assault was the name of their game. They're going to be taking on Dudes Night Out. And down in that lower bracket, we have the battle for the Arena Demons title.
Yeah, Monas, who were originally Arena Demons, now called Monas, and Arena Demons 2, who have stolen their name. There's copyright issues that we're probably going to be looking into. I'm sure there'll be lawsuits and whatnot, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Alpine Esports and Ghost Gaming, two teams who could definitely cause an upset in that lower bracket as well. Dudes Night Out with the biggest surprise for me, if we're going to be focusing on the upper bracket being in the winners bracket final. My Little Phony just kind of demolished everyone in their path as well. So I'm expecting My Little Phony to make short work of Dudes Night Out, if I'm completely honest, get to that grand final. But then it's going to be a real test of who actually is going to be able to fight their way through that lower bracket to get themselves into a grand final as well.
All right, well, let's turn our attentions to where we're going to start things off today. Let's talk about EMEA, Dan, because our winners bracket final is looking pretty spicy. I'm going to be honest with you. A little bit of a surprise to see some of the teams in there, but once again, one team who are making a little bit of a name for themselves. It's almost like the EMEA Arena Demons. The Controller boys have said, hey, we've seen what you've done over in North America. We can do exactly the same over here in EMEA, and they kind of proved that yesterday.
Yeah, we had a short interview as well with a member of VSA, and it was quite a kind of just chilled out interview of like, yeah, you know what, we played rank and we dominated in ranked. So we thought we'd enter a tournament and we think we're going to win this one. And it was as easy as that. And it was like, oh, okay, that was confident, but it wasn't arrogant confidence. It was just true belief that actually they think they are the best team. They don't think anyone can touch them. And if Gambit Hardecki's own words is anything to go by, then maybe VSA have already won the tournament. There was some in-game chat after Gambit lost where Hardecki just said, yeah, these guys have won the tournament. You might as well just call it here, right now.
It'll be interesting to see if that rematch happens as well. Maybe we'll see Gambit come through that lower bracket. There's so many different stories kind of intertwining beautifully like a lovely tapestry across the EMEA region today. So we're going to have to see if those do come to fruition, and if we're going to get revenge, if we're going to get the case of some teams, beating someone twice and really asserting some dominance. And we're going to see, of course, ourselves crown a champion. But best of fives today. It means that the series are going to be going on a little bit longer. The teams that we have left in the tournament seem to have found a way to have success on any map, to be honest with you, so far. And those wildcard picks haven't really affected the series too much.
No, I think the best of five now is going to make it a little bit more solid in the results that we get. I think there were a couple in winners bracket round one, for example, where perhaps if it was a best of five, it might have gone the other way. And I think the biggest question will be Kangana versus Na'Vi. I know that when we were interviewing Kangana,
just saying that again, it's got, the tingles are going. It's
like, I just don't think that Kangana are expected to be dropping down to the losers bracket that early. And their words were they threw the games against Na'Vi in a best of three. And now a best of five, that is a better chance to ensure that you don't throw games away, right? And even if you do have the odd mistake here or there, you're at least going to be able to have more time, more games to get back into things and ensure that the best team does go through.
Well, GSD are going to be the team who are going up against them, and I love watching these guys play. They've played together for quite a while now. Whenever an EMEA tournament rolls up, if it's in BR, we always see them performing extremely well. Even though they don't put the biggest amount of practice in, we know that Dolphin's got do you know what? Full name. Apologies, G Dolphin. We've got to put the G on there. It's always putting in a lot of time with TSM, as you say, as their coach, and he's streaming a lot as well. But as a team, maybe not the most practice, but it just seems that they've got that chemistry down, and chemistry is something that you can't teach between players.
Yeah, and I think this is a slight change to that roster because they're usually, NCD, and now they're GSD. So there has been, I assume, changes, or perhaps their gamer tags have just changed a little bit. So they've changed that first letter of each name. But certainly, G Dolphin is the core of this team, and he has always been a very aggressive player. One player who knows how to push, knows when to push. And as long as he's got two players alongside him who are going to follow him through thick and thin, then there's no reason why they can't actually, show up, do some damage here, and perhaps cause a ruckus, because we haven't seen them on broadcast. We've been talking about VSA and how VSA have been dominating Gambit, yada, 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 because we saw it happen. We didn't see what happened on the other side of the bracket, so I'm very excited to see how they play.
I'm looking forward to seeing how VSA play today as well, because one thing that we saw over in North America when we had our first real, a staple arenas team come through who have had a lot of success. And I will say that VSA, you know, they play BR as well. They're very, very talented players all around in Apex Legends, as you have to be to have any success in this kind of tournament with the caliber of players and teams that are involved. I mean, the thing that really stood out for me was just a lack of fear. And I want to see, comparing them to what happened in North America, Arena Demons, their first tournament, when they got to that final, they just slipped up a little bit against Sentinels, and maybe the pressure got to them a little bit. And we were speaking to one of their players yesterday, and he was saying, yeah, we've got a little bit more experience now. I don't think that will happen again. I don't think that will happen here for VSA. They seem really calm, composed, almost calculated, and just full of confidence. I don't think the final is going to phase them whatsoever if they get through.
Maybe not the winners bracket final, but perhaps grand final. Best of 7 is a little bit more tricky than best of 5. I think for now they'll carry on with the momentum they've been able to get, but the real test for me would be that grand final. However, perhaps, you know, if they go a map down, if they go 2 maps down, suddenly they might be out of their comfort zone a little bit, and that belief might start to fade away. It was something that we heard from, as you said, Monas, when we spoke to Monas yesterday. They explained that when they lost a map that they know they're good at, a map that they usually just destroy everyone at, that belief just fades, and you start to argue a little bit between the team. You start to ask questions, why did we lose that map? And before you know it, you've lost the second map as well, and you can't afford to make those mistakes. You need to be able to just move on, forget about any losses here or there, and that's where the experience comes in, right? You need to have that in-game leader, someone that can just calm you down and say, look guys, it doesn't matter that we've lost map 1, it doesn't matter if it's our best map, let's beat them on their best map so that we can then put the doubt into their minds.
It's going to be certainly a very interesting series for us to kick off with. And do you know what, Dan? We didn't really talk about predictions yesterday. We didn't really get into that too much. I was more looking towards your map pick predictions, which, by the way, were woeful. But today is a new day, and you have the opportunity to come back again. But let's talk about predictions. How do you think this series is actually going to go? Who do you think is going to come out and find themselves in the grand final after the final shot is fired?
I don't like to predict against G-Dolphin because I think that they always surprise us, whether it be BR tournament, whether it be arena tournaments.
It's because he's going to tweet you, isn't it? If you go against.
No, I don't think he will. I mean, I don't even know I don't think he follows me, so it doesn't matter. But I just think VSA, from what we saw yesterday, they look unmatched. They look like they would have destroyed both Europe and North America with how they were playing. It was disgusting. They weren't missing. Their tactics were on point. They had a strategy for every single map that we saw them play. So I think I'd have to go for VSA just based off that.
Sorry, there's a fly in my room that's just come to give his predictions as well. I'm not sure if he's invited or not, or he's being paid to be here, but he's certainly showing his presence. So I'm going to do my best to, like Mr. Miyagi, out of the air at some point, and hopefully that gets caught off camera and you don't have to see it happen. But I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to go with VSA. I think that VSA, as you say, for exactly the same reasons. It was not only the way that they played yesterday, it was the confidence that they played with yesterday. If they had an advantage, they weren't scared about who they were playing against, whether it was Gambit, like we've mentioned it enough times now, or any of the other pro teams with the big names. They got any damage done. They tried to push the advantage, and with that advantage came the wins. And it was one of those things where everyone went at once, right? There was no second guessing. There was no one thinking, maybe we haven't quite got enough damage. It's just relentless. As soon as they got that damage done, they tried to push. They tried to get the rounds done as quickly as possible. And I think that's actually been the secret to success for a lot of the teams we've seen reaching the latter stage of this tournament so far.
It's about not allowing that resource battle to happen, right? Where you have to then start worrying about how many bats your opponent has, how many shield cells they've got left. Do they have a med kit? Are there any syringes that we're going to see injected? How much is the octane healed up with this passive? You don't have to calculate all that. You don't have to have someone keeping track on it if you just push them when you've done the damage. Crack them, go, take the advantage when it's there, when it's presenting itself, and then you usually win the round. Sure, there's going to be some rounds where you might miss shots, where you might not be able to be as successful as you had expected, but for the majority, the team that does the pushing seems to be the team that wins. And that has been very apparent in both EMEA and North America, and maybe that's something that these teams will have learned going into today.
Okay, well, it is a day for us to be brave. So predictions, let's take a look at a lower bracket now. If production wouldn't mind throwing up our lower bracket, just so we can run through that once more for the EMEA region. Thank you so much. Talk to me, Dan. We've got 4 teams there, and this is about as difficult a question as I could ask you. But do you want me to go first? Because I'm not going to put it all on you today, because I think that's a little bit unfair. But I'm happy to go with my predictions from lower bracket first.
I can go first.
Okay, I like the confidence.
Kungana and Aqualix.
Why?
I think Kungana were annoyed that they lost to Na'Vi yesterday. It was a best of 3, I think, across a best of 5. I think they beat Na'Vi. They made mistakes. They were maybe a little bit overconfident, whereas they'll be wanting to be out for blood today. Aqualix, I think, are far more practiced when it comes to arenas. I don't think Gambit have played as much. They looked uncomfortable on certain maps, even though they got further in the winners bracket. I think it was just about who they were playing, and they were able to out-aim their opponents. However, I think Aqualix will just have a little bit more strategy.
Okay, well, it's not that interesting now because I was going to pick exactly the same teams, and to be honest, for exactly the same reasons. I was just looking through the bracket as well about Aqualix and their story so far, and you can see that New Esports was the team that knocked them out. New Esports, then they lost to Gambit. So if you want to go by history, it's an interesting one to look at, right? Because Gambit were the ones who beat New Esports, who beat Aqualix, and Gambit are the ones who are playing Aqualix. So you could argue that the team who beat Aqualix were beaten by Gambit. However, I'm still going with Aqualix. I think that Aqualix have got a little bit more strategy to them, and I think map picks is going to be interesting in that, because you have to be honest, I think Gambit looked a little bit lost on Hillside Outpost, which is one of our kind of slightly off-keel map picks that we saw and we're not used to in the arenas capacity. But then let's go around. Let's complete our predictions run, right? Losers bracket round 5, best of 5. If we see Kungana and Aqualix go through, where's your money?
Kungana. I think
Kungana all the way through.
I think Kungana can win this tournament still. Like we've seen what they've done in previous arena tournaments. They have a lot of strategy behind them, and they also have so much success when they're actually confident. The downfall is when they lose that confidence and when they start to be out-aimed or outgunned, and their strategy goes out the window a little bit, because they go for plan B, which doesn't really work sometimes, plan C. They need to play their game. They need to dictate the pace of things. Don't allow their opponents to dictate the pace. They need to be the pushers, not the pushies. And I think that can be said for most teams, most games. Like, if you are the ones on the receiving end and you're backed into a room and you're fighting just against people pushing from several angles, it's very difficult to win those engagements. Whereas for the most part, if you are jumping on another team, if you're the one being the surprises, then you should come out on top.
Another thing that we enjoyed yesterday was obviously speaking to the players. We talked about that quite a lot, and we got the opportunity to ask them some pretty interesting questions, not just about the arena tournament that's going on at the moment, but looking forward to ALGS Season 2 as well. So what I'm going to say to you all is, if you've got any questions that you want us to pose to some of the players, just send us a tweet. You can see our tags down there. We'll keep an eye on our social medias. We'll keep our eyes on the Bluebird, and maybe we'll get a few questions in to ask the players coming from the chat. And do you know what, chat? I was enjoying you yesterday. A lot of love for you. There's a lot of love for the controller boys. There's a lot of love for our pros as well, as you would imagine. So keep that positive vibe up. That's going to be my, my little. God, I'm such a happy guy today. Can you tell I've slept for like 40 hours?
You are a different man when you. I
really am.
Slightly well rested. I say slightly because you say you've slept well, but probably you've only slept for about 6 hours, which for a normal human being, that's probably not enough. But for you, that's a lot.
It's like 4 days worth. Yeah. Let's talk about something else, Dan, because we're still waiting for these players to get their map picks in. I think they're all in the lobby now, and they're about to get ready to go. What map do you think hasn't worked in arenas so far? Because we're trying something a little bit different so far, and Hillside Outpost is the only one we've really seen. Dome we haven't seen, I don't think, as my memory serves me right. How do you feel about Hillside Outpost as an arenas map? Do you think it's something that is competitively viable moving forward?
I don't think it's bad. I just think it's quite small. It's difficult to have any real strategy. There's, again, an advantage depending on which side you spawn when the circle goes to that one side where you've got that, well, the Hillside Outpost, right, where you've got that big tower that you can work with. It's a Pathfinder zip for one team, whereas the other just has to play the low ground. And even though the circle from that area does usually move down the bridge, still, even if you move to that circle first, the team still has the high ground advantage coming at you. So that's the main argument, I think, against any of these arena maps, is like getting a distinct advantage from one side to the other. I know that the spawns flip each round, but also the circles change each round as well. The area of which you're playing changes each round. So it's not necessarily fair each time. So usually I would rather a symmetrical map, right? Something that is going to be exactly the same on both sides. Doesn't really matter which side you spawn on. Doesn't really matter which side that the circle goes, because then it is completely fair, competitive integrity and whatnot.
All right, well, we've got our map picks ready, so let's get straight into that. It's Dan Gaskin's chance to redeem himself today. I believe in you, Dan. NCD versus VSA, our winners bracket final is going to be our first match. What do you think the first map is going to be?
Phase Runner.
Phase Runner is Dan's pick. It's going to be Party Crasher. So we're starting off with the same kind of vibe we had yesterday. NCD pick Party Crasher. Now we go over to map 2, Dan. What you got?
Gardens.
Gardens for VSA. It's Phase Runner. He's still 0 from 0. I love this. NCD, they picked number 3.
Artillery.
Artillery they went for. Overflow, 0 from 3 for Dan. It's difficult to watch at times. VSA, where did they go map for?
Gardens.
Gardens. Thermal Station. Can he get the full house? Map 5, NCD's pick.
Gardens?
Gardens? It's Artillery. He's 0 out of 5, 0%. It's good to see that Dan is rested and put some thought into things. I mean, you were determined to get Gardens in now, which is strange for me because, you know, you're usually not the biggest of fans.
I thought VSA were going to pick Gardens.
0 from 5. 0, everyone.
I
0.
I thought VSA were going to pick Gardens because Gardens was just a strong map for them yesterday. They looked incredibly impressive on it. So I thought it was going to come out at one point. Alas, it did not, but it is still a fantastic set of maps that we do have. Kicking off with Party Crasher, your favorite place to be, to party, to crash, whatever it is.
It's going to be a banger. I'm not going to lie. And I love the fact that we're starting off on Party Crasher here. So teams have a little bit of time to maybe feel themselves into it, or maybe just, once again, throw that aggression out very early. We saw the way that My Little Phony played this on NA yesterday, and it was basically run forward, throw bubble, win fight. It was very, very easy to do, and you didn't have to put too much thought into it if you play that kind of way and you hit your shots. But there is a lot of strategy to it. And one thing I've noticed is teams are starting to find a lot of nerd nades, GB nades, whatever you want to call them, to flush out some of those popular areas that players like to post up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was saying that it kind of can transition into BR as well when you play on those maps that do have the points we're playing in Arena. But, yeah, they know exactly now where they're pinpointing these grenades. They know where to kind of aim, pre-aim, the angles of which are common. You notice patterns from your opposition. And certainly across a best of 5, a best of 7 later on, you really are going to realize how certain players play and which legends are going to be where, who's going to try and get what loot, for example, like the pills are going to be grabbed. We saw teams baiting pills in yesterday's action, waiting for them to go for those batteries, for those Phoenix kits, and then absolutely schmelting them, and then just pushing in as soon as you've done that damage. So there's a lot of little minor mind games that happen in arenas here or there, but for the most part, a lot of the teams just like to run at one another, and the Gibby bubble is going to be definitely a big part of that.
Okay, so we're just waiting for the game to get underway. The players just apparently just reconnecting to the lobby very quickly, so we'll get into it as soon as possible. I'm just looking at some of the advertising hoardings around here because I think we've covered about everything we can Apex related for the tournament today. Get your speed, zoom, zoom, zoom. Thoughts on that advert? Would you buy that bike?
Probably, yeah. I am a sucker for advertisement, if I'm completely honest. So make sure you grab yourself some Nocco. Great for keeping you energized throughout the day. We've got about a 14-hour broadcast today, so I very much need a little bit of caffeine in my life.
This is true. I'm going to be joining you very soon. I'll start off with a coffee today, but don't worry, the Nocco's on board. It's right next to me here, and I've almost just spilt it. So that could have been me trying to rejoin the lobby, but don't worry, we've got a little bit of Blood Orange Del Sol, which sounds pretty good. I did
notice that there's like a lemon flavor and a mango flavor. Didn't receive those ones, so I'd quite like to try them, if I'm honest. Just, you know, if you fancy sending over just a couple of those, because I'm a man who enjoys your drinks. Yeah.
Well, Mirage, I kind of feel bad for Mirage Voyage. Do you know what I mean? I feel like there should be a mini game where you can rewrite it. You know what? Like a self-writing mechanism like they used to have on Robot Wars, where it just kind of raises back out of the rubble, like up just not like crazy height, so you can still access it. But I want to see it restore to its former glory. You know, with the lights going, the music blaring.
This map would be very different, though.
Jack,
wouldn't
do you agree?
If Mirage Voyage was
competitive integrity,
like if he was up there, or if it was up there with Mirage maybe, then it would be a very different map. You could play underneath it. You could also have to probably see like Horizon being utilized a little bit more in a map like that. If you had to get up there, if you had to try and get onto.
I like how you're trying to apply some sort of logic to this. Yeah. Whereas I'm just like, I just want to see lights and music and a party going on.
I think that says a lot about us as
different people,
human beings.
Different people.
Apparently, the reason why we're waiting is because one of the players said, 1 second, my pool is on fire. Now, there's a lot of questions that I have. Is it a pool table? Or is it an actual swimming pool? If so, how does a swimming pool
put a thin layer of petrol
on fire?
Don't try this at home, kids.
Is that like just someone being an arsonist. Like that's a little bit worrying, really. You turn around, you think you've got a luxurious pool in your back garden, and it's
Do you know
just
what it might
blaze.
be, Dan? It might be, see this little pool just under that bridge, a little bit of water. They might be saying, I'm about to, be on fire as a player under there. That's what it could be. And you need to give me a sec just to just ready myself mentally, physically, spiritually to get into the game. I can hear footsteps, Dan. I can hear footsteps in my head. Oh my God, it's not me going crazy. It means we're getting our first game underway of the day. It's winners bracket final here in EMEA. It's NCD versus VSA. All the letters, well, just 6 of them, to be honest. There's plenty more left in the alphabet, but early on here, Unlucky, he's going to find himself living up to his name as he's going to take a bit of damage there as he tries to cross.
So it's the Mozambiques, as we're used to seeing, trying to get that little bit of damage. It is going to be aggression from VSA, as we saw yesterday as well. The bubble is there to protect them. A lot of damage has been done to Nags and Lucky. And VSA, I think, are just biding their time here, waiting for that call from the IGL, and then they're gonna jump.
Pathfinder going to be in trouble, has to grapple out and manages to do so. And Trusty will be taken down as the first knock. That'll be G-Dolphin, who does manage to do it. Slayers goes down as well. VJX is going to be left the last player alive, but he's just surrounded by the firing squad of Mozambiques, and NCD will come out on top.
I swear they were listed as like GSD or something in the bracket, and I've been absolutely bamboozled.
Nasky, Strafey, and Dell. I think there's so many letters for names now. I think everything just kind of falls into one. You know what I mean?
I swear I saw that in the bracket. I swear I'm not going crazy. Maybe I am. I know, maybe I am going crazy. But either way, it's going to be a nice opening lead, one that maybe wasn't expected, especially with that team fight. Just really both teams giving no respect to one another, trying to do as much damage as possible, and then jumping on just any enemy that's weak. And that seems to be how Arena goes at this point. Like, some of these teams don't really want to go for the kind of long strategical game of micromanaging resources. Instead, it's just, let's take a fight.
Wingman of Mozambique now for Nags as he grapples his way up onto this high ground to get a little bit of a wide swing just to see maybe if he can catch a few angles or players on the cross. Frag grenades being exchanged as well. Nags did well to avoid that initial one. A little bit of damage being done, but not too much to report here. Let's see a little bit of a slower paced game here. As I say that, Unlucky's going to take a fair amount of damage from that Mozam.
Yeah, just being called unlucky really puts you in a bad spot, doesn't it? At times, you're always going to have that excuse, but here comes VSA. The bubble comes in. Mozambique's equipped and ready to fire, and the damage is there. B2020 to finish things off. G-Dolphin goes down, and now it's 2 versus 3.
2 versus 3. Slayers has taken a bit of damage, so is VJX, and VJX is going to retreat up to this high ground. So the important thing now for NCD is to try and just isolate one of these players. For VSA, it's the complete opposite. Play as a 3, and you will win this round. For Nags and Unlucky, it's a case of trying to just focus on one of these players. You can see they had the opportunity to do so, but it was just a little bit of bait. VJX comes around the corner. Last player alive now is going to be the Pathfinder. He's going to be swarmed, and now we're tied up at 1-1.
A nice play from VSA, capitalizing on a little bit of weakness on one of the other players, making sure they were all focusing the same target. The Mozambique doing the damage, but now we should start to get the real guns. Purple Armors into the equation at the same time, and we're going to see probably purchases. Flatlines might come into things. Of course, the Wingmen. I think there's a Vault I see as well being used. NCD picking them up, and then the EVA 8s are also something that can be purchased, and I think there is also a launch pad here from the Octane on the side of VSA. So I'm expecting a launch right to the top of the Party Crasher building, and then as soon as you are there on top of Mirage Voyage, you try and get that EVA 8 right in the face of your opponent.
Well, the jump pad is going to go down. You see that VJX has actually placed this one very, very far up, which means that they are going to be hyper aggressive, and I think that NCD were aware. They've good knowledge of the economy and know that jump pad could be an option, so they've actually decided not to try and contest this because they would have been flying into purple Mozambiques and an EVA 8 as well. So they're playing the off angles a little bit here, and even though they've got that low ground, it doesn't look like it might work for them as they've already taken damage, and here comes the push now from VSA.
Just VSA not slowing down, not giving the chance to NCD to actually, back up, heal a little bit. There's going to be round number 3 going to VSA, so 2-1. And they put themselves onto map point already. Very, very quick fire games here on Party Crasher. Very different to what we've seen with some other teams who, just have that standoff on Mirage Voyage, a little bit of poke damage here or there. And now we're going to see defensive bombardment purchased by Slayers. So we're Now we're going to witness what VSA tried to do on the low side of the map here. Rather than pushing all the way up on top of Mirage Voyage and having the aggression, are they going to play this one a little bit slower?
NCD answer back to this match point and send it into a format where one team will need to get that 2-round lead on their side before they can call themselves the victor of Party Crasher. But Dolphin now changing things up a little bit. You can see the zip line being used by VSA. The 30-30 repeater will now be picked up by Slayers, but thinking about weaponry, Dolphin, you can see you got that turbocharged Havoc as the defensive bombardment comes in, trying to slow down VSA's progress.
It's a very early defensive bombardment, if I'm completely honest, but it does mean that NCD have got to go down to the low ground, and VSA can now just wait, be patient, try and look for an opening, try and get a little bit of damage here or there, but they've also got to be careful. VSA actually taking quite a considerable amount of damage there. NCD doing well to shoot from low to high, but it's very difficult to push on any damage advantage that you have.
It is, but that 30-30, breaking shields, breaking hearts. As VSA now get back to full health, you can see that Slayers is just finishing off popping that battery as we look at Atrocity's point of view. Mozambique in hand again, just looking to chip away at those shields. And that's not just going to be chipping away, that's going to be Dolphin falling as the Mozambique and a 30-30 repeater combining, but it's going to be traded out as Slayers now moves in with BJX, who are watching. They'll get that knock, and now it's a 1v1 situation. Slayers versus the Wraith. I'm pretty sure that's Unlucky, who's trying to get that battery off and survive long enough to make it a fair fight.
Does get the bat off. Slayers hasn't got his off yet, though, but does finally get it as the bubble push comes through. Mozambique versus an automatic weapon. Can you hit the shot? Repeater comes out, and somehow VSA managed to take the round. Gibby and the arm shield just clutching up at the end.
Gun shield so vital, and the 30-30 repeater up close and personal. When you mention it, you get some shatter caps on that thing, and it's going to be doing some damage up close and personal. But I have to say, maybe that was a round that NCD probably feel they could have won. That 1v1 situation with the initial damage getting done, but it wasn't to be. VSA continue to storm through the bracket here, and they'll be going up 1-0.
1-0, but it is a best of 5, so they can't solidify their way into the winners bracket final too quickly, but they definitely have carried on their fine form from yesterday. They're very aggressive manner of play, but NCD also seem to like to play that way as well. We didn't get to see NCD go up against anyone yesterday on stream, but certainly they like the kind of quick, fast-paced action here in arenas, which means we just get that accumulated gunfire just at the top of buildings or on the low side, wherever the circle is going to be. We know there's going to be a team fight within 30 seconds or so. Very little standoffs, very little poke damage, and that just means we get some really exciting gunfights.
I love the fact that this was played at such a pace as well. I think that sets a great precedent for what we can expect for the rest of our games, and for NCD as well. It probably just puts a little bit of fear in you, right? The fact that you've lost that one 3-1 when it's played at that pace, and you know that means that pace is going to be kept up, kind of puts you under pressure a little bit. Slayers, though, with this Mozambique doing a lot of work, just playing around that knockdown shield as well to get that clutch 1v1 win. Very impressive from him. But now we move over to Phase Runner down, and maybe aggression's a little bit more difficult, especially in those early engagements to really push home.
Yeah, there's just a lot of room for there to be someone in an off angle, someone to be flanking a little bit, maybe just hiding, going for a little bit of an ambush technique. So you've got to be careful if you try and get too aggressive here. But at the same time, if you can single out one player, then you can see people just launch themselves onto him, go for that dive technique, and really just wipe them off of the map, and then you're in a 3 versus 2. I do prefer when the map transitions over to the higher side where you've got the stairs to work with. I know that the kind of phase side where you teleport through, that can get a little bit standoffy at times because you've got a lot of head glitches to work with, but I guess you could say the same about the other side. There are always head glitches that you can get to, but either way, I think both of these teams want to play it fast, right? I think they want to be just getting into gunfights. They don't want to be playing the resource game. Neither of them are about that life. Neither of them are about working out who's got what, how many bats have we picked up, how many bats have they bought. Like, they don't care about economy, they just care about guns, they care about kills, and you know what, I'm okay with that. That's fine.
I'm never concerned of the way that this is being constructed. Look, you see on the left hand side there's like wood panels. Like, for a phase runner, you'd imagine maybe it'd be something a little bit more, you know, structurally sound. I mean, I'm not an engineer, don't get me wrong, I don't know how these things are put together. I'm pretty sure that not many people know how to put together a phase runner, but you know, I just that surprised me a little bit. And even this, look, you see the piping, a little bit of like algae growing on it. I would have thought that you'd have to keep it in a much better condition than it currently is.
I'm just, why is there, if you're going to make a teleport, why is it only going about 100 meters?
This is also true. Yeah, I feel like a tram could do the same sort of thing. Maybe just, you know, those walkways you get in airports? And you just stand on there, kind of speed you along a little bit. The little travelators. Travelators. Yeah, those kind of things. Probably did just as good a job. Maybe this is just part of it. Maybe they're testing it here. You know what I mean? Maybe they're thinking about, you know, making a slightly bigger one in the future. But, you know, as I say, this is me thinking out loud. This is what happens when we have time to burn everyone. I apologize.
Just to like roll it back a little bit to focus on what happened in map 1, just so we actually talk Apex Legends whilst my brain is slightly working. I think one mistake that NCD had in that previous map was they allowed VSA to really control the game. VSA were the ones who were kind of jump padding into an aggressive position the majority of times. And even though NCD recognized that and they did back off and they said, oh, well, we know they're probably going to have a bounce pad. We know they're going to play this aggressive. Let's just let them do it and try and shoot them as they come across, try and shoot them through the air. But then they gave up high ground. And I feel like if you play passive at all against a team like VSA, then you are going to be punished. So instead, I think NCD need to be the ones who are actually being the aggressors. But then they know they're just going to be hitting them head on, right? You're just going to get that collision in the middle of the map and you have to take the fight. And if you're losing the fight, then you're going to lose that confidence to be the aggressive team. And also your economy is not going to be as good as the other team. So then you have to kind of spend those materials on an ultimate, and that might not mean you get an extra bat. It might not mean you get the weapon or the attachments you want. So there's all these different factors that do come into it. And ultimately it just comes down to who won that first fight or who won the second round fight, when at times it just comes down to what, just one little bit of damage, one headshot, one body shot at times.
We're underway here. Map number 2 in our best of 5 in our winners bracket final. NCD need to answer back because VSA looked very, very strong winning that first map 3-1. The bubble goes down, which can allow the Pathfinders to move up here for VSA and pick up those heals. So NCD already economically at least on the back foot.
Something that the VSA have done quite a lot. The bubble goes down to get the material, to get the heals nice and early. We've seen them do it with the care package as well. NCD are quite spread out though now. You can see on the mini-map, you've got Dolphin here on the left-hand side. Usually that is going to be the job of your Octane or your Wraith, just to try and get an angle, try and do some damage, getting in and out of those fights. But for VSA, all three of them are together and they're trying to push this one player. Oh my goodness.
VTEX is doing a lot of damage with that Mozambique. Some damage is being exchanged, but you have to wonder if it's enough. It doesn't look like it will be. Will the battery be able to pop? It gets popped at just the right time, which will allow the rest of his team to move into position, and all of a sudden, that's the difference. 0.1 of a second from NCD being down in a 2v3. Now it's a 1v1 as Dolphin's last player alive, and Dolphin will clutch up for NCD and get the win, but that's what you were talking about, Dan. A fraction of a second, and the round completely changes.
I mean, all those Mozambique shots that destroyed the Pathfinder originally, but then that one single push, just missing one Mozambique shot, allowed the back to get popped off, and the split second probably won the round there for NCD. That'll be frustrating for VSA. They had the round in their hands, perhaps got overly aggressive, but again, this is the risk you take. This is the way that these players want to play. They want to go for these kind of really fast-paced games where they don't allow people to heal up, and there's just going to be very minor decisions that can make or break your round. And for the most part, it's worked out, but occasionally it's not going to. That shouldn't affect your style of play, though. You have to continue with the aggression if that's the way you want to be playing.
Well, that grenade might just hurt Dolphin. The second one will, and it will send him spiraling. But he's not knocked, which is the most important thing, and he will have the time to pop a battery at least. But you can see at the moment the VSA, they're just looking for blood here as they move up and they try and find Dolphin, who has taken a lot of damage. There he is as a player who's going to be covering him. There's a grenade as well. Slayers does get that first knock, though, so VSA have a 3v2 situation now.
Again, you can see the difference between teams. The aggressive grenades from VSA, the defensive grenades from NCD. But it's going to be VSA still with 3 legends alive, whereas NCD down to just 1. The bat's not going to be popped off. It will allow one player to get taken down, but it doesn't matter because he knew that his 2 teammates were on the way to swoop in and save the round. 1-1. Again, very fast-paced, very aggressive, but it was all about those grenades. They were perfectly placed. I think you called them nerdy grenades at one point. And
nerd nades.
Yeah, they were nerd nades. They were the nerdiest of nades, for sure. They knew exactly where NCD were going to be coming through the portal that is poorly designed, perhaps, to only take you a little short distance. Maybe the portal could have taken you all the way to the other side of the map, and it might have been a different round, but alas, it did not. It is only there. Whereas NCD, they were playing reactive rather than proactive. They were waiting for VSA to push up, and then once they realized they were on top of them, that's when they threw their grenades. That's when they used their utility. So VSA, they take the round, and they played it far better.
So 1-1 then as we go back through the portal, but it doesn't look like NCD are going to be joined this time, as VSA are going to take a slightly different route here, and time to get a little bit sneaky, a little bit creepy, and see if they can catch someone off guard with a 3-man flank.
Yeah, going to try and get an ambush here.
NCD are like, hello?
NCD are confused. Did they even spawn this round? What are VSA doing? I love this. Innovation. Go for something a little bit different. Will it work out? Well, I guess we'll find out.
It feels like I'm about to walk into a building playing ranked.
Let's go this way.
The 3 players who are hard stock masters. Playing in corners, getting +2 RP every game. These guys are a lot better than that. But it's certainly causing NCD some problems. You can see the trepidation that's on their faces. We can't see them, but certainly in their moves. They're not quite sure how to try and do things. And there's going to be a push, and Unlucky's actually going to catch one player off guard. VJX will fall. So NCD doing a great job of playing together here. Nax will go down, but he's done a decent amount of damage. But this bubble has been so vital. He's going to grapple over the top as well. 71, followed by the second knock. And now the last player alive is going to be facing up a 2v1 versus NCD.
Well, they dangled the bait, didn't they, VSA? They had their trap ready, but NCD did not bite whatsoever. NCD said, "Oh wait, something is up here. There's a master plan at hand. Let's just hold back. Let's make sure we're within the vicinity of one another, so that just in case we do get sprung on and someone pops out of a bush nearby, that we have the ability to just trade off these kills." And the aggression suddenly came out from VSA. They appeared out of nowhere. They sprung the trap, but it didn't work out. NCD, very impressed with how they ensured that nothing too crazy happened there.
I wonder if VSA will try that strat again, or if they'll go for something a little bit more traditional, shall we say. A little bit more well-worked, more well-researched in this round. Well, it looks like the jump pad will be going down, so they'll be trying to get to those meds nice and quickly, and maybe it's aggression. It's going to be the name of the game here for VSA as they try and close the ground as quickly as possible. And yeah, it is going to be aggression. 44 is going to get the break. And now you can see VJX trying to move, but speaking of moves, it's a move from the Pathfinder, and he'll be put on his back. And Trusty now, Slayer's trying to move in, and Nax is doing it all here. But NCD, Dolphin will go down, but this should be a comfortable win. Unlucky's got a 1v1. It's a comfortable one, though, and NCD with the moves, the shimmy, the shake, and the shake and bake to win the world. Not only win the round, Dan, win the game.
Yeah, win the map, tied up 1-1 in the series. NCD just said, you know what, it works out if we just stand here and aim at the sky, VSA just fall into us, then they just arrive onto our bullets. And yeah, the shots just weren't there, unfortunately, for VSA on that occasion. But I mentioned it earlier, I'm okay with it because that's their playstyle. It's risk and reward. There were 2 or 3 occasions there that if one player had hit an extra shot, they probably win the round, but they missed on this occasion, and that's going to happen. No one is perfect. No one's going to hit 100% of the shots, and NCD punished VSA because of that. And now it means we're tied up 1-1. It means we've got a series on our hands.
You certainly do, and I got some respect, I've got to say, as well, for the way that they tried to play that last round. Even though they knew they were on match point, they tried to catch their opponents off guard. But I think it was Nags who was on Pathfinder. The movement from him to stay alive for as long as he did was very, very impressive. And the same can be said about who was on Wraith, which I think is Unlucky who's playing on Wraith. Just being able to jump into the void obviously gives you a little bit of extra time, but not getting knocked from that initial damage that's flying through the air with 3 players was the secret to success there for NCD to close out the round.
Again, Nags as well. Just in this clip, he survived when 3 people ran at him. Survivability, I think, is everything against VSA because they very much try to dive on one player so that they can play the numbers game, turn it into a 3v2. But they just whiffed a few shots, and it doesn't matter. They can move on. I'm sure they're not going to be too hard on themselves because of it. Instead, they just say, let's go next. Let's move on. Let's focus on the next map. The aggression didn't quite pay off, but I'm sure if we carry on playing this way, it's only a matter of time before we start to get the W's. But NCD will be like, well, you know what? We found a way to stop this madness. And it's just with a little bit of brains. There's a bit of movement. We need to make sure we're prepared for anything. They waited when there was the kind of lull in a round where no one was there, no one was pushing, and they were like, hold on, we're not getting flown at, what's going on? And they were just extremely patient. I think that's important, and I think they'll be delighted to take map number 2.
Well, next map isn't going to be Party Crash that you can see on your screen, because I'm pretty sure we've already seen that, and that was our first game of the day. So I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, we go to Overflow, if I remember correctly, or I'll have to get that confirmed. But that's where we'll be going next. And this is the kind of map that maybe will play into the favor of VSA a little bit more. Very close quarters and not really any opportunities to escape from that early damage that gets done.
Yeah, it's going to be very much just a bloodbath in the middle of the map, as it was in North America as well, when we saw Monas going at other teams. So this is going to be difficult for NCD to try and slow the pace down. I mean, they were happy playing at a fast pace, don't get me wrong, but in map number 1, they weren't winning the fights. They weren't hitting their shots. But then it was the complete other way around in map number 2. So it's just going to come down to who is hitting the shots, kind of who gets the bubble down, who gets that shield bat off with a split second to go. So minor things that are making the difference between these two teams. But this is closer than I thought it was going to be. I thought VSA were just going to wipe everyone in this tournament. But NCD are here, and they are here to play.
Yeah, I think both teams showing why they're in this winners bracket final is what we can take away from those first 2 games. And as I say, best of 5. This is the chance to get that map on the board that puts you onto a series map essentially for both of these teams. And I just feel like care package in round 1 and 2 is going to be maybe a little bit of a difference maker here. I think that VSA might play around that a little bit, and I have to see if their opponents are going to do the same as well, because that seems to be a little bit of a difference. We heard it from Graceful yesterday saying that, you know, it's not so effective when you get to round 3 and 4 when the red items start to drop in. It obviously does become a real game changer. We saw a Kraber making the difference yesterday, but round 1 and 2, when you haven't got a huge amount of economy, finding something like, you know, a Hemlock that can do a little bit more damage from range consistently, a 301, a flatline can really change things.
It can really be the kind of round winner, but you have to be brave to go for it. You have to use some utility to get it, whether that be, you know, just a bang smoke, whether that's a Gibby bubble, but there are ways to prioritize your legend abilities so that you can pick up the care package. Do you know what else I want to focus on is we've had our first question. You asked viewers, you asked the Twitch chat to give us some questions. Now, we meant really ask the pro players questions, but someone did tweet us and said, hey, Dan and Mark, what is your favorite cheesecake? I'm asking because I'm eating cheesecake right now watching these arena games.
Jealous.
Yeah, I would love some cheesecake. So if you fancy, you know, sending some over, I can sort that out. I can give you my address. Also, let us know what cheesecake you're eating. But Mark, I'll allow you to go first. You're a food connoisseur.
I'm stuck between 2 here, which is like obviously classic chocolate cheesecake, right? We'll talk about cheesecake in a minute because we're already underway. We've already had a knock and Slayers takedown. Dolphin, a lucky answers back straight away. Nags is left in a 2v1. This is over almost before it starts. It's a 1v1 now. Nags versus VJX, and it's a right boot, which is going to finish the round. As I'm still thinking about cheesecake. VSA are thinking about winning rounds.
Gonna be completely honest, yeah, my mind, even just watching that round, I'm just on cheesecake. I'm thinking like Oreo cheesecake. I'm thinking like strawberry cheesecake. Like, do I want a raspberry whirl? I mean, we'll get back to it later when we've got some time to kill. But for now, that round was explosive. I think it even caught the observers off guard. We suddenly were diving into the game, and they were just throwing punches at one another. Again, no respect. Straight into the middle. Aggression. No thought process, no resources, no sort of strategy aside from let's win our fight. And VSA, they've done so in the first round, and now they'll have a slight economic advantage.
Well, Nags is going to go for the wide swing here to play around these pipes. And it looks like VSA are going to be playing the other side of the map. So VSA are going to have to move towards zone, but they will get these meds for free. And the same could be said about NCD on the other side, but immediately trying to move up. This is one thing I like about VSA. Sometimes you'll see teams trying to play those head glitches towards the back a little bit, where Atrocity is set up here, but they try to make a little bit of a move up, try to show a bit of presence, but now they have retreated ever so slightly to go to that standoff position that we traditionally see here on this map.
I'm going to call it now. I think Mozambique is a nerf in arenas.
Oh yeah, it does. 1000%. Yep.
Just the things I'm seeing, it's just an annoying weapon to go up against, isn't it? Like the damage that it's putting out. I mean, I know it's not huge numbers. I know it's 14, 13, 15 at times, 30 in that instance hitting the headshot, but it just means that you're having to use those shield cells, having to use those bats far earlier, and then you get the aggression coming in after you've done that initial poke damage. Team 01, aka NCD, they're on the back foot. G-Dolphin very, very low here, but it doesn't matter because Unlucky comes in to help out.
Yeah, great flank there from Unlucky, and he might be able to get the Pathfinder as well as 1 HP, but gets out, and with a Dream still alive, but not for long, as NCD managed to answer back, and a lot of credit actually goes to G-Dolphin in that round, managing to stay alive for as long as he did when he was 1 HP. And I'm pretty sure he managed to come back and actually pick up that final kill, so the bait being backed up by the players with the switch, and NCD getting that round on the board. We're tied up at 1-1.
Survivability. Again, it's just focusing on having the player advantage whenever possible. And even if it's just the presence of a player, even if it's just one player hiding, so at least another player on the other team is looking for you, so their attention is elsewhere, it gives your teammates the chance to put gunfire on those who aren't looking for you, or who are distracted. So all these little things can really change around, and as you say, just surviving from Dolphin, absolutely massive for NCD to tie things up.
Let's explore this way.
Dolphin going to drop down low here, pick up some crafting materials, 200 of them to add to the economy for that next round, and we're going to see a little bit of a swap of positions, it would look like, as Dolphin's just trying to scout for his team. He's going to throw that Sky Nade up to see if he can force a player off of that head glitch. The only problem is he got caught in the guttering, which, you know, sometimes happens.
Maybe you're going to need that guttering repaired slightly. There's going to be a few leaks tomorrow. The landlord's not going to be particularly happy about it. Dolphin, again, having to survive, should be able to get that bat off. But usually when VSA do that kind of damage, that's when they press up. That's when they try and take the map off of their opponents. And you can already see that's exactly what they're doing so right now. They've taken dead center off the map. They take dead center off the circle. And they've got all these different sight lines, and they're just ripping through the shields.
301 doing a lot of damage here from the thumbs of Slayers. Unlucky trying to answer back here. NCD just being backed into a corner for now, but those grenades will at least clear some sort of space for them to move. And once again, shots just raining down from these power positions. It's looking like a difficult round for NCD to try and poke their way back from. They need to focus fire onto one player if they can.
Yeah, this is more of a pokey fight, but that's mainly because both teams are just kind of backing off a little bit when they take damage. NCD in particular really want to face it. Nags might be in trouble. Manages to dodge his way out of those grenades. Only gets tagged by 1, but now here comes NCD getting involved in the fight.
Not too sure about this one from NCD. That's a full send if ever I've seen one. Nags is trying to get in position to help his team out. Hits a nice 99 spray with the bolt. And the Pathfinder does stay alive. Nags is going to go down now. It's all up to Unlucky. And to be honest with you, it's time to take a deep breath because you're going to be put into the dirt very, very soon.
Taken out of the round, 2-1 to VSA. They put themselves onto match point. It was a slightly slower round. It was a bit more of a strategical battle, back and forth with poke damage, with head glitches, grenades being utilized to try and do damage and gain information, of course. But ultimately, I think NCD took a little bit too damage early on. And when you do take too much damage, you know, you have to send it at some point. I know that they did go full send, but I think they'd run out of bats. They'd run out of cells. So as soon as there's any damage on your opposition, you need to try and capitalize on that.
I just feel like there was one decision that was made in that last round that really wasn't a smart one from NCD, which was taking the jump pad. I think they tried to isolate one player, but this ended up where everyone was just playing so close from VSA that it just didn't work, and Dolphin was the first to go down. Sometimes those risks have to be taken, but if the calculations are off, then it can look a little bit disjointed. But back to a standoff position once more. 30-30 in the hands of a trusty. As this looks like once again, it'll be a little bit of a slower round.
It's funny, isn't it? If there isn't a fight in the first 10 seconds, it's suddenly a slower round for these two teams because they haven't met head on and just collided in the middle of the map. But that's because I think VSA are taking, you know, center point in the map. They are being aggressive. They are taking the aggressive positioning, but NCD aren't fighting back in the same way. They are playing a little bit more passive. They're trying to slow the game down, trying to dictate the pace so that VSA aren't as comfortable. But then NCD run out of resources. They have to get aggressive. They have to push, and then VSA just seem to be ready for the scrap.
Unlucky's going to have to jump into the void early here. That means that maybe he's found himself in a position that made him feel not welcome, to say the least. Dolphin's going to be trying to get some damage down as well as he takes a bit of an angle, and this is really good work here from NCD, just chipping away at those shield cells and forcing VSA back into a position. A trusty going to take damage as well. Bubble now forced, which is going to allow NCD maybe to move up, or maybe it's going to allow them just to kind of hold that team back into position. But Unlucky trying to be aggressive, trying to move up on it, forced into the void due to those great grenades that came in.
Really good map positioning from NCD at the moment. They're doing so much damage to VSA, and then they're slowly surrounding them to make it so that VSA are going to be shot from several different angles. NCD definitely have the advantage right now.
Lucky just popping some cells. However, advantage is one thing. Capitalizing on it is another. There's a break coming in. Dolphin's going to be taken down, though, and all of a sudden, VSA scream to life. The Gibby's going to be melted on the cross, and Lucky's going to be desperately trying to get this knock. He's taken down to almost 0 HP. Makes it a 1v1 for now, but he has no idea where this last player alive is. Backs off now. Can he get the battle, though, before the Gibraltar manages to close the ground? Yes, he does. Gets the damage done, and Unlucky will win it. That's huge for NCD.
Did one of the players on the ground just block the Gibby as he was jumping down? I swear that he collided with something, and it looked like someone with a shield up. I couldn't quite see, but that may have been just that split second that allowed the bat to get off. And if so, fantastic decision making, and also shows that even when you're on the ground crawling, you can be a very important player to the round. NCD tied up 2-2. VSA, they were on the back foot for the majority of the round, so it would have been good if they had have turned things around, you know, to actually win. But NCD ultimately just had done enough damage. They had the positioning, they had the weapons as well. That means we're going a little bit further, a little bit deeper into Overflow.
They're now in a tiebreaker situation. One team will have to get a clear 2-round win before they can claim this map as their own. Slayers once again with a 301 in hand. The 2 times on it as well is going to allow him to beam at distance as BJX tries to just poke around this corner with the wingman as well, but gets hit in the forehead with a grenade. Luckily doesn't do too much damage and he'll be able to pop a battery. Yeah,
actually, if it really hits you in the forehead, you can usually nod it back into the other direction. As long as it hasn't been cooked for too long. It'd be a bit scary if it exploded right in front of your face. But VSA now are in a better position than they were last round. They are spread around a little bit, but it means they can take angles just like this. The beams come through, and now I wonder whether there's going to be the call of one player is weak, let's push.
Yeah, looks like that is coming in. However, BJ's going to have to be careful here because both his teammates were popping batteries. So he was the furthest forward and the only player that could have really capitalized on the damage and getting a knock done. But here comes Slayers once more. Once again, he's going to find himself having to pop a battery as the Trusty now moves in. Lovely baiting and switching inside this bubble, though, from VSA.
NCD doing fantastically, really, just to keep VSA at bay, forcing them back, hitting their shots, doing enough damage just to scare VSA away from the push, and Dolphin's got the first knock.
Second knock comes in as well. It's Dolphin once more. One crack is going to come in, but you get the feeling that it's not going to be enough here. Unlucky's going to be sliding in with his teammate to close this out, and NCD will go up 3-2 now and find themselves a match point.
I mean, I'm really impressed with NCD. Like, VSA are constantly asking the questions, but NCD seem to have an answer for everything. A few missed shots again, though, from VSA, flying in, getting aggressive with the wingman, but shots going amiss. That allows NCD to fire back with their automatics that they're buying, and then forcing VSA to re-shield. It allows NCD then to reposition, get a little bit more map positioning, get an advantage in that manner. Let's see whether they can close this out and take the advantage in this series, go 2-1 up. It would be quite the upset, in my opinion, even though at the start of the tournament, if you had asked me who was going to win this, I probably would have gone for NCD, but at the start of this round, you said, who's going to win? I said VSA, because they have absolutely obliterated their opponents so far.
Dolphin getting a nice little bit of damage done on the cross there, although this poke damage becomes a little bit less influential as these rounds do go on due to the amount of meds that can be used, or I should say purchased by teams. But look at NCD. They're going to have to retreat now, and oh my word, the shots from G Dolphin and Nax as well. This could be over here. Last player's going to be flying in, and he's going to be dealt with by NCD, who will take a 2-1 lead in the series now as they close out Overflow and take it as their own.
I tell you what, NCD just seem to have found a formula here, don't they? They have really shown VSA what's up. The complaints coming through from the X. People talking about lag. The excuses starting to fire up when you go in a couple of rounds down. But very impressed with how NCD have dealt with all this. It's not easy to go up against a team like VSA who have just a sheer amount of aggression. They get in your face and they can very much overwhelm you quickly. Their targeting has been good. Their focus has been good. They're always shooting the same target, but NCD's bait and switch has almost combated that survivability to ensure that you just don't go down. You never give VSA the player advantage, and they find themselves going 2-1 up in the series. Really impressed.
Yeah, I think we can talk about survivability a little bit more, because it's an aspect of the game that Any player who has played a competitive FPS will know how important it can be. Sometimes forcing a player to overextend to get your kill is the difference between staying alive and falling. You know, it's better sometimes to just turn your back, get your head down, run away towards a teammate, and if you can force them to just overextend and let that teammate do a little bit of poke damage, even though you're low HP yourself, if you reach out with that help, then all of a sudden a situation where maybe you should have gone down initially, or at least the team could have taken map positioning and re-engaged, becomes one that you can work in your favor. But this clutch from Unlucky, I think, was definitely the play of the game for me, and I think this was the one where you were saying you think that the player on top got blocked, maybe?
Yeah, wait, just watch the Gibby. Watch the Gibby drop down. Hits the Octane, lands on the shield, gets stuck, and that just gives the time for the bat to be popped. It's so unfortunate that you fell onto the shield, right, and you get the slow drop because you're coming off the dome element of it. But, I mean, if that's planned from the player on the floor, then, you know, hats off to you.
Very, very impressive stuff. As now we will see some of these final highlights from the round, and it just felt like NCD after that particular round started to find confidence a little bit, and they weren't afraid to take these straight gunfights. Nags and Unlucky both playing on controller as well, so they'll have no fear whatsoever to have a controller flying at them. But some of these shots from Dolphin as well, very, very impressive. That recoil control on the Havoc was superb. I
mean, look at the weapons that NCD are using in that final round. R9, Havoc, Volt. It's not the Wingman. It's not the kind of the single fire bolt weapons that we've seen utilized so often in arenas that do hit very hard. Instead, they've just said, let's go full automatic here and let's just shred them when they push us, because they've been winning games where they've get that little bit of poke damage and then they push in with the shotguns. Let's not allow them to get that close. And by the time they do get that close with the shotguns, we've already obliterated from the map. We move into map number 4 then, which is going to be your favorite map, Pizza Map, aka Thermal Station. But it does allow us to quickly go back to the cheesecake question because we never got to finish it. Mark, what would be your cheesecake of choice?
I'll be honest with you. One of the worst takes I've ever seen on the internet is Nicewig saying he doesn't like cheesecake.
Yeah, well,
he hates it.
In the bin.
Like, it's the greatest food on earth, one of the greatest foods on earth. But I don't know, man. I'm not really picky, to be honest with you. You know me, put cheesecake in front of me, it's disappearing by the time it's hit the plate. But yeah, chocolate, maybe like a strawberry and, you know, vanilla, something like that. You know, I really don't want to really talk about food today, to be honest with you, because I ordered some food to arrive before the show started. It arrived on recommendation of a friend, new place that had opened up. It was a crispy beef wrap and a chicken wrap, right? I asked for no salad. I just wanted, you know, the meats. And I also ordered some fries. What turned up was a salad-filled wrap with like 3 pieces of chicken in it and corn. Corn isn't chips. And you can't tell me otherwise. So,
I mean,
yeah,
like in America, there's like
suspect for me.
There's corn chips, isn't there? So maybe there was some confusion.
Yeah, but they're crisps. Like it was like corn.
Yeah,
sweet corn.
That sounds like a really tough day to me. Can I say my favorite cheesecake?
Yeah, sure.
I think I would. I think the base is very important for a cheesecake. I like a Biscoff base. If you've had Biscoff biscuits, you know what I'm talking about. Very important. You need to get a buttery biscuit base for your cheesecake. But I think something, you know, you can go for something quite refreshing like raspberry, strawberry. But I also do like, you know, kind of cookies and cream. Maybe like a chocolate orange cheesecake would get me going as well. I tell you what, I just think
you haven't given me your favorite yet.
Cheesecake.
You've just listed cheesecakes.
Yeah, I think all cheesecake is just my favorite. If I'm completely honest.
Okay, fair enough.
It's difficult. Anyway, right, back to Apex. Thanks, Ganji, for the question on Twitter, by the way, and I hope you're enjoying whatever cheesecake it is that you're eating. It does mean that NCD have a 2-1 lead here, then, in the winner's bracket final, by the way. Probably shouldn't be talking about cheesecake because it's the winner's bracket final. It's a chance to get to the grand final, a chance to secure yourself a minimum of $3,000, because it's 4,000 for first, 3,000 for second. And we get to jump into map number 4. Perfect timing. Cheesecake sorted out enough, and NCD have the chance to close out this series on this map.
Not just Apex on this stream. We give away money, crown champions, and we address all food issues in the world. BSA. Backs against the wall now, though, but that's a great start as the 30-30 is going to do some chip damage from a Trusty, a headshot, and a little bit of body damage as well. But NCD do have early map control here. You can see controlling that dome. There's a couple of frag grenades that are going to be moving out as VGX is going to be having to use a Phoenix kit pretty early here, which means damage is going to be exchanged by NCD. It's not just VSA who are being able to do a little bit of chip away as they now move towards that care package.
touchy subject talking about chip damage with you, isn't it, really?
Corn damage.
Corn damage is what we'll go from
Emotional
now on.
damage is what it was.
A little bit slow this round compared to other previous first rounds, but I wonder whether that's now VSA accepting and realizing that they are on the brink of being knocked down to the lower bracket. But at least they do have the lower bracket, right? At least you've got that cushion if you fall. Care package is there to be used if they want to go for it, but they are a team who have faced the care package in previous games, so they know full well that if they do go for it here, it's a little bit of a risk.
The no knocks so far. VJ's down to just cells now, and I'm looking at the economy, and I wonder if there's too many opportunities to do chip damage now, as Dolphin's going to be down to low HP as well, and it doesn't look like he's got anything to work with for shield. So there's going to be, you would feel, a little bit of brawl about to occur between these two teams, as there's only so long that you can stay in this kind of position before you kind of giving the round away if you take a little bit more damage. So HP damage, HP advantage, I should say, definitely VSA's right now.
Mastiff in the back pocket. This is something VSA like to play. They like to play the long range, but then as soon as they get the damage, they dive in and then they hit hard with the shotguns. And Mastiff is going to hit harder than a Mozambique once you get up close and personal. Ring 2 has closed. Neither team getting too close at the moment, and as you see, resources starting to be spread around the team. Things are getting a bit thin when it comes to being able to heal up, so I think a push is probably on the horizon.
Final battery being used here by Slayers. Doesn't have the bubble available either, so this is just going to be a straight scrap, basically, and NCD certainly have the advantage positionally, especially if they have one player up on top of that dome. Nags is going to not have any HP to play with, and then we're going to see Nags with a little bit of a shuffle and a shake and an emote from Pathfinder. He's getting ready for the fight, and now the push does come in from VSA. They managed to single out one player. They're going to single out two as well, and Dolphin's going to be last alive here. He'll jump, but he's not going to shoot his gun. He's not going to be able to do enough damage, and VSA will take home that first round after making the play to single out that player, which has been something which has been so successful so far down.
Very impressive from VSA. A little bit more strategy behind it this time, rather than just going full gung-ho, full send it from the get-go. They waited, they did deplete the resources from NCD, and then they picked their moment perfectly. They were all pretty low, but again, they are a team who focuses their fire very impressively. Communication is on point. You can tell it is. That they know which legend they want to take down first, and they wiped NCD off of Thermal Station very effectively, and now need to do it 2 more times to tie up this series 2-2 and take us all the way to a map number 5.
Immediate push this time coming in from VSA. They will take the high ground of Dome, and now it's going to be up to NCD. Almost play the reverse role of what they did previously, but this is a dominant position now for VSA to find themselves in, especially with the 2 times on that 30-30 repeater.
I love this position, by the way. We've seen it a few times for the Pathfinders, but as I say that, it is a little bit of a known position now. People will target it. People will put their eye line up there, and if you do get kind of focused, suddenly you could be taken out of the game, taken off the map. But Atrocity does survive, thankfully. Now VSA have the power position, you would say, on this map. They can wait for the circle to close in a little bit, and they can wait for NCD to make some sort of a move.
Care package down. Lovely little headshot coming in, though, on that player falling from the skies. And as the dust settles between that care package and Dome, those lines of sight will become a little bit more visible once more. Fog clearing on a lovely summer's morning. Dolphin trying to poke around the corner a little bit more, seeing if he can maybe do a little bit of damage. Instead, all he's going to get for his troubles is 42 damage to his shield. So VSA holding strong here.
You can see the difference, can't you? As soon as VSA are on the back foot, right, and they are one map away from being knocked into the lower bracket, the speed of which they play the game is 10 times slower. Far more methodical. A lot more thought process going into each kind of move, each kind of repositioning, each rotation, as it were. All the pings coming through. We can see the visual communication, and you imagine that also communication between the 3 players is also there. 30-30 repeater. If it does get a few headshots here, That could be enough to signal VSA to just leap into action, but they don't really need to right now on set. They've got NCD pinned back.
They do, and there's a player that's pinned behind the care package. You can see what VSA are trying to do. They're trying to focus up, 42 damage to those shields once more, and see if they can take that player out when he does have to move, which is something that's not being given the opportunity to do so. You can see that VJX is maybe trying to take a little bit of a wider angle. 36 with the repeater is just kind of harassing these players that are caught behind these pillars at the moment. The one times on it as well. It's that dot's going to be extremely accurate on the kind of range that they're playing at the moment, and I can't really see how NCD get out of this one. They don't have a Gibraltar with the bubble. It's going to be what's a full send, maybe a portal. There is one available, as Unlucky's actually going to be jumping into the void to try and get underneath. Pathfinder is going to go as well, and this is the full send. The issue with no ability of having Gibraltar, Unlucky goes down as well, and Nags will fall, and that's just a composition thing, I think, there for NCD. Didn't have any way to try and close that gap.
It was one of the problems that we saw Kangana struggle with, actually, where they didn't have Gibraltar. They were just playing 3 aggressive legends, well, these exact 3 aggressive legends. And when you are in those scenarios, when you're in that kind of poke off and you are out of position, you can't really be aggressive, because if you do, you'll just get shredded across the map. You're stuck, and you're stuck without a hope. You kind of deal with it for a short while. You get through all your bats, you get through your cells, then you go, okay, well, now we've got to try something, and it's just a little bit too late. And now VSA find themselves on map point here, and could tie us up 2-2 in the series, and it would be a very quick thermal station for them.
Havoc back in the hands of Dolphin though. G Dolphin trying to do some beaming. VSA taking this high ground position, and this is where it's very difficult to deal with VSA. When they got those 30-30s in hands and they get that high ground advantage, there's not really too much you can do as they just lock these angles down. And Atrocity's doing exactly that again. He's going to have that frag grenade in his hands as well. He's going to be cooking that one up to about 180C, I think it's going to be, and see if he can land it. But it doesn't look like it's going to be getting the damage he would have wanted. The VSA completely in control here. This play on the stairs is going to have to be dealt with though. 45, 45, 45. Add them all up. No flesh damage though, as the shield gets cracked.
Go on, add them all up. There you. No shots though. VSA doing the damage, but can they get a knock? Yes, they can. Make that 2. And this is going to be the round. This is going to be the series tied up right here, right now. We're going all the way to map number 5. Arguably one of the closest series that we've had here in EMEA. NCD, they pushed VSA back. They forced them into a situation where they had to play a little bit differently, but VSA adjusted, and they adjusted in a way where they won 3-0 here on Thermal Station.
Very, very impressive from them. I just felt like NCD gave away map positioning very, very easily, and they were just fighting uphill battle for the entirety of the map. It was very difficult for them to try and work any angles, especially against the 30-30 repeaters when they had the angles locked down. There's not really a way that you can poke without taking a minimum of like 35 damage to the leg or the body. And if you get a headshot as well, then it's pretty much game over. So very difficult situation for NCD. And I just feel like Comp let them down a little bit there. They weren't able to bubble forward, to close that ground here on Lava Fissure. And Thermal Station, excuse me, Lava Fissure. We're not there yet. But
spoilers.
It's one of those things, right, that you have to adjust composition, I feel, map to map. There's some maps where you can kind of carry a composition across because you're so comfortable with the legend, but I just feel like Gibraltar was so vital on this map.
Yeah, it was the same conversation we had with Kangana, where they said, you know, we don't want to change comp because we're all comfortable on the legends. There are certain maps where we feel there would be better picks, but we are more confident in our ability, and it's just unfortunate when it goes that way, right? Where VSA are able to get the positioning off you early and you don't have a way to get back into things. Artillery is going to be map number 5, though. And this is, again, another one where composition can change. We've seen Horizon be very important. Gibraltar also, too, can be very important. We've seen Fuse used a couple of times here or there. We've got some statistics as well. I love this from the API, just being able to see how much damage is dealt, how many kills. I mean, look at that from NCD on Thermal. No kills whatsoever. They just weren't able to keep up with VSA. Very different in the previous rounds, though. But when we look at maps 1, it has been the maps won by the teams who chose them. VSA chose map number 1, went 1-0 up. Then they chose map number 4. They've tied up 2-2. So we'll see how Artillery goes.
Game 5 to find our first team We'll progress to our grand final. No better way to start the day. And for NCD, maybe they're thinking, hey, we knew that map wasn't ours, and this is our pick on artillery. So maybe they've got some more strategies up their sleeve, and certainly different ways to traverse across the open ground, which I think is certainly going to help them a little bit in comparison to what we just saw in our previous map. But I think you're right. I think composition is going to be interesting to watch here. I think both teams are going to maybe think about playing a legend which gives them a little bit more verticality. I can't really see how Octane can impact as much as a Horizon, for example, on this map, especially when you get the ultimate as well. Black Hole is absolutely massive when you have these close quarter battles, the rings closing. With Octane, yeah, maybe you can jump pad up, but you leave yourself quite vulnerable. I just feel like a jump pad isn't more of a vertical thing. It's more of a kind of lateral movement, right? You're moving from one side of the map to the other, where with Horizon, you can get multiple players up very quickly. I don't know. It's going to be interesting for me to see. I personally would kind of drop the Octane if I'm playing here.
I think the Octane is good, though, for the speed of which you can, from the start of the round, you can pad and you can get to the high ground, all three of you. Very similar to the Pathfinder Zip, and you can alternate in rounds. We've heard a few pros talk about that. That's really why Octane and Pathfinder are the main two, just for the speed of which you can move from the get-go. But we've already seen Horizon is very important on this map, because all the engagements you can see on the map there on the high side of artillery, when that circle is on that side, it's so important to be able to have legends that can not just get up there, but they can drop down and get back up, and also surprise the opposition as well. You can get one player who just sneaks around, pops their head up, and does something. VSA have gone for that switch. They have taken out the Octane, they have gone for Horizon, whereas NCD, they're staying true to their comp.
No, so that's got the Gibby now. We've got the Gibby now, NCD. You can see Dolphins moved over. They've got rid of Wraith. So a little bit of change in composition on both sides of things for now. A little bit of stability on both sides. But like you're saying, VSA have got two characters that can take vertical height very, very quickly now, which could be somewhat of a difference. But VSA are going to take the bunker side of things at the moment. It looks like NCD will be trying to face up against them on the same side. So we don't have to worry about the great wall of artillery at the moment, as the bubble will go down, allowing VSA to pick up those meds.
This isn't going to be a kind of high ground battle, not just yet. This is more of a central circle. Dolphin in a little bit of trouble. He's not really playing the Octane this time, as you say. Switching over to the Gibby, so the hitbox is going to be a little bit different. This is where you need your players who are comfortable on flex legends to know exactly which positions they can put themselves in and which positions they can't put themselves in. I know when I personally play Gibby, I suddenly find myself caught out numerous times because I don't have the ability to escape like other legends. Here comes Slayers, though. I mean, the Mozambique is doing some real damage here to NCD.
It really is, and they're taking a little bit of damage themselves here, VSA, so it's not going to be a case of just sending it and pushing. However, it might be now, as Dolphin will go down first, as VJX gets that Mozambique to start singing a tune that he enjoys. Unlucky going to have to back up to Nags here to give a little bit of protection. He's going to be looking for those cells to get popped. So now you're seeing the Horizon Q being used to get a little bit of high ground. Dolphin should be finished off, and these two players from NCD just trapped down on the low ground. This is tough to work out from.
You'd imagine that it's just a matter of time before VSA win this round, but we have seen 2v3 clutches. We saw a 1v3 clutch in North America. A lot of damage being done, but Nags is not doing enough to be able to get the knocks. VSA will go 1-0 up on artillery. NCD were just on the back foot, really. As soon as there was a lot of damage, VSA were able to pressure. They caught G-Dolphin out as the Gibby, and they take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, VSA just constantly doing that chip damage, and it all came down to the first blood. And we're back to that simplicity of arenas, where first player who goes down that just shows a little bit too much and takes that damage and can't escape, will give the round to their opponents. That's the kind of caliber we find ourselves at now. You know, we did see some crazy plays like you mentioned yesterday. That 1v3 from Snitedown was pretty ridiculous. But when you put this amount of money on the line in place in the grand finals, I don't think those kind of mistakes are going to be made here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably touch upon it later when we look at highlights from North America, but mistakes were the key word, even though I will always praise the player who was the 1 versus the 3, but you have to question the 3 in situations like that. VSA, though, bubble goes down, they'll be able to get the resources, they'll be able to get the back to the Phoenix kits, so they've done the job in the initial stages of this game, and now they can just back off ever so slightly. They can start to poke with the 30-30 repeaters, but then here comes the counter bubble. NCD trying to get a little bit more aggressive.
83 is going to get the crack onto Horizon. Can they get the knock, though? There's 45 flesh damage, and this should be the key to the push coming in here, but that Horizon is bobbing and weaving and somehow managed to get away. More cracks coming in. There's the first knock node from Nags as Atrocity will go down, and now it is the call of send it, boys. We're going in. We're going to clean this one up. Horizon, last player. She's in the skies, but she's going to be falling to the ground with a bump. That's NCD to tie this up at 1-1.
Very much needed. I think that little bit of aggression there from NCD. They noticed that VSA took the bats, took the Phoenix kits. You have to then stop the kind of poke war. You have to close that gap and ensure that this is just going to be a straight out team fight. VSA, I think, will try and play a little bit more patient, and I don't think it is their playstyle. So as soon as NCD suddenly got aggressive, VSA weren't necessarily prepared. One player just got caught out. The Horizon was kind of tagged maybe unexpectedly, but that's what the 30-30 repeater, that's what the wingman can do, right? That's why you run these single fire weapons that hit very hard, because when you do just see a little speck of a head, a pixel in the corner of your screen, and you tag that, that's 70, 80 damage that can really make a difference.
Once again, a lovely little angle taken by Atrocity here, really showing that he knows every single little bit of geometry to work with. Well, he can get some shots away and not expose any of that body to take damage himself. So VSA playing these off angles extremely well at the moment. Early chip damage certainly in their favor, but I want to see them moving up a little bit to this wider area. And all of the rounds so far, Dan, have been on this bunker side,
which I guess is an advantage for NCD, judging by the composition they have, right? You play the Horizon so that you can go for the high ground advantages, so you can play the upper side, but the game hasn't led their way. VSA just having to play very differently, and the Horizon has gone down once again. Nags getting the damage, and it means it's a 2 versus 3. VSA on the back foot, and NCD have a chance now with a 3v2 advantage, make that 3 versus 1 to go 2-1 up in this map.
Great shots there. Slayers is going to have to hope for a stick to give himself any kind of opportunity to win this one, but no, he'll be swarmed, and that will be NCD up 2-1 and finding themselves now on series point.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not just map point, right? It's series point. It's a chance to put yourselves into the grand finals. Guarantee yourself at least, what, $3,000? And a chance for $4,000 by winning the entire tournament. And you can kick back. You can wait for a few hours as you watch the losers bracket go through and everyone just tear each other limb from limb. And imagine it would be VSA probably tearing a lot of limbs from that losers bracket, but also those who are in the losers bracket want a second chance, a chance of redemption against VSA, who had done so much damage. But it's all coming down to this then, another low side circle. Really, this has just been fantastic for NCD.
Certainly has. And for VSA, they're going to have to find a way to combat this, because what they've done so far hasn't got them the results they would have wanted. However, they have got a lot of damage done. It's just a case of they haven't been able to close that ground, or maybe they haven't been as aggressive as NCD have when they've got that damage done. Such a difficult balance to find as a team of when to go and when to hold back.
Unlucky, just trying to go for the shoulder peaks again. We've seen it a lot from NCD, just shoulder peeking in these areas, trying to hit with the single fire weapons. Get a little bit of poke and then slowly but surely work their way up the map to get into a position where they can surround VSA. Some higher angles being taken from VSA this time. They don't want to be surprised. They don't want to be caught off guard like they have been in previous rounds. Their backs very firmly against the wall. It's a must-win round for them. Otherwise, they drop into that loser's bracket.
Yeah, package is down. Unlucky trying to move up. Takes a little bit of damage, but without giving it back. I should say not without giving it back. Defensive bombardment is going to go in as well and allow it to take some height. There's a player on the globe, the gas globe. I can't remember exactly what I named it last time, but that 91 is going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. The player is peeled off a bit, but now Dolphin has to pop a barrier. He has the G7 scout to work with. His two teammates are there, but this Pathfinder is bobbing and weaving and causing all sorts of problems. It's Atrocity does an amazing job to get that knock, but Nags is going to come in. It's all down to the final player alive, and it will be NCD who go through to our grand finals, even with those last stand plays coming in from the VSA players. Congratulations to NCD. As I say, our first grand finalists.
Survivability, again, it was G-Dolphin just kind of being swarmed there in the bubble, but just weaving in and out, making sure he stays alive, using the gun shield to make sure that there's no easy shots. And NCD, I'm really impressed with how they played that series. I thought it was going to be a comfortable victory for VSA based on what we'd seen in the previous series from them, but NCD had an answer to all the questions posed from VSA. I think that the circles definitely helped them out in artillery. It was all low side, very much tailored towards their composition. Horizon is much more for when the circles are on the upper side of artillery, but you can only play what's in front of you. NCD will be delighted. They find themselves in the grand final.
And just some of the replays we saw in that last game as well. It was a really, really good series, extremely tight between the two teams. I think the fact that we went down to that game 5 really does show it. But I think you're completely right. I feel like we talked about how composition really affected NCD on the previous map where they didn't have the Gibraltar. Well, unfortunately, I don't think it was VSA's fault, but I feel like maybe they found the same thing here on artillery just because of the fact, like you mentioned, that we had so many low side, bunker side circles and we didn't actually see that bunker wall come into effect where they would have to worry about the verticality so much. So unfortunate, but at the same time, all the credit in the world has to go to NCD for, as you say, closing things out. And to be honest with you, doing it in a real authoritative way on this final map.
Yeah, and I mean, it shouldn't make too much of a difference. I mean, on an Octane versus a Horizon, but you've got to think hitboxes, you've got to think the speed of which an Octane can just push in and out of fights, and also very difficult to tag when you are trying to get into a 1v1 engagement. Some of those precision shots that you're trying to hit with a wingman or with a 30-30 repeater become all more difficult when you've got an Octane whizzing around. But map number 5, as you see, will go to NCD. They do take the series, they do go into the grand final and guarantee themselves a nice juicy amount of prize money. They can now kick back, put their legs up on their table and watch everything unfold in the lower bracket.
VSA still got some work to do, though. They're not out of the tournament. As you say, the lower bracket is where they will continue their run, and they will have to do some more work to fight their way back for a potential rematch against the team that just went down to in NCD. But I was really impressed with NCD. I have to say, every single map that they picked, they won. You saw this pattern, and it was the same for their opponents. So maybe having that little advantage of getting that first map pick was the difference for them.
Yeah, I think map picks are extremely important indeed, but for the most part, it seems like at this stage in the tournament, everyone is comfortable on their maps, their picks, right? They know what they like to play. People are avoiding certain maps. When we get to best of 7, are you going to be able to avoid those maps? Probably not. We're going to see them start to creep up. Hillside Outpost, we might see a little bit more of. Will we see any of the Dome? Is the Dome even in the rotation at this point? I don't even know, but we haven't seen it so far. But I think I'm okay with that. I think we're a gentleman's agreement with all these players now where they know which maps they want to be playing.
All right, well, it is time for us to jump into a little break before we get the next series set up. But in the meantime, head over to gloot.com and sign up for a free account so you can start competing and tracking all of your stats in Apex Legends, because there's loads of stuff to do over there. You can do all the challenges. There's loads of stuff. Just go and check it out, all right? GLOOT.com. That's where you need to go. So in the break, that's what you're doing. In the meantime, we're going to get our next match set up. So we'll see you in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the GLL Arenas Summer, and we're going to kick things off like we like to do when we come back from a break with a little interview brought to you by HyperX Quadcast. And we've got a man who's going to find himself in the grand finals in a couple of hours. It's Dolphin. He's waving at the fans at home. I saw you got some fans in the chat. How you feeling, mate? Grand finals? Easy.
Yeah, easy. I don't know about that. I feel like I'm kind of getting carried here. Next and Unlucky are mechanically just better than me on maps such as these. They take the close range fights. They win the close range fights, and I'm just kind of like, I adapt, I flex, and I try to help them in any way possible.
There was a lot of adaptation to be had, right? We were a little bit worried about you guys not switching legend composition throughout maps, and then artillery came around and we saw you jump onto the Gibby. All the circles went to the low side of artillery. There was no kind of high side circles. It meant that Horizon didn't really come into the equation. Do you think that helped you out because they were playing Horizon in the last one?
Yeah, they were definitely gonna try to make some kind of play with Horizon, like for the high ground, because this is almost a free tactical. But we were trying, like with the Gibby pick, we were trying to pick counter plays against that. Or we had counter plays in mind because Dax and BJ, they're always playing together, so they kind of know how each other plays. And Dax was already saying before the game started, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. Let's just try to pick the Gibby for this one and play as best as possible. Yeah.
Okay, my question is, let's talk about Thermal Station. because we're talking about all the positives. We know we're putting smiles on faces out here. You're in the grand finals, which is fine. You know, we can talk about it now because you're in the grand finals. But you didn't get killed, boys. You didn't really do anything on Thermal Station, and you didn't pick that map. Is that something you were aware of? This isn't something you've played much as a team?
We never played it before. I personally never played the map before. Like not even once. I haven't played Arena. Simply haven't played it. But Nags actually called from the before game started saying they were going to do this, and we didn't really have a counter for it. And I think we realized as we played the game that playing against people that just play 30-30 repeater and like poke you to death, and you don't have defense to respond to that or anything else, we just couldn't do anything. We just couldn't do anything, and was that all? Take the L. Try to go again.
Dolphin, we keep seeing you get further and further in tournaments, whether it be battle royales, whether it be arenas. Your stream kind of popping off a little bit at times as well. Like, I mean, is there a point where you just become a full-time player? Like, and obviously you're coaching at the same time. Are you going to focus more on play?
I honestly, I would very much like to have that sensation of LAN again, as well as you guys. I think go to a LAN and participate and make it to the grand finals, etc. Because it was a great experience. I would prefer to play if given the opportunity. That's also why I'm playing with Nags and Lucky right now. I believe in this roster. They're both very mechanically skilled, and with the obvious benefits of being controller as well. And I kind of play the long range game, and they kind of have the short range game, and I think that's the dynamic we're going for here. We'll have to see, because I enjoy what I'm doing right now. I can kind of play two fronts. I can help the team that I idolize, and there's always something new going on in terms of how we perceive the game and how the game kind of develops from an analyst perspective. Just found out a bunch of new things recently, and I was like so excited to share with the team. Like, look at this, we never knew this. So that's amazing. But I'm just on for the train, and I'll ride as long as possible. And if one day TSM goes like, oh, we don't need you anymore, then I'll take that L, and I'll probably continue a comp play at that point.
Let's still talk about L's. You're not taking any L's right now, mate. You're coaching TSM. You're in the grand finals today, and I trust me, when we get to LAN, I imagine you'll be in the grand finals as well. Just doing everything. The man only does W's out here. He's got a G at the start of his names, but he's going to have to change us to W Dolphin soon, because that's the kind of man that he is. But thank you for joining us, mate. We'll let you go and get ready and watch the lower bracket, because obviously you got the grand finals to get ready for. So congratulations, and we'll commentate your game soon and hopefully pick up that W.
Cheers, guys. Have a good evening.
Awesome. That interview, of course, brought to you by HyperX Quadcast, the beautiful thing over my shoulder and the beautiful thing over Dan's shoulder as well. So shout out to HyperX for supporting the show and giving us the opportunity to do this. But Dolphin seems very positive. As I say, W Dolphin. That's what I'm calling him now, officially.
W Dolphin, I think it has a ring to it, doesn't it, really? I think that's something that we can get behind, especially considering there was a while where I didn't know if it was G Dolphin or Godolphin. There was a few people who said Godolphin for a while, as if like it was almost.
It's actually a place near me. There's actually a place near me called Godolphin.
Really?
It's a stable. It's like racehorses and stuff.
There we go.
In fact.
Not cheesecakes now, but we'll move on to racehorses and stables.
Yeah.
Like that's something we could dive into for sure. But where do we go from here?
We go into the lower bracket, Dan. That's where we go. Don't worry, I'm still driving the ship. I still know where we're going. I won't crash it. A little bit like Mirage Voyage. We're going towards Kangana versus Gambit. How about that? That's pretty impressive. If we could bring up the bracket, if it's been updated for EMEA as well, just so we can show you how everything's got to where we find ourselves. You can see NCD in the final there, VSA down in the lower bracket now, in the lower bracket final, waiting for the winner of our next game. But what has happened, Dan, is Kangana, who were knocked down to the lower bracket, bear with me everyone, by Na'Vi in our first round, played Na'Vi and knocked them out of the tournament. So the ultimate revenge coming in for Kangana. They will take on Gambit Esports, who knocked out Aqualix. So what a game. That's we're pretty blessed today, pretty lucky, I feel.
I guess it's a shame we didn't get to see Kangana versus Na'Vi. I'd like to know the scoreline. If admins can tell me what the scoreline was, that would be great.
We got something more important to get to, Dan. All right, you're 0 from 5 so far, okay?
Yeah.
0 from 5. Kangana, what is their first map pick?
Party Crasher.
Party Crasher, he's gone for. It's Thermal Station. Gambit Esports, what do they respond with?
Phase Runner.
Phase Runner for Gambit Esports. It's Hillside Outpost. Kangana. Who will they go for? Map through.
Gardens.
It's Overflow. He's 0 from 8. Is that 5, 6, and 8?
Party
4.
Crasher.
Party Crasher is going for Gambit. It's Gardens. Come on, Dan. I believe in you.
Why
you
would
cannot go
Gambit?
0 for 10. You cannot go 0 for 10.
Phase Runner.
It's Artillery. He's 0 from 10. Oh my word. He is
Right.
you committed to failure. I think is the only thing I can say at this point.
You're gonna predict them, all right, and we'll see how you do, because this is a losing man's game. This is worse than a casino at this point. Like, the dealer always wins. Production can change it however they want.
Do you reckon that's what's actually happening?
Yeah.
Nobody's giving in the vetoes, and they're just like, quickly change it. The Hillside Outpost surprises me for Gambit. I mean, they picked it last time, and they kind of got mopped, to be honest with you, that we saw them on there. Maybe they've made some adjustments, or maybe it was just one of those games.
They got absolutely dumped on by VSA on Hillside Outpost, if I remember correctly. So yeah, I am a little bit surprised by that one, but perhaps this is more trying to play their opposition, trying to take Kangana out of their comfort zone, recognizing that Kangana are going to be very well practiced on the majority of the more normal maps that we see. So instead saying, let's go for something a little bit different here, and perhaps we can catch them off guard. But we start on Thermal Station, your favorite pizza map, and I look at this series and it's hard to call, because if we judge off the performances of these teams when they were in their upper bracket, right? We saw Kangana struggle against Na'Vi, drop down in the best of 3. We saw Gambit get decimated by VSA. I can't see either of them winning. But when you then look at how they were performing in the lower bracket, suddenly both of them have just come to life once again.
They certainly have. It's going to be interesting to watch how both teams start today, because as I say, they both obviously started well enough to get through what were very difficult matchups to find themselves in this position. But now, backs against the wall, like it will be all day for them. They lose one series, they're out of the tournament. It just depends on how much prize money they get to take home with them, whether it will be first place, whether it will be inside of that top 4. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, what is ahead of us is a map which we just saw NCD struggle with. And I think the interview from Dolphin, if either of the teams here make it through to the final, they're going to certainly look to pick this map, because it's definitely one that I think G Dolphin's not going to be wanting to play.
Yeah, we saw NCD struggle because they didn't have a way of kind of escaping any traps, right? They were stuck in the middle of the map. They couldn't push out because they didn't have a Gibby bubble. There wasn't really a Wraith portal because you don't really purchase the Wraith portal, even if you do buy a Wraith. So you need to play it a little bit more aggressively if you've got a composition where you don't have a Gibby. You need to be the ones being like on top of the building. You need to have that god spot. You need to get there first. And if you are not prepared to take that fight straight away, then you need to play a composition which allows you to play a little bit more slow, a little bit more defensive. You need some defensive legends. You need someone like a Gibby, maybe even like a Bangalore that we've seen on Thermal sometimes, to cut off those sightlines, allow you to pick up the package, allow you to cross where you're not just going to be beamed from those god spots. So I think legend composition is going to be very important here in map number 1.
Well, let's see what those compositions are when we do get into our first map. How does it feel to go 0 and 10, by the way? Give us an honest reaction. Are you crushed? Do you feel like you might have a way back into things, or do you think that at this point you could say any map and it just would? You could say World's Edge and you wouldn't get it right.
We've got another best of 5 coming up afterwards, right? And you're gonna have a chance to predict, and we'll see how you feel if you go 0.
I mean, I've got to get 1.
All you got to do is get 1. Yep. It sounds easy.
It is easy. It's just terrible. Anyway, we're into the series. Kangana versus Gambit Esports. Kangana, the winner of the most recent Arenas tournament, of course, and Gambit Esports, one of the most talented lineups in competitive Apex. This is going to be a banger dang as we get into our first round and our first map of this best of 5 series. And it looks like at the moment, Kangana just trying to hold down this middle section, and it will be Gambit Esports who are playing around the dome.
Something that Graceful does very successfully, especially on this map, is he does distance himself from the team, but to a point where he can do some damage from an angle and can close that gap very quickly, but also communicates to Medilo and JMW as to when to push. He plays that flanking character, plays that flanking role, but this is one of the situations that NCD found themselves in last time, where they were stuck in the middle of the map, the other team was up on the dome, and they didn't have a way of getting up there. No bounce pad to work with in round number 1, just Mozambiques for the most part. And you're just going to get a lot of poke damage, a lot of back and forth. These bats and cells are going to be popped off as you get a little bit of damage. But here's the shredding damage coming out. Once you just get that care package and you can get an advantage by picking up one of these weapons, you really can find yourself on top.
Yeah, Graceful's certainly going to be the player to watch here, as he does have that devotion in his hands. Doesn't have the turbocharger, but he is going to be able to maybe isolate a player and win a 1v1. But for now, he's going to be backing up towards his teammates, as it looks like Gambit have had enough of sitting around and they want to get nice and aggressive. However, Graceful meets them with the machine, the shredder, whatever you want to call it, and dumps 2 players. One on their back and one to low shields, and now it's going to be up to JMW just to fly forward, find a little bit of time, as the last player alive will be caught behind this care package. This should be the round going to Kungana. However, it's made to look a little bit more difficult than it should, as finally they get the job done and they'll be up by 1.
It's a strange decision for me, running at the player with a devotion. I wonder whether there was a lack of communication. Maybe they thought that the reason why Wraith kind of backed off, went into the void, was because he was weak. But he wasn't. He was at full health and had a devotion waiting to absolutely decimate the player who arrived. So Kungana will take a 1-0 lead. Gambit just with an odd push there. Maybe just, as I say, a couple of questionable decisions, maybe lack of communication. But it means that Kungana will have the advantage going into number 2 in terms of economy here. They got all 3 of the kills. No kills on the side of Gambit, or at least no confirmed kills anyway, because of course knocks don't count as kills. But we'll see whether Gambit now can try and do something, even though they're on the back foot ever so slightly.
Looks like they might be a little bit more aggressive here. Yogu tries to poke, doesn't get the damage you would have wanted to get done, but definitely playing for engagements here. I don't think they're playing the poking game. They want to get involved straight away. And here's going to be a pathfinder, a little bit of baiting and switching coming out, but Hardeki holding the angle, trusting in his teammates to protect him should that push come in. Now we have a little bit of a reset, but this looks like both teams wanted to push the agenda on each other here.
Gambit know full well where Kungana are residing, but hesitant to push in. A lot of grenades have been purchased. 3 frag grenades there in the pocket, waiting to just be tossed towards some enemies. Graceful doesn't have any, but it's Medilol who we need to keep an eye on, because these grenades could be everything in this round. You can gain a lot of information with the hit markers and getting those damage readings up when you do hit someone with a grenade, but at the moment, reluctant to throw them. Doesn't want to throw them just carelessly. Whereas JMW will throw his 1 grenade.
JMW is trying to get a little bit of an off angle there and just got spotted as he was throwing that grenade. So Gambit were able to retreat, take not a huge amount of damage while they did so as well. Kungana now back in control of that dome as Graceful tries to take one of those off angles. Now you see him crouch walking as well, trying to give no audio cues to any members of Gambit. This is something he's done so well.
There's just so much cover here on Thermal Station that you can play this way. There's a lot of sight lines that are being blocked, and just like that, you can appear out of nowhere and just pop your head, and you can really shred and do some damage into the side of an opponent, give your team the advantage. Here's the grenades now starting to come in. First one doesn't connect, no information gained from it either, but I think just being able to force that 1 player out maybe is enough for Medilol. Get 1 grenade to work with, and now all 3 have been thrown, and Graceful was there trying to mop up, and that's going to be big damage, and actually good timing, because it allows Graceful just to get out of dodge.
Yeah, that was so vital, that grenade hit, because otherwise, like you say, Graceful was pretty much dead to rights. That player would have been able to wide swing without showing himself to any of the other players. Would have been able to probably, you would imagine, with the talent on the team, secure that first knock. But for now, it's a 3v3 once more, and the utility has now been used by both teams. Not sure if anyone has any grenades left to try and force players down off height. So we're back to that kind of chip damage game. No openings to be gained unless someone hits some big headshots.
Well, this was the same problem NCD had, right? They were forced back. They didn't have a way to bubble in. But at the same time, neither team has a Gibby. So Kungana also will have to move off that high ground, and they both meet in the center here. Gambit, if they hit enough shots, maybe that will give them enough room to push in. But they're the ones who have to move first with how this circle's going.
This is the trouble here for Gambit. Once again, they just don't have any protection. They don't have a Gibby dome. They have no way to close this ground. And even though 1 knock does come in, once again, Gambit Esports just showing that they didn't have either the legend, the abilities, or, to be honest, the map knowledge to find themselves in a position where they could really do anything effective there. It was just, Kungana playing the patience game. They had that dome control. Just waiting for Gambit Esports to have to make that move in the open.
I think Kungana would have been delighted that the second circle was one that featured just above the dome, because when you do have the slight economic advantage, it means you can usually get there quicker, whether it be through an ultimate or whether you buy a couple more grenades so you can force your opponents back. You can get map positioning and usually, if you play it correctly, that's enough to win you the round. Of course, clutches and certain abilities can get you back into a round if you are on the other side, but as we saw, Gambit just didn't really have that option. But now they need to dig deep here on Thermal Station, otherwise they could find themselves going 3-0 down and losing map 1 as quick as they got into it.
So map point here for Kungana, it would be a perfect start for them to make their road towards another grand final. Doing it the harder way this time. The man in the hands of Manilol here. The 2 times on it. He's going to chip away for 45 damage. Can't quite squeeze those bullets through the gate to back it up a little bit more, but grenade's going to be coming his way, but those grenades so difficult to hit on those head glitches. He's going to try and throw one back, but the Gambit player is going to disappear from that position to make sure that it's not as easy as just throwing a couple of grenades to where players are firing from. It's a little bit more than that as now the push is going to come in. Gambit will get 1. JMW would exchange the kill though, so now we're down to a 2v2.
Well, Decky's going to be given time to heal back up here. And actually, one player's going to be caught out. Just about gets away, but Artico, can he push up? Great cover fire. Artico hasn't been able to get the knock, and actually Hardeki needs to do massive damage here to try and save this round, which he will, just about. Gambit hold on. Kungana almost turning that one around.
Well, Liogri might have got a little bit of a dead slide there as he tried to slide in to finish off that kill, but he managed to get enough damage to leave Hardeki with an opportunity to push up to get that final knock, and Gambit back into this now. Once again, that one was an interesting round where they didn't have to rely on map positioning so much, and it's going to be moving away from the dome once more this circle, so they won't have to worry about dome being effective again. So the pattern continues. Every time we've gone to dome so far, Kungana have won it comfortably. Gambit have answered back with the first round we've seen away from it.
Well, this one's going to be away from it again. Be a little bit more central. You're going to be playing around the bottom of the drill. Graceful does like to play on the edge of the doors and just try and be a little surprise factor. He hasn't been able to catch out Gambit just yet in this game, even though they've won a couple of rounds. Most of it's just been from straight out team fights, a little bit of poke damage here or there, depleting those resources. We haven't seen that round where, you know, Graceful just comes out of nowhere, destroys an opponent, but maybe this could be it. Might have got the jump on a couple of players here for Gambit. Just have to be careful. And there's the shredding damage. That might be enough to allow the rest of the team to push up.
Well, that's the opening. JMW probably feel a little bit aggrieved. He maybe didn't get a little bit more damage done there. He had 3 shots onto the back of that Gambit player. Just couldn't control the spray the way he would have wanted. However, Graceful going to slide in. JMW is going to get that second knock as well. And now it's all up to this final player up on the high ground. Kungana, the champions, they get it done. And that was a dominant final round from them.
Yeah, it does seem like Thermal Station just does snowball out of control. Even though Gambit got 1 back, Kungana then had an idea of how well they wanted to play. Sent players on the flanks, got the angles, knew that Gambit would be watching maybe the wrong areas. Maybe Gambit not quite as comfortable on Thermal, but Kungana, they win their first map pick, and that's job number 1 done, right? You have to win your map pick. You have to put yourself in a situation where you at least say to your opposition, we are comfortable in the maps we are picked, so you need to be winning your map picks. Otherwise, we're going to take this series and we're going to be the ones progressing to that losers bracket final.
Yeah, it was pretty simple, to be honest with you. Like you say, it was their map pick. They looked very comfortable on it. You can see why they picked it. Gambit just seem to be missing something at the moment. I'm not quite sure what it is. I don't know if it's just not being aware of the zones so much. They've been caught out by the zones a few times, even though, you know, you do see the zone at the start. Maybe they're just trying to play a little bit of an off angle, maybe trying to just be a bit aggressive, but not being allowed to do so, and then having to kind of had that second thought. This is where I thought Artico had got a little bit unfortunate. He got a dead slide, but he might have actually just slowed down and decided not to slide into that one. But Hardeki managed to clutch up, slides around the corner. There's the Eva 8. And there's Hardeki not missing. That's what he does best.
Yeah, I think if you are going to bet on anyone in a 1v1 situation, if it's Hardeki and he's got an Eva 8 in his hand, you're sure that he's going to be able to manage to get the dub and get that round in their favour. But then Kungana close things out in the final round with just good map positioning, knowing when to push in. A lot of damage had been done by JMW on that flank, and then Graceful and Mady Lol just came in as clean-up crew. Easy as you like. So map number 1 will go in favour of Kungana, and it means we go to map number 2, which is Hillside Outpost, which is, interestingly, Gambit's pick. And we say it's an interesting pick because Gambit really struggled on Hillside Outpost yesterday. They got absolutely blown away by VSA, and I think it surprised us all.
Yeah, it certainly did. And I think Gambit maybe have learned a lot from that. This is where we saw Hardeki in the chat saying these guys have won the tournament. Well, maybe they'll get an opportunity to match up against them if they can take down Kungana. But a long way to go until that happens with the way that Gambit fell in that first map as we move, as you say, onto Hillside Outpost. And the Hillside Outpost, as you've now named it, the huge tower there is such a dominant position to play from. If you can avoid a couple of Skynades early on, it really does become difficult for the team who have to play on the opposite side of that.
Yeah, it's just one of those ultimate high ground areas where you really can't push up on it. Obviously, there's the kind of spiraling staircase is one way to walk up that, but if you even try and enter that way, you're going to get beamed from up top. You could try bounce pad from one of the rooftops, but again, you're going to be shot through the sky. A zipline is going to have you dead to rights too. So you really have to wait. You have to play the patient game because the circle does transition away from that ultimate high ground, usually to where the bottom of this bridge is. So you then need to try and play circle. But if you try and play circle, you're going to be on the low ground. You can then be peppered by grenades. So various different ways that you can play these circles. And I'm sure that's something that these teams have been learning. But I think personally, I think Gambit are banking on Kungana not having practiced this map. We know a lot of teams haven't played this as much as the other maps, and maybe Gambit are saying, we're trusting in our gun abilities here. We're trusting on the fact we've played enough King's Canyon. We know how to navigate this map. We know how to win our fights. Maybe we can take down Kungana.
We'll have to see if that is the case, as Gambit find themselves on the back foot. A best of 5, as we know, can slide out of control very, very quickly. But I think the real story we've got to focus on here is the map picks. Gambit picked this map. So they obviously feel like there's something that they can put together here. They feel comfortable on it in some way where they feel like they can tie up the series at 1-1. But I have to see if that is the case. People in the chat, I want to know how you think this one is going. Because we know we've got some Gambit fans. I know we've got some fans of Kungana as well. I actually found out yesterday, thanks to production, that Kungana is, I think it's the Kings in Swedish. So, again,
makes sense.
Honestly,
with their logo,
this is educational, this stream, at this point. It's not just Apex. Life, everything you need.
Powerpuff Girls, Swedish.
Powerpuff cheesecake.
Yeah.
That's what happens when we have to fill.
It's all there. Their logo, Kungana's, logo is a crown, isn't it?
So, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that does make sense. And apparently we're pronouncing it wrong as well. I'm not going to try and say how Kungana is pronounced, but...
Kungana? You
don't just roll your R's and hope for the best.
Oh, wait. Might be right. Production just... is that right? Hold up. What is it? Kungana.
Okay, so just rather I think we as Englishmen put a lot of emphasis on the R, right? Yeah. Kungana, especially me from the southwest. Kungana. Yeah, whereas, get a little bit of tracker in there.
It's just the beauty of local dialect, isn't it? I call thermal station thermal station because I'm a common man.
You also call it the pizza map, but that's I guess a different.
I haven't called it that once today. I'll have you know. I had pizza yesterday, so I kind of got that out of the system a little bit.
Could we call it a salad-only wrap map then?
Oh, let's not talk about that. I wasn't going to bring it up in broadcast, and thank God that the gameplay started, because otherwise I was going to get really, really sad, as I will get into that story a little bit later on. But for now, it's time for our second map of the series, as Gambit Esports will have this map pick, as Artico has the Mozambique in hand and almost manages to get the first shield crack of the game. That player trying to escape and will escape. Now we're firing through the bushes. Hardeki tries to move up from the low ground, throws a few Skynades to see if he can get some hits and some cracks and some damage down. At the moment, it isn't going to be too much done. As I say that, Hardeki does manage to land a grenade. Graceful will fall, and this is the opportunity now for Gambit to push up.
Mozambique in hand hits very hard indeed, but the final shots don't quite come in, and Gambit Esports will take the first round. The grenade was what really sent them into victory there. There was a lot of distance Mozambique shots. I still don't think that Mozambique should fire that far, but alas, here we are. Can't do anything about it right now. Excuse me, but Gambit will be delighted at least to take round number 1 here on the map. We have a identical composition from one side to the other. There's not really a thought process of, playing a defensive legend or playing Gibby. Get that bubble down, get the packages. It's just both teams saying, we're going to play what we're comfortable on. We're going to play fast, in-your-face legends, and we're going to win our fights.
I feel like there's enough cover to play with, maybe without Gibby. You take out the gun shield as an option. You have these buildings that you can play in and out. If some nades do get thrown up, you can drop and play the inside of the buildings. So the bubble may be as effective as it is on some of the more open ones. So surprised me to see these more aggro comps, so to speak, which are more based on mobility, especially Pathfinder. having the ability to go up from that low ground to the high ground if some damage does get done. But Gambit with a perfect start and the perfect response after a little bit of a disappointing map 1. But Artico's not going to be able to hit too many shots there. However, this man is. It's 41 flesh.
And you say that about Gibby though, but what VSA did, I think, with Gibby was it just used the bubble to guarantee themselves care packages, and they felt like if they can get the weapons in the early game, they can win the first couple of rounds. That puts them in a fantastic spot where they are just going to be able to then snowball out of control. Whereas this care package is on the floor. I'm sure that Lyogi would love to go for it. You just leave yourself a little bit vulnerable to be shot from all these rooftops here on the hillside outpost. Of course, you can go for it, but it's just a bit of a risk.
GMW now with the vault in his hands. Graceful's going to have to back up and have a little second thought about how he wants to approach the rest of this round, as he'll have to pop a battery to get back into this battle. The ring's starting to close as well. Not going to affect things too much, as JMW is just going to shave around 2 centimeters of hair off the top of that player's head with the 15 damage. Just a little trim, nothing too drastic.
Does it count as shaving your head if you have a little trim like that?
I don't know why you keep bringing it up.
I'm just wondering. I'm asking for a friend.
No.
Okay.
Artico playing on the door, and now we are seeing a little bit of a slow pace here. Players playing inside of the building, just waiting to maybe escape and burst into life as a player tries to get a little bit of an off angle, as attention is played to that player behind the door. But both teams seem to be more than aware of what each other are doing at the moment. This could come down to just a final shootout down.
Yeah, I think both teams are accepting that they're just going to wait for this ring to close. They're playing the buildings. They don't want to push out because neither has had enough of an advantage, enough of an in to actually go for a push and try and get aggressive. A few players are trying to take a position now. Graceful is aware that someone is very close by. Might have the jump on this player, but I think he's been spotted out now. Doesn't have Into the Void available, so can't queue out. Has to just focus and try and take the spot.
Yeah, he's out there. Graceful doesn't like that angle whatsoever, and now he finds himself trapped in a little bit of an awkward situation. Here comes Graceful once again, though. Awkward situation turned into very, very positive situation, as he does a huge amount of damage to the player up on height. He's trying to get back into the fight as well, just popping that one shield cell to see if he can get that knock. And Graceful says he has the best flatline in the world. Well, he's trying to show everybody who's watching right now exactly what that is.
Still no knocks, though. This circle's going to be moving in very shortly, so we're going to see everything collapse, and this is going to be like World's Edge of old, King's Canyon of old. We're just going to get a good old dogfight right in the middle of the map. Maybe they'll try to survive for as long as possible. We'll push in now, and it's a fight in the red, but Gambit come out on top. And Ghana not able to survive, not able to even do the damage really in that final circle.
There was the difference once again. Just that few seconds where one player from Gambit managed to survive the flatline spray coming in from Graceful, and then responded and managed to get the knock just before that zone closed. So it was a 2v3 to give Gambit that advantage, and again, a couple of HP, the difference between the rounds going either way. And now Gambit Esports could close this one out, Dan. 3-0 if they take this next round.
It is an interesting way to play, especially on maps like this, right? Because that's how the circle did used to be in Battle Royale. It would just close in very quickly until you've got a tiny little circle and you forced everyone into just this completely hectic gunfight that unfolded. And some teams were very good at it. And Gambit, one of those teams, right? They're just very good in hectic gunfights. They're good at targeting. They're good at focusing certain areas. And maybe this is their game plan for maps like this, is stall things out, wait for that final circle, make the other team uncomfortable. Take out this whole poke damage battle, take out the resources, take out even the quick gunfights where you've got a little bit more open area, a little bit more time to flank and get out of fights. Instead, it's just a straight up close quarters 3v3.
Contact with target.
I wonder what Graceful's doing right now. He is the kind of player who tries to make a play at the start of games to create an opening for his team. And there he is. He's got his sneakers on once more, as he's trying to leave no footprints and leave no audio cues as he tries to sneak his way across. And look at this cheeky little angle here, just baiting out that care package, seeing if anyone from Gambit fancies rolling the dice. Graceful's going to be there, and with that flatline at that range, you know he's going to be doing a huge amount of damage that maybe one of his teammates can pounce on.
Does anyone bite, though? Neither team has been desperate to jump onto the care packages. As I say that, there's a little bit of movement towards one, and Graceful does get the jump on one player. isn't enough to get a knock, but it might be enough just to give Kungana the chance to push up and gain some map positioning here.
Great escape, though, from that player. 2 Skynades going to be going up onto the communications tower. They get a little bit of damage done as well, as the shields will pop up on the screen of JMW. That player manages to escape for now, but he was down to flesh damage, and now Gambit having to play on this low ground, shooting up against the high ground of Kungana. Kungana completely in control of the map.
Nades coming out as well now. I think it's just a matter of time until Kungana take this round, as long as they continue to play it the way they have been. Graceful again, just creepy crawling, trying to get an angle, trying to be a sneaky beaver. Gambit have reset ever so slightly, but their resources are going to be somewhat depleted, I imagine. Can't see them having many more bats or cells left to work with.
Making contact.
Graceful's trying to get into a position where if any of his teammates do damage, he can jump up and do some damage himself. However, the Skynade is going to hurt him more. And that could be the end of Graceful. He goes down, and Gambit have played this one so patiently and so well. And now Kungana have no choice but to try and move up and see if they can get a knock themselves to make this a 2v2. But even though map positioning is heavily still in the hands of Kungana, they made it a 2v2 as JMW gets the knock now onto Hardeki.
I think it's a 2v1 now. Leogri also fell earlier on. Unless there's been a res, Kungana should still have the advantage. 2 versus 1 with the last player on the roof. It's going to be the Octane. Meidilor's taking a lot of damage. JMW should clean up, and he does. And Kungana will put their first on the board. Even though Gambit did pretty well to turn a bad situation into a somewhat good one. Leogri jumping on Graceful. Leogri was quickly taken out of the game with a couple of headshots from the wingman just because he was stuck between a rock and a hard place on the bridge. But Gambit haven't been able to quite close this one out. Kungana with a little bit of late fight back here on Hillside Outpost. Just Graceful's positioning again, just trying to be a little bit of a sneaky beaver and waiting for that moment to pounce. As soon as he does the damage, he gives that call for the rest of the team to push up and take the map positioning off of Gambit. And all those priority positions really help out when you get towards the late game. That circle starts to close in. Gambit were very much on the low ground, really struggling.
Gambit's still on match point though, even with that good performance from Kungana just to pull around back and extend this map. Graceful with some grenades coming out as well, trying to locate them all onto that high ground, which will give his teammates the opportunity to move up and maybe create a few angles for themselves, as Hardeki wouldn't be able to poke for those few seconds. So all those little timing things that you'll find in arenas that can make the difference down.
Just spotted someone out there.
Sometimes just a millisecond of popping a bat off, right, or landing on someone's knockdown shield and you're not able to quite push through a bubble that we saw in the last game. Tiny things that you don't expect. You've got to expect the unexpected sometimes, I feel. Not just in arenas, but Apex Legends in general. One of the most fun games you'll ever play. Really brought me back to my childhood when I first played Apex Legends. I just wanted to play more and more and more of it.
You just said expect the unexpected, by the way. Anyone who's in the chat right now and remembers what's it called? What was the program called? Raz Prince was the character. Expect the unexpected. Anyway, I'll come up with it in a minute, or it'll remind me. I'm sure there's some people in the chat who will know what I'm on about, hopefully. Phone Shop. That was it. Did you ever watch Phone Shop? Amazing. Yep. Amazing. Expect the unexpected.
We're showing our age again, though, I think.
Well, the Ogre's on the move. Artico still holding down this high ground as Hardeki tries to get a little bit creative to clear his own way out. Looks to isolate a 1v1. 42 with Eva 8. And he should pick up this kill, and he needs one more bullet, but there is a player behind him that's going to help him out as the Ogre is there to support his teammate, making that opening. Now we're down in the trenches in more way than one. The Ogre will fall. Hardeki has escaped for now. We're back to a 2v2.
Gambit was just caught in such a disgusting position there. At least 2 of them were able to get out. The Ogre will fall again as the first member of Gambit, just because it's what happens sometimes as the Pathfinder. You jump on the fight and you do get caught out, but here comes Hardeki hitting the shots with the wingman. Eva 8 comes out of the back pocket to try and clean up now. Artico trying to help from distance. Has managed to do a lot of damage, but Hardeki has gone down, and I think this is still a 1 versus 2.
Artico trying to slide up, trying to finish off this kill, gets flesh damage, gets even more, and he will clutch up here for Gambit. They will take home map number 2, their map pick of Hillside Outpost. We tie up the series now at 1-2-1.
Yeah, they looked more confident on it today, didn't they, than when they got slapped about by VSA. I think it was just the aggression and raw aim from VSA really caught Gambit off guard. This one was a little bit more slower paced. Kangana are happy to play that slower paced style, and it gave Gambit a lot more room to think about where they wanted to position themselves on the map, when they wanted to push, and how they wanted to go about their plan of attack. This round in particular was a very interesting one, just waiting for that ring 3 to close, making sure it's just that final last-ditch attempt to try and stay alive as the ring gets smaller and smaller, and it's just a hectic gunfight right in the middle of the map. It really does remind me of old Battle Royale lobby, seeing it like that. But Gambit will be delighted to tie up this series, because they would have been a little bit disappointed to go down the way they did in Thermal Station. But as we've seen already today, map picks very important. Map pick number 1 going in favor of Kangana, their map choice, and map 2 now going in favor of Gambit, their map choice.
Now we move on to map number 3. As you would imagine, always happens after map 2.
Usually.
Nice shots from Hardeki there with that wingman to secure that kill, as we get to see some of the POVs we may have missed during the action going down. It was this 1v1 at the end. Artico had a massive HP advantage, though. You can see just as soon as you got this little bit of flash damage, you knew the job was done. 14, and the rest of it. Just chip it away, and Gambit Esports will secure the win. As you can see, some of our statistics momentarily. There they are. They're back again. Don't worry. They were just a little bit shy from Gambit Esports. And interesting to see, actually, Dan, that damage-wise, outside of Hardeki, across the board, Kangana probably did a little bit more, if my mathematics is probably wrong. But, you know, if you add those all up, it looks like Kangana actually total did a little bit more.
It's about the same, roughly, around 3,600. But yeah, it's considering it was a 3-to-1 advantage for Gambit, you'd expect there to be more damage on the Gambit side. You're completely right. Hardeki did hit very hard, but Kangana, despite the damage they were doing, they weren't getting the knocks, right? A lot of it was poke damage, whereas Gambit, when they did the damage, they were pushing on those kills and ensuring they actually were able to pick them up, clean things up, and gain the rounds. So it means we go to map number 3, which is going to be Overflow, as you can see there. And, you know, I'm really struggling to call this one. I was very much confident in the Kangana camp, but Gambit looked like a completely different team than what we saw yesterday.
No, it's very, very true. I agree with you. I can't really pick which way this one's going to go. I feel like it's just two very good teams at this point who kind of have similar experience in arenas. And I hate to kind of highlight more, you know, one player more than another on the team, because everyone has to produce results in arenas. You can't really rely on one player to just do it all. But the Graceful versus Hardeki battle for those opening kills, I feel it's going to be really important, especially with both players playing on Wraith. If they stay on Wraith as well, the ability to get in and out is going to be vital. And I just feel like that battle could decide who actually ends up winning this series.
Yeah, we've seen already in this tournament how important survivability is, right? Just being able to do that damage, get out of the fight, and then allow your teammates to re-engage, and then you join them when either you've healed up, or if you feel like you're confident with the health total you're at, then you just join them without healing up to make sure that you don't allow the opposition to pop some bats and whatnot. So the Wraith has been really important in a lot of these maps. Now, I know not everyone is playing the Wraith. We've seen other compositions favored, but Wraith, for these two teams in particular, with Graceful, with Hardeki, I just think is such an integral part of the team, and without it, it would look entirely different. It doesn't allow you to play the same way if you're not on the Wraith. If you want to play an Octane, yes, okay, you can get out of fights quite quickly because you've got the speed, but you are not completely safe. Whereas when you queue out, there is no way that you can die. For that short period of time, they either have to track you and wait for you to reappear out of the void, and then they kill you, but if all that time tracking you is wasted time not looking at someone else. So you can be completely out of the fight, which is what makes Wraith one of the strongest legends still to this day in Apex Legends. Map number 3, though, I think I'll go with Kangana, considering it is their map pick, considering that they looked very comfortable on Thermal Station, and judging by your theory of lava maps teeing up and combining well, then maybe they should be good on Overflow as well.
Yeah, I think you made some really good points there. I think I agree with everything you said. I think it's just going to be who hits the shots. I don't think there's much more to break down, to be honest with you, about these two teams. It's going to be who can make the opening play, who can get that initial damage down, and who can take advantage of it quickly. I think we might see a slightly slower pace at the start here, with both teams taking a side of the map and kind of just doing a little bit of poke damage. It's something we've seen already from them both. I don't want to see the gun-ho approach we've seen from the likes of My Little Phony over in North America, for example, as the Ogre. You're going to have to back up here for Gambit, as he's going to pop his first battery.
This way.
So when we spoke to Graceful in an interview yesterday, he said he found it really frustrating going up against teams who were playing the kind of Bangalore plus Mozambiques and the poke damage through smokes and not being able to help his teammates because he couldn't really tell where he was, a little bit disorientated at times. So we don't have to worry about that here. Again, just a straight fight, same composition, aggressive legends, no smokes to worry about. JMW is down to a slither of health and he's slid right into more damage from Artico.
Well, there is that opening pick, and that could be the difference here with two teams who are so evenly matched. Hasn't been traded out. Artico doing the work for his team. Graceful having a backup. Medilol going to be in a little bit of a difficult position here, but doing what he can to escape and playing on Octane is going to be able to hit that stim to get back to his teammate in Graceful. But here's the crossfire. This is the problem with the situations where you don't have those numbers down. It's so difficult to isolate a player and turn it into a 2v2.
Yeah, this is going to be near impossible for Medilol, and it is. Gambit will take round number 1. Just able to get that first pick, force JMW into a really tough position where he could only slide really into more gunfire. The shots are starting to rain down from Gambit now. They seem to be warming up a little bit, seem to be far more comfortable in the arena environment, more comfortable than they looked yesterday for sure. This is the Gambit I wanted to see. When I saw Gambit on the list, I was so excited because they're one of my favorite teams to watch in Battle Royale. I know we talk a lot about Hardeki, but the team in general, just as a 3, great bait and switching, great focusing, great targeting. Then yesterday they got surprisingly embarrassed in the winners bracket by VSA, and it looks like they're out for blood here today to make up for it.
Yeah, they're really starting to find their flow again. Like I mentioned yesterday, took a little bit of a break over after ALGS Championships to just recharge the batteries. As speaking of batteries, JMW is going to pocket all of the meds here on the lower side. But yeah, they seem to have found that flow again, found that rhythm. It can take, a few tournaments, a few games just to kind of find that cohesion that we've seen from them in these last couple of maps. But Gambit's starting to look like the Gambit we would expect, especially after tying up the series and taking this first round. Now we're back on board with Hardeki, who's trying to take a little bit of a wide angle, but it looks like a little bit of a split across the map here. You can see Kangana set up on this side, and what I will call the lower side, and on the middle room side, I'm going to call that. You have Gambit Esports set up as well as the package now comes down.
Really good with names. You should just, that should be your job title. You should just name things on maps.
Name stuff.
It'd be a far easier.
Oh, I could get an onset spot.
Could get an onset spot. Grenades come in. And you can see how Kangana are trying to play a little bit more spread. They're trying to get that angle. JMW actually went really wide to try and be sneaky, but then got spotted out. Graceful was doing something similar on the other side, but neither of them could get to a place where they could do some real damage. As I say that, the wingman does hit pretty hard.
Nice headshot there for the wingman, and I've already worked out a place that could be named after me, and it makes total sense. Not on this map. Wait till we get to artillery, though. 76 once again from Leogri. That's 2 headshots coming out of that wingman. And that is something you don't want to be on the receiving end of. A little bit of a standoff around this care package at the moment. No Bangalore in the lobby to cause any kind of ruckus this time. There's this nade could be really, really important here from Medilol. Is he going to get any is he going to get any numbers? No, he isn't. JMW. He's only going to have 1 cell to play with himself. So it looks like Kangana on the back foot. However, he's only got 1 cell, but he's got 5 batteries.
5 bats to work with. You can hear the Octane just sprinting behind him, maybe trying to go for the chase, trying to pick up the kill, but ensured he got within a distance of the rest of the team so he wasn't taken down too easily, and if he was, there was the option of the trade. Leogri has taken a considerable amount of damage here as the circle closes in, and Artico really needs to get out and help, which he does. Gambit Hardeki gets the opening pick.
Hardeki doing a great job to get that opening pick onto JMW, so that's the Pathfinder out of commission. Oh, look at that spray coming in from Graceful, though. Only had the head glitch to try and hit those shots around and managed to at least crack that player with some nice headshots of his own. Graceful now retreating to his teammates, but it's still a 3v2 in the favor of Gambit.
Yeah, and the rest of Gambit's going to be able to heal up now. This shouldn't really be winnable from Kangana, especially with that circle closing in. The high ground in favor of Gambit. There's the climb. Here's the attempt to try and make the push, but it's probably going to end in tears. They get 1 knock, but that's all she wrote. Gambit going 2-0 up in map number 3 here. 1 away from a nice, swift and quick 3-0 on what would be Kangana's map pick.
Yeah, really, really impressive from Gambit so far, to be honest with you. Very, very unforgiving in the way that they've approached things. And Gambit find themselves, like you say, on map point. And then moving on to, if they do manage to close this out, what could be the map to take the series and knock Kangana out, which, as crazy as it sounds, somewhat of an upset with the history that Kangana have had in Arena so far.
Yeah, it would be an upset. I think Kangana are expecting to get to the grand final here. Graceful was very confident when we spoke to him yesterday, but you know, when you go up against a team like Gambit, with the individual ability all these players have and with the cohesion between the three, you've got to expect them to be able to put on a show, and they have done just that. Of course, it's not over just yet. Even if they do win, it's best of 5. But it is lower bracket, so your last chance now. And this is a match for top 3. Winner goes into the lower bracket final. And a best of 7 later.
EMW just about survives. Hardeki tried to overextend to get that kill and was very, very close to doing it as well. So you can see he's going to have to take a few moments just to get those heals back on board. And JMW had to grapple out there and just about managed to get around the corner. I'm pretty sure he would have landed close enough to a teammate to maybe have a res executed before Gambit had managed to close that space. But nervy moments there for Kangana.
And that's happened a few times where JMW has just been kind of looking for that entry frag on the side of the map. Usually Graceful's been doing the similar job, but JMW has the ability to fly away as a Pathfinder, but it's a game of fine margins. Graceful's very low. Maybe he'll also take a considerable amount of damage. Graceful will fall, but the shredding from JMW equals things up.
2-2, 71 on the headshot. It's all down to JMW. Can he get this knock? No, he can't. And that might have been the opportunity that he was looking for to give himself a chance to win this one. Still has the Vault in hand, and Grenade's going to be vital. Flies in, trying to make sure that res doesn't get executed, and Gambit Esports won't let it happen. They will close things out. And that was ruthless from them, Dan. I think that's the only word I can really use as a best adjective to show what Gambit just did.
Just pure aggression at the right times, not allowing Kangana to breathe. As soon as there was any sort of real chip damage, Gambit were slowly but surely moving their way up, and then they weren't afraid to just shred. I think there was times where in any other game, Kangana probably get away, probably reset, but it was just that final bullet was always connecting to the head from Gambit. Fantastic aim from them.
Really, really good from them. As you say, some of the highlights once again, and it was all about the opening picks. Every single time it seemed to go to Gambit, to be honest with you, and with two teams of this quality, that's going to be the decisive move, to be honest with you. I talked about the Hardeki versus Graceful battle of the players who are trying to be those impact fraggers, those entry fraggers, if you like, for their teams. Well, one player who did extremely well, actually, in that round to get those opening picks was Leogri. Saw him a few times in the kill feed getting that first pick.
Yeah, I think you have a big responsibility when you're playing as a Pathfinder, because you can really engage on a fight that has been going on, or you can just jump on someone who's taken a considerable amount of damage. And I mean, that is one way to win map number 3, right? Not allowing Kangana to get any kills, so no confirmed kills. Yes, okay, they got knocks at times, but they didn't get any confirmed kills. A straight up sweep from Gambit Esports, which sends us into Gardens, which, you know, I've seen Kangana perform well on. Like, I know Kangana are very comfortable on Gardens, but it wasn't their pick. This was Gambit's pick.
It was indeed, and taking away a map from your opponent is certainly going to fill them with confidence, especially now that they are just one map away from closing out the series. So for Kangana, it's slightly worrying moments, and I'm just looking across the stats there. Graceful not having the impact, and I talked about the battle between Graceful and Hardeki, and you compare the damage done, 1,286 for Hardeki versus the 726 for Graceful. Probably the difference maker looking across the board.
I don't know how Gardens is going to go, though. I think if Gambit have got a game plan here, and if they know how to get into the face and heads of Kangana and kind of stop that strategic element that Kangana seem to have on most maps, then they could walk away with this and progress into the losers bracket final. But Kangana on Gardens have always looked comfortable because they know exactly how they want to play the game. Their Skynades have always been on point at the same time. When they do engage in those fights in the low ground, they also seem comfortable. But Gambit just look good on maps where they've played it in BR before. I think that's why they picked Hillside Outpost. I think that's why they've gone for Gardens as well. They've played it several times. I know it's not ranked usually, or at least it's not competitive, should I say, that we've seen this map Olympus, but we certainly have seen it a lot in the playlist, so they would have had a lot of time here in Gardens, just as I do. I quite like spending my time in Gardens as well. Fred the Gardener keeping everything nice and tidy. But this has been a very eventful losers bracket semi-final, as we should expect at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah, similar diet as well. You can see you've been spending a little bit of time in one of those little retreats. Bananas and wine. That's what Dan lives on. It's just a fact. It's how he survives.
Like a Kungana, I am.
Like a king. Yeah, it's Kungana. We're learning, everybody. We're learning, okay? I apologize to our European friends who maybe, don't get the accent. We try our best, okay? Like, we're very simple people, the English. It's kind of like our way or we panic, essentially. So we're trying our best. We'll work on Kungana, okay? The R isn't. It's not pronounced. I'm thinking out loud again, Dan. I'm thinking out loud because we're waiting for the game to start.
Yeah, stop panicking. You're panicking like an Englishman.
Panic, see what I mean?
Yeah, you don't really know what to do. I can save you. We can talk about Kungardens.
Oh no, Kungardens. Hey, if they win it, Dan, it could be Gamdens. Oh god.
No, we can rename it Kungardens if Kungarda win,
Kungardens
which they
is much
need
better.
to. They need to if they're gonna bring this series back. Otherwise, they're out of the tournament, right? That's their tournament over. Even though they'll walk away with a bit of prize money, finishing in 4th place, it's not going to be the chance to try and double it, if not triple it, getting all the way to the grand final and trying to win and become our victors. We already know that there is NCD waiting in the grand final for these teams who are competing in the lower bracket. They're going to wait a couple of hours, I would imagine, as we still got to play for the lower bracket as well. So a nice time to rest up. And I guess that's their reward for being in the winner's bracket, because there's no sort of reset in the best of 7 at the end. There's no sort of map advantage. It's just a straight best of 7 once we get to the grand final. So the advantage for the winning team is that they can rest, they can watch things, and they don't have to play that kind of grueling lower bracket process.
That's very, very true. In the meantime, we'll give a bit of a shout out to our sponsors who are helping us put on this amazing event. Shout out to GLL, the production team, and no carbs. No carbs, still marbs, as they used to say on The Only Way is Ethics, keeping me alive and awake and working my way through the games that are in front of us right now. But early on, Sky Nades, up to the heavens. Anyone want to catch it? No idea where that actually landed, but Graceful's going to be very low on HP here. But it doesn't matter because Maidol's going to get that first knock onto Leobi. There's a Sky Nade. There's another one as well, but just arcing a little bit too far away. Kungana do have this advantage for now.
Just looking up to the skies, watching the grenades, just hoping that no one is going to land on top of you. Here comes the push from Kungana now. Stuck with the door, the Q comes through. Nadilo has finished off Neogri elsewhere. And now Kungana have actually forced themselves into a room here. They still do have the player advantage, but they just need to be careful. And careful they are. Nadilo gets the knock onto Hardeki, one remaining player. There's the finish. And there's the complete wipe. No kills for Gambit as well. That's important when it comes to economy. Kungana will be in the advantage when it comes to that position. They can have more materials. They should be able to buy a couple of better weapons, or at least more resources to heal themselves up later in the round.
Why do I feel like this is going to map 5? Why do I feel like every single series is going to go the distance? Is it because everyone's really good, Mark? Probably that. That would be the answer.
Yeah, I think you said it perfect yourself.
You know?
Like, we've got the best
Get
team
that feeling, right?
the tournament, right?
Everyone's matching up really well.
I think the surprise for me, though, is that if Kungana win on Gambit's pick and Gambit win on Kungana's pick, like, you don't expect that to happen in most esports with map selections in like kind of arena game modes. Usually one team is dominant on one and then not so dominant on the other, but I think everyone knows how to play these maps for the most part. There isn't too much you can dive into strategy. There's usually just a few ways that you can play it, a few different styles. But Kungana looking to get aggressive here, looking to try and double up their lead in map number 4.
I do have the high ground. Trying to take some off angles as well, as Gambit once again are just kind of caught out scarpering a little bit, trying to escape. Caught down in this low room. If they can get one grenade in there, then they might do some damage. However, Graceful is going to be sliding in. That's going to be JMW and Mady getting the first kills, and that one was over almost before it started. Gambit just really didn't seem to know what the plan was there.
This must be close to record pace if Kungana win the 3rd round. I don't have my timer on, but it's up there. 3-0 on Gardens is very much close to happening right now if Gambit don't shake things up. I'm sure we'll see the zip line and the bounce pad purchased as both teams try and get to the high ground now in this round number 3. We have seen Gambit go 2-0 down already. It happened in Thermal Station, but then they managed to get one on the board afterwards, then to go on to lose 3-1, but then came back and won 2 maps on the bounce to take the lead. Whereas for Kungana, this is a huge round. If you win it, tie the series up, go to map number 5. If you lose it, suddenly you start to worry a little bit that maybe Gambit can come back into things.
Ghana really do have a chance, a massive chance. 2 map points here. Tie up the series. There's a zip line coming in from Gambit, so they'll have high ground, but they've got to avoid those sky nades, as we know, but doing a good job to actually spread themselves out a little bit and get some different angles, which is something that sometimes teams can be a little bit guilty of. You know, they all stack up on that height, the ultimate height, so to speak, and one decent sky nade and all of a sudden you're in trouble. So Gambit just trying to make sure that they're covering as many lines of sight as possible.
Making contact with enemy.
It's not the typical way you'd see Gardens played, especially on this circle, but Gambit do have more high ground. Hardeki trying to reposition to get an angle on Kungana, who are just hovering around the low side, waiting for their time to try and pounce and take advantage of any sort of damage. There is a lot of damage onto Hardeki. Can they single him out? Probably not going to be able to close that gap. They're just being watched from above. So Kungana having to just accept they're playing low ground right now, but they do have a bounce pad to work with.
You agree, retreating back to the ultimate high ground, trying to see if there's a flank coming in. He's managed to spot that one off. There is a nade indicator on his screen, but it's not going to do a huge amount of damage as he tries to bounce one off himself. But speaking of huge damage, Leogri will go down, and Kungana, who only need the 1 round here to close out the series, only have to deal with Hardeki. Easier said than done sometimes, but even he can't get this done. The Kungana are the champions. They will tie up the series at 2-2 here on Gardens.
I did think it was an interesting choice from Gambit. Kungana have always looked good on Gardens. Even in previous arena tournaments, they know how they want to play it, right? They played it enough times that they look very comfortable, and even with the low ground there, they still were able to get the victory. Gambit probably shouldn't have thrown that round away. High ground usually gives you the advantage, but it just seemed like they jumped in at the wrong time, and Kungana were more than happy to mop things up, which does send us to a map number 5, which is everything that this series deserved. We knew that there was always going to be the possibility of this happening, but Kungana were quite, well, graceful in particular when we had an interview with him yesterday. He was a bit hard on himself when they lost against Na'Vi in winners bracket round 1 in that best of 3. They said they threw it away and they should have won it, and they're going to come back and they're going to get to the finals, right? Well, if this was a best of 3, they would have lost again, but alas, it is not. It's a best of 5, and they've got their way to that map number 5, and now it's crunch time. They need to make sure they make up for those losses they had in the earlier stages.
Gambit needs to show something a little bit more. I feel like the closer range maps really aren't working in the favor of Gambit, where the aggression can be forced by the other teams. I think they're working a little bit better on the chip damage maps as we take a look at damage stats. Leogri not having the best of games, but it was a very quick one, so I can't really put too much in that. No kills to be reported either. No rounds going to Gambit, so no kills were confirmed for them to be put into those statistics. But now we go over to artillery, which is going to be Gambit's map pick. If I'm correct in remembering, is it? Pretty sure. Or is it Kungana's map pick?
This would be
Kungana's, isn't it?
map
Yeah,
pick,
so Kungana have a real opportunity.
Yeah, and this is a poke damage map, right? Especially if it's on the low side where you're just kind of fighting in those bunkers where you're shoulder peeking from side to side and just trying to do damage before then you fly and take the little bit of high ground there is on top of those bunkers. In the previous series we had today, we didn't see one on the high ground, one round on the high ground. It was all on the bunker side. It was all in the middle of the map. It was all in the onset side of the area. Presuming the onset side of the area is where you're going to go with here on artillery, but I don't know. Okay,
I was excited because we're going to artillery, right? And I've always wanted a call out named after myself, right? Because ego. And what I'm saying is what I previously called the storage spheres. See what I'm going? That's an onset now. That's the onset.
The big ball in the middle.
Exactly, because it looks like my head. So I'm going like, that's onset 1, onset 2, onset 3, onset 4. See what I mean? I've got 4. Top onset. It's a call out forever.
Oh, there we go. Well, I know what to shout to my random teammates in matchmaking now when I play arenas.
Exactly the same.
They're probably going to have no idea what I'm on about, but maybe we can get it to catch on. We'll see whether the plays around the onsets in this map is going to favor either Kungana or Gambit. If it does go high ground, then of course composition is going to come into things. Is there a team that plays the horizon, for example, so you can get that up and down element? But we did see in the previous series today when VSA lost, they went for horizon. They didn't get any of the high ground because the map didn't go that way any of the times. You'd imagine that it at least will surely once throughout this series. But Poor, difficult to call. I'm going to stick with my Kangana pick from earlier, though. I think that they are going to close it out here in map number 5.
Well, you know, you missed an opportunity here, by the way. You could have had 2 of those named the Gaskin.
Could I? Oh, what, if I had shaved my head?
If you followed through. You know, I'm just saying, if you followed through on your promise, then you could have had a map call out as well, but you don't deserve one. I'm sorry. You had the opportunity. It's going to be taken away from you. I wonder if we're going to see the broken wall side actually be played for a round.
Yeah,
Last time we were here, we didn't see it at all. So composition, excuse me, is very interesting actually here on artillery, because depending on like the zone RNG, right? What side you go to, it can either help you or hinder you.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that I just think that VSA went for that risk. They went for the Horizon. They didn't get it once. You'd expect them to at least get it one time, but both Gambit and Kangana, I feel, are quite stubborn with their composition pick. We knew that Kangana weren't going to change. Our interview with Graceful yesterday, he said, we're sticking with these legends. We know there's better legends for certain maps, but we don't want to change, and it seems like Gambit have a very similar idea.
Well, we're not going to go to the artillery wall just yet, as we'll see Gambit Esports with a setup around the bunker side, just to the right-hand side of the onsets. It's the thing, everyone. I'm sorry, it's going to be drilled home by the end of this. I mean, I'll just see poke damage battles occur between the 2 teams, so this is going to go on for a while until you start to see those shields be depleted and those resources being used up, as Graceful takes a fair bit of damage himself.
Has to queue out into the void. Needs a little bit of support, but I think he's got far enough back where there shouldn't be a push really coming from Gambit. But the poke damage is there. That's going to be a lot of resources used. 1 bat taken away, and I don't think there's going to be much more bats left to use on the side of Kangana. Just a couple of shield cells, perhaps. As I say that, Gambit, they're dishing out all the goodies. Bats and phoenixes to spread the love.
Will be Gambit are going to have to move a little bit further than what Kangana will in these next few moments. Grapples off the onset down towards these boxes. You're sick of it already, aren't you? I can tell.
Well, no, I've been sick of you for quite some time.
Come
so
on,
now
man.
I have to, I'm going to hear it. I just wish I had a call out. I'm not even allowed one, apparently.
No, it's your own fault.
Can I be called the ropes because I'm a little bit ropey and I don't go through with things?
No, because they're called ropes.
Well,
They've already got a name.
these have probably got a name as well, but you're really...
Yeah,
whatever.
the onsets.
Whatever.
Well, Graceful is going to have to pop what will be his final shield battery. And this really is a slow, methodical round for both these teams at the moment. And you can tell that this is a Game 5. It's got that Game 5 feel, even in this first round down.
Neither team wanted to make the mistake. Neither team wanted to be the aggressor just yet. Instead, just playing the ring. Letting the ring dictate the pace of how fast we're going to be playing. And Yuri hitting some shots with the Mozambique. It's 50 tag, has to turn to the right. Artico's taking damage. Gambit very much on the back foot, and Graceful gets the first knock.
Graceful versus Hardeki. Graceful comes out on top. JMW only got a shield cell to work with. Got the Mozambique. No, he can't get the knock. And now Graceful has to come in and try and capitalize on the damage alongside his teammate. They will do it. Kangana, from what was a slow burner of a round, managed to get that first one on the board.
Yeah, but as soon as they noticed that enough damage onto Gambit, they pushed in. They were all very low, but again, this comes down to your targeting, right? Making sure you're prioritizing which legends you want to take down first. Sometimes getting rid of the Wraith is good because then they can't queue out. Or sometimes you might want to take down, I don't know, a Pathfinder because then they can't zip out of dodge. Like, there's all these different considerations you have to have as a team. There has to be a very firm plan in place, and when you are playing against another composition identical to yours, then you're going to get an idea of who is the most important person to take out of the game first, especially when it's 3 very aggressive legends as well. 3 legends that can get in and out of fights. Kangana go 1-0 up, and they regain the advantage in this series after being down 2-1. It's now 2-2, but they're 1-0 up in the map.
Well, back to the bunker side once more. We are not seeing the artillery wall have any kind of impact on the game.
Someone's out there. They're far.
As now we'll see Gambit Esports trying to tie things up. You can see a little bit more aggression maybe coming in from Kangana here. Now they have that round on the board. Maybe more willing to take a few more risks as we get a look at Madelol. Just playing on the onset railing here. So sorry, everyone.
He's not. He's loving every second.
I regret nothing.
Taking some damage, and I think that Kingana are happy to be a little bit more aggressive here, is because with the economic advantage they have from round 1, they should have a slight advantage when it comes to the amount of resources they have, especially if they were able to pick up one of the pills at the same time. But Leogri has just done a considerable amount of damage there onto one of the Kingana members, and Artico has found himself a little rampage. No thermite to be able to charge it up, but still can do some damage.
Enemy over there.
Let's see if Rampage can have as much impact as CM Punk's debut the other day on Rampage. This time it won't, because Hardeki gets that first knock onto Maidilov. 76 as well. Big shots coming out now from Leogri as he cracks some more shields. And an opportunity here for Gambit to really tie things up, but that was a very, very vital first pick. Here comes Aiko, though. He's trying to fly in. He has to swap over to the Rampage. Doesn't hit the shots, but his teammate Leogri is there to cover him for now, and this will be Gambit getting on the board. 1-1 now in our game 5.
Really shows the importance of Pathfinder there. Gambit spotted there was one player just caught out on his own. The Octane trying to dash away, Stim injected inside, but he zipped onto the other side just to cut off the path and ensure they got the first knock. Meant that Kingana were down 2 versus 3. And Kingana have to be a little bit careful. It's all well and good trying to take that angle, trying to get the flank on so that you can do some damage, but if you do get spotted, you need to be getting out of dodge fast, or you need to have a plan B. You need to be doing as much damage as possible, but if you are just turning and running and not doing any damage, that is going to be a free kill for the most part.
Shout out to Vifes in the chat, by the way. Alliance's Vifes just confirmed that he's going to start calling it the onset as well. So, catching on. It's catching on. Just saying.
But is it? Because
it's catching on.
Because of it being named after your bald head, is that not, a bad thing? Would you not rather have something
I'm proud of
named after your big muscles?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Try and flirt with me. Well, Gambit doing such a good job to tie things up, and this time we are going to see the bunker side play once again. I want to check out the algorithm and what is going on with it at the moment. Actually, probably best that you do that, as you, the man with the mathematical knowledge, but really aren't seeing that artillery wall once again being involved whatsoever. So verticality not too important. 38 spray from Artico with this flatline. No significant damage from either team so far.
Oh look, someone wandered into
Gambit being patient. This really has been a very different game of arenas than what we've seen previously today. Lack of aggression at the start of rounds. A gentleman's agreement that it's just going to kind of be a poke off. Maybe it is just respect, knowing that if you push, you just run the risk of getting absolutely destroyed by your opposition, because there are some absolute aim stars on both sides. Leogri trying to do damage with the wingman. Package will have dropped now, but it's a risk to go for it. No Gibby bubble to protect you. Hardeki's taking a lot of damage, so Kingana can push up here.
Oh, there's an opportunity there for Maidilov to hit some big damage with the player not looking at him, but just couldn't land those wingman shots. Speaking of landing shots, here's JMW. He will be doing exactly that. Gets that first knock onto Hardeki. Graceful will get the second. And all of a sudden, you can click your fingers because it's going to be over. JMW doesn't manage to get the knock, doesn't manage to get the finish, but you would imagine his two teammates won't let this one finish, although Maidie's really struggling in this round to hit some wingman shots.
Gotta make sure you push as a 2 here. Get the job done. Kingana, match point. Series point as well. It all comes down to this. If Gambit are able to equalize, then we could go all the way, and of course we have to get to 4 rounds, and then potentially we might even go all the way to 9, which, with the way this series has gone, would not surprise me. But Kingana might be looking at this now as the real opportunity to cut things off before it gets a little bit too awkward. Stop that bleeding. Don't allow Gambit back into the series. Allow them back into the map. And their success has been when the flanks have come through, right? Where one player from a distance has done the damage, and then the flanker has pushed in, been able to get the knock, and get that player advantage. So much about arenas has all come down to player advantage. And finally, on set, we get this side of artillery. It's taken, what, 8 rounds? And we finally got one.
Hey, I tell you what, you can call this side of the map the Gaskin side. Do you know why?
Why?
Because it's broken like your promises. Kingana, 1 round away. As Dan weeps into his hands. Kingana looking to make Gambit cry as well. And they will look to knock them out of this tournament. Mady Lowell this time taking a little bit of an off angle. And this is something we used to see in Graceful do, Dan, but it looks like Mady's trying to make it even more difficult here for Gambit to move anywhere apart from up on this high ground.
Production told me I'm not allowed to get someone else to cast in with me, so I have to stay with you. But here we are on the Gaskin side of the map, but actually it's got a nice ring to it, hasn't it? I'll take it. I don't even care of the reasoning. Kagana are at a distance, except Graceful is just here, waiting, lurking, wants to bounce, and there's someone right there next to him, the Octane. You can see the outlines. Has he been heard? There's a little bit of a spot. Can he actually do some damage here? There's railings in the way. Only about 60 damage done. Is it enough?
Doesn't look like it. Graceful's going to have to retreat, but his teammates are moving up towards him now. Mady's kind of pinching here, and it's going to be an interesting moment where the players from Kungana try and collapse. Two players might actually send it onto JMW. He's going to retreat now and use this audio key from the zip line. Maybe think, or maybe try and fool the Gambit players that he's actually retreated all the way. But I'll tell you what, he's got some grenades to worry about here. Graceful down to the low ground. JMW's got to hold the line. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out with his life. He's not. Artico with the first knock.
Yeah, just I think a little bit too slow there. Thought he might be able to just hide behind the wall and not get spotted. There's the bait of the res. Is it going to be enough to force a drop? No, it's going to be enough to force a grenade, though. Now comes the drop. Graceful will try his best with the flat line, but there's three players collapsing on him. Mady Lowell with some grenades has to go massive here, otherwise we're going to tie things up.
And that's going to be it. Gambit tie things up 2-2 from what looked like a Kungana victory parade towards the next round of our lower bracket. Now Gambit say, hey, we've still got 2 maps to our name as well. And with a couple of rounds here, we could be moving forward and sending Kungana out. This has been a really intense series between the two.
I want to know what Gambit heard when Graceful was just there, lurking, waiting, and hoping to just get a free pick. Artico was right around the corner, and it almost looked like it was going to be a guaranteed kill for Graceful. But then suddenly Artico turned and looked towards where Graceful was. I don't know whether he heard the character breathing, moving, whether it was just some movement elsewhere on the map that made him look that way. But anyway, he dashed back down the stairs. Graceful tried to respond by following, but didn't really get the jump. Could have been an entirely different round if he had have done. It means we go now to a first to 4 here at least in this tiebreaker in map number 5. The last map, because it is a best of 5. This is the losers bracket semi-finals. Winner goes into the losers bracket finals. VSA are there waiting, and NTD are in the grand finals to await whoever progresses from the lower bracket.
And this time we're going to see the broken side involved in our circle once again. Graceful's taken the high ground. Gambit seem to have played the complete opposite side of the map here. So height is controlled by Kungana. Or Kungana, sorry, I keep getting it wrong. Our Nordic followers and Nordic viewers. And the zone's starting to close, and you can really feel, Dan, how important this round is now for both these teams.
Yeah, try and give you that advantage. Try and give you that chance to put yourself onto series point. Make your opponents squirm a little bit, knowing that they can't afford to lose the next round. But Gambit did well, considering they were in that exact position in the round prior. Kagana have decent high ground to work with here. They're worried that someone's behind them, I think. Very much checking all angles. JMW separating himself from the rest of the team to try and do some work with the 30-30 repeater here. Now Gambit will be fully aware of that. So JMW has to be kind of careful that he doesn't leave himself too vulnerable to a potential push. And you can see Gambit are making their way around just so they can try and get an angle on him.
Yeah, JMW is going to have to be very, very careful here. He's going to be the player that Gambit are trying to focus. Mady's in position to maybe give him a little bit of support here, but not hitting those shots is going to deny that line of sight for just a few seconds, which might leave JMW once again having to fend for himself. And here comes the push now from Gambit. You can see there's grenade indicator on his screen. He's also going to have numerous members in front of him. There's another grenade, there's a third, there's a fourth, there's all sorts of grenades. And to be honest with you here, Dan, JMW's done a great job of just surviving for now as Graceful beams with that flatline once more.
There's only one player left up top, and actually all 3 players of Gambit are stuck in a really difficult position where a lot of them have taken damage. So here comes the push through. Graceful has to shred, but Hardeki wins the first engagement.
Really, really important from Hardeki. Vital. JMW going to fly in as well. Another vital 1v1 going down. And it will be JMW who wins it. Mady Lowell now trying to move in. It's a 2v1 for him to try and clean up. It doesn't look like it's going to be able to happen, though, because 2 players fly, 1 round the Jeep and 1 above it. And it will be Gambit now. On to series point. And what a comeback it's been from them.
Well, this could be Kangana kicking themselves a little bit. Graceful saying how they threw away some rounds, some maps yesterday when they played against Na'Vi in Winners Bracket round 1, and they had the chance at series point. It was taken away from them by Gambit. Gambit get their own chance now, and I wonder how Gambit are going to play this one, because they've played it very slow. They haven't been too aggressive. They've kind of played the waiting game like Kangana have been doing so. This could be the time, you know, where you just suddenly bust out a little bit of aggression, just run at the other team, catch them off guard, because I don't think either team would expect it at this point, because they've both been playing so slow.
It all comes down to this for Gambit. 1 round, 1 knock. Kangana on the back foot for what almost feels like the first time in the series. They've been a couple of maps where you felt like
Enemy over there.
Gambit have had the better of them, so to speak. But this one's been really tight. And the fact that they were on series point themselves and then kind of let that slip through the fingers, and now the pressure will be on them, especially with the reputation they put on their own shoulders with that win in the most recent Arenas tournament. Gambit really would be potential favorites moving through if they do manage to take down Kangana here.
Hey, amigos.
And once again, that slow pace down, room to breathe for players, but also room for someone to make that big play.
Player on onset 2, just head glitching at the moment, but Artico...
We call it 0-2, by the way.
0-2 is what we're going with. 0-1 to 4, okay. Alternator is going to be in the hands of Artico now. Gambit getting that care package. You could argue this is advantage Gambit. This is their chance to try and take this series. This is their chance to try and progress into the losers bracket final, where they would have their rematch against VSA. VSA who slapped them down to the lower bracket, may I add. I'm sure they'd love a chance at revenge.
The crazy thing here is Artico and Gambit, I was going to say, can afford to let this one get close range now with that alternator in their possession, because that thing is just going to shred through shields. If your 2 teammates can get any sort of damage down at the same time, it's almost going to be an insta-knock for them. So don't be surprised to see Gambit actually kind of huddle up here and try and play around that alternator to see if they can get a pick. Artico now going to slide out towards his teammate. There's going to be the drill coming in from the alternator again, but Artico just being focused here so well by Kangana.
Yeah, Kangana have the map advantage at the moment. They've forced Gambit into a really tough position, but Gambit are doing well to fight back to try and regain some positioning. Artico getting low. Alternator in hand, and now he can go for the surprise. The first knock, though, goes in favour of Graceful. You've got to get responsive if you're Artico, but he's not able to just yet. Looks like he's probably going to fall, which he will. Graceful gets the second. Gambit are going to go down. Kangana should take this round as long as they can close out the final kill. It should be simple, but I have seen a 1v3 already in this tournament. Not going to happen now, though. 3-3 going all the way.
We really are going the distance here, everybody watching. There's Gambit. They seem to have the advantages with weaponry and with positioning initially, but Kangana just constant harassing damage coming in from distance made everybody sit up and take notice. And now we go to the same situation. We're all tied up. One team has to get ahead by 2, or we go to that tiebreaker round if we can't get it done in the next 2.
Just the confidence from Kangana there, from Graceful. Graceful was playing very kind of apart from his team, just crouching around corners. He was trying to be that entry fragger, trying to do that damage early. If he had got caught out, if he had got spotted, that was the series done. That was their tournament over. I think that says a lot about Kangana. There's a lot about how they think they should be playing and how far they should, how far they think they should be progressing in this tournament. They know that they have the capabilities to win tournaments like this. They want another stab at that grand final. Take down the likes of VSA, take down the likes of NCD waiting in the final.
Oh. It's an onset nade. You know, I'm happy to, you know, self-deprecate as well. You can see he's throwing against that railing, almost killing himself. Look good, though, which is 90% of my Apex gameplay. Doesn't matter how it turns out, as long as it looks good.
You like the flashy plays?
Exactly.
The montage clips.
I'm a YouTube player.
In your montage, it shows the first kill you get, but it doesn't show the 2 other players then beaming you and your whole team dying afterwards.
Onset goals, skills and assists compilation 2021. That's what you got to look forward to. Well, here's Graceful on that low ground, trying to see if he can work some sort of opening here for Kungana. But at the moment, it's just been both teams, once again, a similar pattern of play to what we saw in the previous round or so. You can really feel the importance here and the edginess of these rounds, Dan. Nobody wants to show, nobody wants to give any opportunity, but also nobody really feels like they want to make a play here.
I like this positioning from both Mady and Graceful, though. Not playing the high ground, very much playing the low ground, trying to take the high ground away from Gambit by just constantly forcing them back. But that does leave JMW on his own. He's getting naded from the high heavens at the moment, but still is being able to hold his position. Very important that he does so. Keep this area of the map, force the rest of Gambit down low, and then you can allow your teammates to crawl up and join you.
Having to escape now, as you heard the audio cues from below. He knew two players were on the staircase trying to isolate him. Decided to drop down low. Hardeki's going to look to make a play as well, but it's going to be JMW with that longbow who makes the difference here for Kungana. Graceful now, trying to isolate this player who's in all sorts of trouble. Can he hit the shots to get the knock, though? Somehow the Pathfinder stays alive.
Just about stays alive, should be able to reset. The grenade comes in as well just to keep Kungana at bay for now, but they do have the 3 versus 2 advantage, and they know where the final 2 players are. It should surely be a matter of time. And actually Graceful says, you know what, it's time to go. Dives down onto the Octane, doesn't quite get the knock, but the teammates are there to ensure that the knock comes through. Both knocks do. The round goes in favor of Kungana. They put themselves onto match point again. It looked like they were down, it looked like they were out, and they were going to give it away to Gambit, but now 1 round away, continuing this tournament.
Awesome stuff from Kungana. Once again, holding off Gambit Esports. Their backs were against the wall, but now they've got 1 foot in the next round. Gambit, can you find that resolute mentality that's brought you through to this point? Or will this be the final round? Kungana with a chance to take home the series now.
Surely they have to take advantage of this now, because they've had so many kind of map points, series points to work with. They just haven't been able to close it out. And you'd imagine with a team with this much experience in arenas, right, and with this much confidence, like, surely they deserve to go on. But Gambit, every time you think that they're gonna lose, they just pull out something a little bit magical, and that's what Gambit has always been about, even in battle royales. Like, the clutch ability that this team seems to offer has transitioned into arenas as well.
He's gonna be the playmaker, though. Skynade coming in. Those ones being thrown up. There's a little bit of a prayer. And prayer's not answered this time as Kungana now. JMW going for a little bit of a cheeky flank here. Look, making no audio cue whatsoever. Just walking, tiptoeing. Scuttling his way around the outside. As Graceful is going to be playing back. Maybe this is a little bit of a change of strategy actually coming in from Kungana, where Graceful thought, hey, I'm getting called out a little bit here. I'm going to let one of my teammates actually take up that flanking role.
This is ever since Thermal Station. JMW's been flanking and Graceful's been playing more of a direct kind of challenging role of poke damage. And maybe that's because they feel, rather than just kind of queuing out and only going a short distance, actually with the Pathfinder Zip, you can travel so far. Yes, you're more vulnerable, but you can get back to your teammates a little bit quicker. Graceful just hovering as well at the moment, looking to see whether he can get into position to do some damage. Spot someone on 04.
It's 01.
Can't check, no.
I'm joking. Here comes the push though. Graceful. Oh, he's going to run into a player. It's a close range battle that Artico is going to win. I'm pretty sure there's a turbocharger on that Havoc. JMW will answer back though. 2v2 on the map.
Being slowed down, JMW has got a player to his right and a player to his left. As soon as he shoots here, he's going to give away his position. Instead, he's just going to dive on. Maybe the race player is unaware and the shredding comes through. And now it's a 2 versus 1.
A massive play coming in from JMW on the Pathfinder. Grappling away, knowing he could get damage done and probably being able to escape by isolating that player before he got taken down. And that play for JMW secures the round, secures the series, and will secure Kungana into the next rounds. Commiserations to Gambit, though. A hell of a performance, Dan, and a hell of a series.
I mean, Gambit gave us everything there, and they were so close. I mean, they were on series point a couple of times as well. They could have quite easily been the team transitioning through, but in the end, Kungana just clutched up when they need to. They had the kind of confidence to take a couple of risks here or there in the rounds where they were down. In particular, Graceful was kind of crouching around corners, putting himself in in dangerous zones, knowing that he could at least win the round if he did some damage. And then the same from JMW at the end there. Wow, a really well played series by both teams. It's a shame to see either of them eliminated, but it's Kangana who move on. They set up a match with VSA in the losers bracket final.
Very, very impressive stuff from Kangana. As again, I just want to reiterate, Gambit, a great run from you in that lower bracket, really showing that they're starting to find that form. This was one of the rounds that I thought maybe could have gone the way of Gambit, but you have to maybe give credit to the way that Kangana played it as well. The alternator didn't have the impact that maybe Gambit were hoping for, but it's the final play that I think is probably the play of the series, Dan. The grapple from JMW, knowing there was a player to his right and recognizing that he could get damage down and escape before he got taken down to create a 2v1. That kind of game sense is difficult to teach.
Yeah, knowing full well where his teammate is and just probably making the communication that as long as his teammate pushed with him, they should be able to do enough to win the round there. Going back to the alternator, it's all well and good having an alternator, but when Graceful's got a flatline, you know, a flatline is just as good as an alternator when it's in Graceful's hands. He just doesn't seem to miss, doing some incredible damage. Really was the key to victory at times, but the same could be said for both JMW and Madylol, doing equal amounts with all three of these players, and they are very deserved of their position in the losers bracket final. As you say, Gambit, I mean, I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of them as ALGS Season 2 does approach, and I'm excited to see what they do in the next season. But for now, this is the end of their road in the arenas summer here at GLL, but Kangana carried on.
Very, very impressive. Kangana will look to defend the throne almost, it feels like, at the moment when it comes to arenas. And that was the play I was talking about. JMW getting a huge amount of damage done, helping out a teammate, and then being able to turn and burn the final player alive. And I talked about JMW, well, every single player, to be honest with you, on Kangana, putting up over 2k damage. Very impressive from them. But as I say, damage is one thing. The result is the more important one, as they will take home the series in Game 5, 3-2.
It's also the assists as well. It just shows that the team shot was on point from Kangana. They were making sure that they were really focusing the legends correctly, prioritizing very effectively, and that's really the main reason why they're moving through. They just won more team fights. The strategy was there. At times they looked a little bit lackluster. There are certainly weaknesses that I'm sure VSA will look to expose in the losers bracket final, but they'll be delighted that they do progress to top 3, and they guarantee themselves a little bit more prize money.
All right, well, that is that series done and dusted. Congratulations to Kangana. They will move through. Time for us to go for a break, though, Dan, and catch our breath once more. In the meantime, don't forget to head over to gloot.com and sign up for a free account so you can start competing and tracking all of your stats in Apex Legends. When we get back, plenty more Apex Legends arenas coming your way here at GLL Summer Arenas. Welcome back once again, everybody, to the GLL Arena Summer. What a series we've just had, Dan. A lot of fun. I've seen you've just taken a few seconds to make yourself a nice brew, which is, I've got to be honest with you, it looks like a lovely color, good amount of milk in there, very well brewed, and another team who are going to be feeling very, very good at the moment, almost looking as good as that brew, is going to be Kangana after that win. And we have Graceful joining us. The interview will be brought to you by HyperX Quadcast. Here he is. Oh, dude, that is an awesome t-shirt, by the way. Show that to the people at home.
I love it. It's actually a couple t-shirts. So my fiance has the other one where she's pulling the tail.
Oh, there we go. I mean, I love it. I love it. A great performance from you guys once again in the lower bracket. A real battle though between you and Gambit. It was it felt like a war of attrition, that series.
We threw a little bit once again, but outside of our throwing, definitely they brought the heat. Like, it's funny because every team is so different, right? Some teams we have to play slow against. Some teams, Gambit as an example, we have to play fast against. And it's just about adapting on the spot, really. The first map was really easy, but after that, we just lost our footing because their firepower started taking over, essentially. I mean, and then we just adapted.
If you think that was playing fast and that was against Gambit, I mean, VSA are going to probably make you up the ante a little bit more. I don't know if you've seen how quickly they've been playing, but do you have you been watching the broadcast? Like, do you know how quickly VSA have been playing?
I just want to tell you one thing: is me and Jay duo queued arena ranked before, and we 2v3 them, and we won them with a random.
All right.
So I'm just saying that if we can 2v3 them, then we can probably 3v3 them. And if not, hey, GG's, they won. That's it.
And if not, then you need to get that guy who you played with in arenas and get him on the team.
Yeah, then we're cutting in May.
Exactly.
I'm not just saying it. I'm not putting out ideas. I'll tell you what, I keep stirring the pot on the broadcast recently. This is really fun to do.
Yeah, I like that.
Talk to me about what maps you're struggling with at the moment. I know, actually, do you know what? Actually, hold back on that, because there's been a few maps where we've seen teams struggle a little bit throughout the series. But I wanted to talk to you, and the reason that I asked that question is because you seem very consistent across most of the maps. It doesn't really seem to be a weak point. Is that just a practice thing? Even Hillside Outpost, which we haven't seen a huge amount of, in arenas competitive. How are you finding that as a map?
Okay, so that map is ass. That map is
Tell
ass
us how
because
you
it's
really feel. Tell us
because
how you really
it's not the same distance to the houses. Some houses are way more OP. Like the round we lost on, the roof side for them is way stronger than our roof side. But we get tower faster, so it's dependent on zone and side, and it's really stupid. Like really stupid. It's the same as like the dome one isn't in the map pool, I think, but that one, as an example, has silos on one side. And the zone is on the silos, and it's like, that's just one of the really bad maps. But overall, we're very consistent. We just usually struggle with specific zones. It's not necessarily a map, but a specific zone doesn't enable us to play where we want to play, essentially, and that just slows us down a little bit.
Yeah, you guys have looked. I mean, I was surprised when you dropped from the winners bracket against Navi, but you said you threw games. You're saying now you throw. Well, what is it that? What do you think is going wrong? Why? How are you throwing? Is it just missed shots? Is it bad positioning? Is it bad communication? What is
it's
it?
always communication. Okay. It could be a simple thing as like I'm dropping and I don't tell Jay I'm dropping, then he dies, right? It could be I did a big amount of damage, but they're not in position to join up on it. Maybe I don't call it fast enough. Maybe I do call it fast enough, but they're not in spot. Like it's just normally speaking, it's just communication, really. But that's what we're like. Honestly, we're probably one of the strongest teams in the world on communication, which is weird when we're saying that's our weak point here. But the fighting in BR and arena is so different. So we're essentially just like any day one team practicing arena. So that's why we just have so much to learn.
Off the back of that, I wanted to ask you just to give a little bit of advice maybe to some players who are watching right now and play a lot of arenas and want to know what one tip would you give to them to take their game to the next level in arenas?
Awareness, awareness/information. You have to have awareness and know what you're fighting. Are you fighting it's not normally a 3v3. 9 out of 10 times it's a 1v1, a 2v2, or like sometimes it's a 3v3 if a down happens and a bubble goes down. But 90% of the time you have to know which character is where on the map so you can make a play. Because if you always keep looking and you never make a play, eventually they're gonna take 90% of the map. That happened to us on Overflow as an example. Hardeki took essentially 70% of the map and we just bunker up in a corner. Eventually he gets to our side and now they have crossfire. So what you need to do is you need to keep your eyes open, keep looking, ask your teammates, do you see this character? Oh, I only know where 2 of them are. Where's the third? He's unknown. Is he on our side, on their side? And you have to flush them out. And once you get your space to play, everything just smoothly opens up opportunities for all of you. One gets a crossfire, one gets a good nade, etc.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us again, Graceful. We know you've got some more business to attend to, so we'll let you get back to that. But great to hear from you. Congratulations. Hopefully you can keep the run going.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me again. Bye.
Awesome. Such a great person. Love having him on the show. Graceful. Warms my heart, Dan. Like a cup of tea is warming your stomach, I'm sure.
It's so good. I want to just keep drinking it, but I'm going to have to wait until we're off camera and then I can take cheeky sips whilst you're talking. See, there we go. See, you're not talking. You get a cheeky sip and get some caffeine and very clever. I love an interview with Graceful because I think it's very honest. I didn't realize I was allowed to say the word ass on broadcast, so there's my one. I'm just going to throw it in there because he did, because I feel like I should get one. But I agree with him. That's exactly the same reasons I gave to you earlier. Competitively, it's not fair depending on which side you spawn. Similarly to Dome, as he said, similarly to Gardens at times like that as well. So I prefer something that is a bit more symmetrical. But it's going to be, VSA now their next challenge. VSA, who have been very aggressive. He was saying how they had to play fast when they went up against Gambit Esports, but they're definitely going to have to play a little bit faster, I feel, if VSA play the way they did earlier on in the tournament.
So it's going to be VSA versus Kungana in our next map, and I will say it right this time because I got it wrong again. Kungana. It's a fast. I will get it right. Don't worry. And they will. The winner of this game will have the opportunity to go up against NCD in our grand finals. We'll be extending the series to a best of 7. Dan, who do you think is going to take this one home? VSA? Kungana? Are you staying with Kungana as your pick to kind of make this lower bracket run?
Yeah, I think I'll stick with Kungana. I think that generally They have more experience across everything, not just in-game, not arenas, not just Apex, but tournaments in general. Like, they've been to that latter stage. They shouldn't crumble under the pressure, even though that Graceful keeps saying they're throwing. At some point, surely they have to stop throwing rounds. But VSA do have that something, right? Their aim is ridiculous. They did look completely dominant when we witnessed them in winners bracket round 3, but a little bit shy of what they did against NCD. So maybe if they play like they did against NCD, they might fall short here. But if we see the VSA that took down Gambit, perhaps there'll be, a rematch in that grand final versus NCD.
Well, it's certainly going to be an interesting matchup as we now focus in on VSA versus Kangana. I think you asked some really good questions there to Graceful about the pace at which this series is going to be played. I think it's going to be it's something which they're going to have to adapt to once more. They said each team plays differently. They have to adjust their play style to it. And VSA have been nothing but aggression, to be honest with you, Dan. We've seen them kind of run their way through the bracket. NCD were the only team who managed to sort of slow them down ever so slightly, and it was to their detriment, although that series still went all the way.
Yeah, they slowed them down slightly, but it wasn't even by much. NCD just kind of took a step backwards, and it didn't work for some rounds, but then it started to just go into their favor as VSA, I feel, got a little bit frustrated with that. They were just trying to play that aggressive style. They were trying to jump on NCD, and it wasn't really going their way. They were losing those fights, but a lot of it came down to a few missed shots. And I think as long as they're hitting their shots, then the aggression is going to pay off. And Kangana need to be well aware of that. They need to be aware that they could be jump padded on at any point. They could be zip lined on at any point. They could be kind of Pathfinder grappled on. You've got to be paying attention. And Graceful said it perfectly. When you're playing a map, you need to have your eyes on every single direction. Look for those flanks. Look who's pushing where, who's controlling the map, and not give too much map to your opponent. Otherwise, the crossfire comes through.
Yeah, one thing that I just want to kind of highlight as well is Kangana's adaptability. When I talk about adaptability, I want to kind of focus on something else they were doing in that last series against Gambit. We've talked about how they can adjust the speed at which they play, but responsibility was shared out. A lot of the time we've been talking about, Graceful being the impact player who tries to make that opening play, who tries to get damage down, get out. But they switched it up a little bit, and I just wonder if that's because Gambit were trying to call out Graceful on what he tried to do, and they gave that responsibility over to JMW, which then kind of poses two questions, right, for a team. Who are we looking out for? Who is that player who is going to be making those wide flanks?
I think it was for a couple of reasons. I think it was because Graceful had been spotted out a few times, and as I've mentioned before, you notice patterns in people's play, and once you're out of ideas, let's change it up a little bit. But also the amount of damage he was able to do with the flatline. As he mentioned, a lot of times it's 1v1s or 2v2s. If that flatline is in the 2v2 environment, that 2v2 can become a 1v2 very quickly by just absolutely beaming a person across the map. And JMW has the ability to exit as the Pathfinder, because the Pathfinder can just kind of zip away, grapple, get into position, and ensure that he can get back to the team quickly.
Well, let's have a look at the map picks then. Dan, you said that you were going to put me on the spot this time. I'm happy to do it. You're 0 from 10, so I can't fail.
Yeah, your turn. What's map number 1 going to be?
VSA is going to be Overflow.
Thermal Station.
Oh, it's so close, though.
It was
close,
so close, but it's
so
not close enough. And 0 from 1. Kangana, though, will pick map number 2, so surely you'll get this one, right?
I'm going to go with Gardens.
Gardens is the pick for Kangana. Will it be Gardens? It's Overflow.
Okay.
That's the one that hurts. When you predict it first and it comes second. VSA, they will pick map number 3, so go on. Show us how it's done.
I'm going to go Hillside Outpost. I'm going to go a little bit off keel here. I'm going to go a little bit crazy.
This is a surprise. It's going to be Phase Runner, so 0 from 3. Kangana, though, maybe you can make up for it here with map.
Let's go Party Crasher.
Party Crasher for Kangana. Is it going to be? No, it's going to be Garden, so a chance to save yourself.
I'm going to go Party Crasher again. VSA, Party Crasher Game 5. It's Hillside Outpost. He's 0 from 5.
It's
and
frustrating,
somehow
isn't it?
Still doing better than you are.
Yeah, well, I mean, are you when we both got 0? we both are equally as bad, I feel, at this point. But right, let's talk about these maps then. So Thermal to start things off for VSA. I think that's going to be an interesting one. Kangana have looked good on Thermal Station, so that's going to be a bit of a scrap. Another close range map in Overflow where this could benefit VSA, even though Kangana have picked it. Phase Runner then is a little bit of a larger map where you're going to get a little bit more poke damage. That should tailor towards Kangana's style of play. And then VSA have looked disgusting on Gardens, but so have Kangana. So that is another one that could go right down to the wire. And then Hillside Outpost, I mean, I'm surprised that we're seeing it, and I think that's going to frustrate Kangana a little bit, especially hearing how Graceful doesn't really like the map, but they're going to have to play it if they get to that map number 5.
I'll tell you what, Dan, I know I'm 0 from 5, but if we get to the final, I will redeem myself, okay? I'll at least get one right. Is that okay?
Are you guaranteed to get one right? Because it's a best of 7, and that's all 7.
All right, we can go first 5 maps if you want.
All right, okay. Yeah,
or I have to get 2 of 7 right. It's your choice.
2 of 7.
If I win, you shave your head.
I'm not agreeing to that.
We won't put that.
We'll give you another chance, though, in the final. Right. We'll see if you can make up for it. But Thermal Station is going to be map number 1.
I'm ready. Send me in.
VSA, right, have looked amazing on Thermal Station at times, right? Because they like to get aggressive, they like to get in the face of their opponents. But Kangana have also wiped the floor with people on this map. So this is a difficult one to call. I feel like Graceful could be caught out. Same with JMW if they try and play the flanking game here on Thermal, try and play someone on the edge, because VSA very much like to push one individual. Regardless of whether that individual is taking any damage, by the way, if they see someone on their own, they're there. They're in your face. It doesn't always work, but when it does work, they get the player advantage, and usually they win the round.
Well, I think I think map 1 is very important in this series. I feel like we're getting to that stage as well. We talked about this a little bit earlier, right, where we were saying some of the less experienced teams, when they get to these crunch matches, tournament life on the line, 1 game away from grand finals, and also 1 game away from, a lot more money as well going into the back pocket. We wonder if they could deal with that pressure. And VSA yesterday, we interviewed Slayers. I think it was yesterday. Apologies if that's incorrect. I'm 99% sure it was Slayers, but he just seems so confident and cool and calm about the whole thing that I don't know if it's going to affect them as much, but I think we'll find out the result of that and the answer to that after we've had our first map here. If Kangana take this now and put the pressure really strongly on the shoulders of their opponent, I feel like the series could be done inside 4 games, maybe not even going all the way to 5.
Yeah, I think you really have to take the confidence out of VSA here. I'm not saying body disrespect and all of that. You don't need to go for any of that. Well, I mean, I'm fine with seeing it, but I'm saying
finishes,
you don't
cancel finishes, everything.
No, you don't need to. You don't need to. I don't mind seeing it, but you don't need to. I think that just winning the maps early will be enough to take the confidence out of VSA. This is high pressure situation now, right? You're in the last 3. This is your chance to get to the grand final, guarantee yourself a few grand by doing so. Whereas if you drop out here, then it's a disappointment because you've come from the winners bracket. It's not so great if you drop out of the winners bracket and then the losers bracket final. You'd be expected to go back to that grand final. So the pressure technically is on VSA. Whereas Kangana, they might feel like they've got nothing to lose after the run they've had. They dropped into the losers bracket after winners bracket round 1. They have been on quite the run through this lower bracket.
They certainly have. And this map is going to be very, very important for both teams for numerous reasons that we've gone through now. And hopefully we get into it pretty soon. We do have this little bit of a delay where the map picks gets done and all the players get into the lobby. Everyone makes themselves comfortable, get through that buy phase, and then we end up right here, which is into our first round here on Thermal Station. VSA, we're going to start off with their point of view, and as I catch my words, one player is catching a bullet to his dome as 76 is going to be hitting hard from the wingman.
We've seen the Gibby on Slayers. Can't quite see the composition on Kangana just yet, but we've seen how influential Gibraltar can be on Thermal Station. However, Kangana not going to go for the Gibraltar. They are, of course, sticking with their comp and not changing for any map, it would seem. Madylol just having a little bounce around the map, and Graceful has been spotted out here. I don't know whether that was grenade damage or whether it's just rifle damage, but he certainly is very low, having to bat up. And they're spread quite thin, Kangana, and that's always a scary thing when you're going up against VSA, a team who does like to dive.
Tell you what, you heard Graceful talking about awareness, and JMW's awareness there was so good. Graceful's also going to have to bail here. He's going to have to jump into the void just to give himself a few seconds, but it's just a few seconds until the inevitable knocks at the door. And now it will be a 2v3 in the favor here of VSA.
And surely they don't throw this one away at this point. You've got to do a lot wrong if you throw away a 3v2, let alone a 3v1, but we saw it happen yesterday in NA. Slayer's just having to shield cell up, and I think it's just a matter of being patient out here for VSA. Even though they like to be aggressive, they like to dive, just know you've got the player advantage, wait for Kangana to push into you, or at least just try and take a couple of angles so that you can finish everything off.
Yeah, it's 3v1 now. Graceful fell in all of this. Oh, sorry, excuse me, it's still a 3v2. I thought for a second it become a 3v1 as I get ahead of myself, giving away kills and knocks. City now going to be moving across the lava, taking a little bit of damage on his way past, but it's not going to hurt him too much as he'll have that 30-30 repeater still in hand. For Kangana, it's all about focusing someone, but so difficult to do when you've got someone just holding the angle. And maybe he's going to go down. There's the Mozambique out as well, and that's going to be the end of things. VSA stopping the Kangana train a little bit here, taking that first round just to make Kangana think.
Make them ponder. Make them wonder, you know, is this VSA team going to be a little bit too much for us to continue this?
Kangana?
Am I Kangana? What's going on? Who is Kangana?
What is Kangana?
It's a king.
In Swedish.
In Swedish, we established this. But so VSA take round number 1 then, and Kangana, they just got caught out, and this was my worry, because they do try and play the angles, they do try and play the map positioning, whereas VSA very much hold themselves together as a 3, almost hold hands at times. We will see whether this can carry on now, and VSA can assert their dominance here on Thermal Station and really try and peg Kangana back.
VSA taking a little bit of a wide berth here. They're going to give up zone. And they are going to collect some materials on their way. As well as that, they might also be caught off guard. Frosty here is going to be caught by a very, very sneaky player. Manages to get out with 1 HP, but Graceful manages to chip away at that last bit of HP. This is the perfect response here. The opening pick coming in from Graceful.
That's Mozambique at its finest, by the way. Just as a player's flying through the sky, when you only need a little tickle of health.
Take the pad.
Well, the Mozam can hit for about 14, and that can be enough just to finish things off. Medilol can take the pad to join Graceful. Graceful's in the middle, but these wingman shots are doing enough. And this should be closing out the round. Wits it will, tying it up 1-1. Kangana do not go down without a fight, and they're straight back into this map. Thermal Station is usually home for them, and they are asserting their dominance here in round number 2.
Hey, really impressive that from Graceful, getting that opening pick and creating a situation for Kangana to convert into a round. And now we move back to the dome side. So you're going to see Kangana maybe thinking about hitting that zip line, maybe thinking about a jump pad to get there first. But jump pad gave an entry to that fight for the last 2 players after Graceful got that initial damage in the last round. So imagine that would only be available on one side due to the economy and the buy phase. It's going to be jump pad on the side this time. VSA, so it's going to be Kangana who have to play from what I would call the disadvantageous side, not having that ultimate available.
Hostile spotted.
Pings coming through. Again, that visual communication that we can see, even though we can't hear the verbal communication. Graceful said that communication is one of their best aspects when it comes to playing Battle Royale, but it's what's let them down a couple of times here in arenas, something that they need to work on. Which is surprising. You think it would be a skill that directly transitions from one mode to the other.
Enemy over there.
But just when you are in a straight 3v3 fight or a 2v2 or a 1v1, as Graceful was talking about, that, you know, just one poor bit of communication could be life or death for your teammate.
Shield battery here.
Battery going to be exchanged here, as you can see already. Kangana having to share some resources. A very difficult situation for them to play from. Those 30-30 repeaters just going to be holding those angles down from height from dome, and that's been the difference in this round, to be honest with you. Just having the ultimate available, the Octane jump pad, allowing positioning to go so heavily in favor of their opponents here that you can't really do too much to try and take it back.
Well, we are seeing the portal that's been purchased on the side of Kangana, and I feel like it's because they know that this is entirely a possibility, that when you get caught out in this position, you have to do something to get back in. And without a bubble, you need to be able to move your team from one point to the other. And maybe the portal can do just that, get them underneath VSA at the very least. And even though it might not be successful to win you the round, it's certainly going to give you a better chance than just walking aimlessly with the red tickling your backside. VSA just covering all angles at the moment. They know full well there is one player on Kangana to their right-hand side. Or at least there was, but I don't think there is any more.
Shots from the 301 here. Atrocity. Now he's going to have to take a little bit of zone damage as he squeaked his way around to pop the battery, and there's actually been a move now from Kangana up onto that high ground. And Slade's going to be the first player to fall. JMW with that wingman is going to do the damage, and now it's a 3v1. What a push that was from Kangana. Last player is going to be grappling up onto height. Manages to take down JMW, but you would imagine that this shouldn't be something turning in their favor quite in the way that just for a second it looked like it might. The portal was made to get all of Kangana up close, and they managed to close it out. That was impressive from them, Dan, even though it looked a little bit shaky towards the end.
Just timing it to perfection, though, weren't they? Like, they did the damage, they forced VSA off the height, made sure they were down and batting, and they did it as the ring was closing as well, so it made it a little bit more awkward for them as to where they wanted to position themselves. And then Kangana took that advantage, took the high ground, did even more damage, and now they take the lead here, 2-1. And they say to VSA, well, you've got to come back at us now. You've got to demonstrate how you can just change up the tempo, you can change up the speed, how you can adjust to our play style. Bounce pad and zipline will come in as both teams try and get to the center point of this map.
30 up on height. One player just hiding behind that material is great. Kangana now with a chance to take home this map as well. 2 rounds on the board for them. Get one more and they will be feeling very, very comfortable. 30 repeater just trying to find some angles, and so Katrosti's going to actually have to take himself down from that high ground. There's a few sky grenades are going to come in to force him to make some decisions. Maybe he didn't feel as comfortable making as he would have liked to.
So you could argue VSA are in the better spot right now, especially with Circle and where they've positioned themselves, but look at them just being well aware of all the angles they could be pushed from. Knowing that there could be a player lurking, but instead, Graceful and the rest of the crew with the portal, they've got up close and personal again, but there has been the knock. Slayers takes down Graceful.
Bubble going down is going to allow them to reset as well. So this is going to be a 3v2 and a very difficult one to win. They've got high ground to fight against. They've got numbers to fight against. And now it's a 3v1. And even though every single player on Kangana is pretty special, it's going to be very unlikely that you can make this work. There's the final kill going down. Now things are tied up and there's a little bit of body disrespect coming in, Dan. That was what you wanted to see.
Well, no, it wasn't. It was what you wanted to see.
That's what you claimed that you think is the most important part of Apex.
I mean, new viewers might be jumping in and thinking that's true.
Can you
know,
believe
it
this
does
guy?
sound like something I would probably say, but alas, I did not. I said that you don't need to go for the body disrespect. Although I was talking about Kangana. I was saying I wanted them to kind of rattle their opponent's VSA, but all they have to do that is to win map number 1. But maybe VSA feel like they need to rattle Kangana by, you know, asserting their dominance, and that's with a little bit of body disrespect, a little bit of teabagging, a little bit of body shooting here or there. Is that going to rile up Kangana though, or is that going to get in their heads a little bit?
That's a great angle from JW. Look at the damage he's managed to already put out onto the 2 players trying to push up to the stairs. Graceful's taking a lot of damage from different angles as well. He's trying to really up the pace here, Kangana, it would see. They don't want to let their opponents play comfortably. They want to make them feel like they're playing on broken glass in every step they take.
Pace does shift almost every round, let alone every map for Kangana, and does depend on who they're playing against. If they'd done enough damage there, they may have decided they were going to push in and get really aggressive from the get-go, but clearly didn't feel like it was enough. Having to back off ever so slightly here, reposition. Ring 1's going to be closing, but still plenty of this map to work with. Graceful very far away from the rest of the team, so just needs to be aware of his positioning and aware of where all of VSA are.
Really trying to peek with that wingman, see if he can chip away with a couple of 45s, maybe 70 pluses if he can hit a headshot, but VSA holding strong here. There's one man who knows how to hit some wingman shots. It's been VGX, the man has been very impressive so far. There's 45 to add to the collection. Trusty, though, might be caught out himself. He's going to have to scarper away on the Pathfinder. Slayer's trying to take some cheeky angles and see if he can squeeze bullets through spaces tight up. And maybe they're meant to go, but at the moment, it seems like HP advantage is with Kangana in this round.
VSA are going to be forced away from this area when Ring 3 closes, but I think they're comfortable with their positioning at the moment. Still a defensive bombardment to use if they want to, but now here comes a little bit of a push. Kangana trying to close in, trying to do some damage, but it looks like they're going to be forced down low, and there's a lot of gaps here to work with, so it's all going to be down to Graceful from a distance, really, to be a nuisance at this point. Not allow VSA to just get free shots of the 2 players below them.
Bubble going down. Oh, that's a big bubble as well. Slayers is going to have a great angle. However, having an angle is one thing, hitting the shots is another. They seem to do so, but no knock still. VGX is taking a wide angle. Madilo is actually going to get the first knock here. So even though both these players are weak, he managed to get the damage done. Slayers manages to finish off one. He also managed to finish off the second. And Communication very, very impressive there from VSA. Even though it was a 2v1, he definitely had the HP advantage and certainly the angles to work with.
There we go, all tied up, and VSA very much needed that round. Couldn't allow Kangana to get away with things and just comfortably march on to the next map. And Kangana did have a game plan there, right? They had Graceful in the middle, they had 2 on the other side, but it was the bubble that really just cut things off for them. It meant that Graceful couldn't apply any kind of supporting fire there. Defensive bombardment will be purchased again though for Slayers. Has 1 single bubble, isn't going to purchase more than 1 bubble, but does have the R301 to work with. Now we go into sudden death.
VSA first ones to the dome again, and this is well, they had some success, but you have to say they let a round slip as well. Kangana made a late push up to that high ground, and I think it looked a little bit too easy, to be honest with you, when they did manage to do it. And there's actually one player being spotted out, so that player trying a wide flank, which was Graceful. He's going to have second thoughts here. These shots from JMW pretty good, but maybe not quite as accurate as he would have wanted them to be. He heard what I said, and he said, don't worry about the 11s. That is 100 tick you fancy.
Still trying to take the same angle though. I feel like once you've already done damage from a certain angle, you need to trust in your ability to move to a different position. Otherwise, you're just going to be refocused by the other team from different positions because they're going to know exactly where you reside. But he held strong, still did some damage, but was forced off that spot. Kangana are going to be playing outside of the dome, whereas VSA are going to have dome control. At least for the moment, anyway. They're not on top of it, though. They're certainly behind it right now, and there is a care package coming down near to Graceful if Kangana decide they want to try and play that care package.
Couple of head glitches for both players here, so hitting those shots isn't going to be easy. Shield cell going to be popped by Graceful, and now he's going to try and make a little bit of a sneaky play up to these front steps. And just to get close, and if he can do a little bit of damage, what it's going to do is just take 1 set of eyes off of the rest of his teammates who can then try and move up to support him. So a lot of pressure on the shoulders here of Graceful. Maybe he's made that move as well with those skynades going down. Also going to avert the attention and certainly open up the high ground, but he's been spotted out now. Graceful makes his play, tries to climb up, but Kangana at least have managed to get underneath it.
They've got underneath, but maybe missed their window of opportunity to try and take the high ground there. I think when you jump peek and you see that no one's currently in the middle, maybe you could try and push the high ground. They didn't necessarily have the information. Graceful gets the initial damage. Medilol tries to follow up, but not enough to go for a knock yet. Bubble comes down to try and give the reset.
Graceful popping a battery as well. Team is going to have to move down from that high ground, so Graceful might actually be in a really good position to shoot all 3 of these players in the back when they do try and make that move. The question is, who is the player from Kangana outside of the building? It's JMW. He's going to have 3 players flying at him. Can he survive long enough? Or will Graceful actually be able to get the pick? The arm shield goes up for the Gibby to survive, and JMW can't survive. So now Graceful is in a really tough spot. Has to jump into the void, and Kangana are going to have to make this 3v2 situation work for them.
Not an easy thing to do, especially when you've got weapons like Mastiff in the back pocket. As VSA will take round number 6. Excuse me, I thought it was round number 5, but we lost the scoreboard temporarily there. But VSA take map number 1 in a somewhat comfortable fashion, I guess. There was a little bit of pushback, there was a little bit of worry in the early stages, but then the body disrespect came out. And VSA asserted their dominance, and they will take map number 1. And I think that there might be a little bit of frustration from Kangana. There's probably going to be the Graceful saying they threw that one again in certain rounds.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there was a few rounds they threw, but one thing that always impresses me is VSA's patience. You know, they're not willing to overextend if they don't have to. If they get one knock, that's great. They will just hold positions and make their opponents who are playing as the 2 in the 2v3 make some decisions. And it was only when Kangana really tried to up the pace, I felt like they had opportunities to win rounds there. And it was very interesting to see. It was almost like Graceful was talking about how they want to play fast and they want to play aggressive. Well, they kind of, I don't know if they let VSA play where they were and didn't try and put enough pressure on, or if it was just VSA holding these angles, making it difficult for them to do so.
They were holding a lot of angles. They were certainly getting the better positions, VSA. Whether that's just more knowledge on thermal, or whether it was just being a little bit more brave with how they wanted to position themselves from the start of the round. There was a couple of really nice pushes, though, from Kangana. This one in particular, where they did win the round after taking the high ground off of them, but it felt like Kangana were constantly fighting from the low ground, round after round. They just weren't really able to get that position they so desperately wanted.
These are some of the highlights here from our first map. This series, a best of 5, remember, so we've got at least another 2 maps to go. VSA would love to close it out in 3, and I'm sure their fans in the chat would love to see it as well. For Kangana, they've got to send this series to at least 4 games, though, and well, the difference really for me was just positioning, being able to utilize the ultimates, and Economy actually came into it a few times, Dan. You saw investment into zip lines and jump pads to get to those positions first, coming in from VSA more than we saw from Kangana.
Yeah, and that would be VSA just having a little bit more economy to work with after getting the wins, after getting the kills. The materials would have been there to allow them to buy up more freely and also spend their materials on weapons and resources. Whereas on the side of Kangana, you probably have to focus more on the weapons, and they definitely are a team who trust in their ability to play the game rather than their legend abilities, that's for sure. Still not going for that Gibraltar, still sticking with the composition they have done throughout the entire tournament. But ultimately, they now have to move on to map number 2 and really find a different way of playing, I think, against VSA. The pace the VSA are playing is slower than we've seen against other teams, but I think that's because Kangana are happy to kind of sit back and play the poke damage. But it does mean that VSA, with the confidence at the start of the rounds, they're taking the better positions off of Kangana, and Kangana are going to need to match that by just playing a little bit faster.
I'm pretty sure that the next map is Overflow, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong. I'll have to double check that one when we do see the graphic pop up. But if that is the case, it's an opportunity for Kangana to push the pace, so to speak, and see if they can put the pressure back onto their opponents. For VSA, it seems like they have the success when they are holding those angles, when they're doing that poke damage and allowing a team to close the gap onto them. And yeah, we are going over to Overflow indeed. So if I'm on Kangana right now, I'm not. I'll be honest with you. I'd love to be, but it's about pushing the pace for me, trying to put the pressure back onto your opponents who are less experienced in this kind of game.
Yeah, you need to match their aggression in the early stages of the game. You can't afford to give up map positioning that easily, because it just means that VSA were so comfortable just sitting in the best parts of the map and then saying to Kangana, you have to make a play now. You have to do something to try and regain this high ground off us. And even though it worked a round or two, ultimately it's not going to work round after round after round. You are going to win if you play the high ground for the majority of the game. Yes, okay, there's not really high ground on this map, so maybe that is a good sign for Kangana, but there is definitely better positions you can play on this map depending on where the circle is. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see VSA just beam straight towards those positions right at the start of the round, like Pathfinder zipping and bouncing his way towards it. Octane's going to be stimming towards it as well. So you've got to be careful here if you're Kangana. You've got to either match that aggression, or you need to play a very aggressive angles game. And what I mean by that is you have 2 people flanking on either side. Do what Hardeki was doing to them originally by taking the map off of you and then getting a crossfire on the go.
I'm going to have to say that is the case. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to take this this series. Well, sorry, my attention was taken away for just 2 seconds there as I was actually paying attention to the chat. So apologies. Just trying to see what everyone's saying, who everyone's supporting, and who is everyone showing some love to. But let us know who you think is going to take this series. I know that, as I said previously, there's a lot of VSA fans out there. There's a lot of Kangana fans. I want to see who's representing most in the chat. So let's do the classic, Dan. Let's take it back a little bit. Twitch chat. If you want Kangana to win, let me see some 1s. If you want VSA to win, let me see some 2s. Okay, and we're on a delay, so I'm gonna have to wait to see this come in, but it's gonna come in. Don't worry, it's gonna come in.
It's gonna be there eventually.
Yeah.
I think that VSA have not only got the map advantage here and of course the series advantage, but I think they have the aim advantage right now based off what I've seen and based off the fights that we've witnessed. They seem to be hitting their shots a little bit more consistently. It was something that let them down against NCD in the upper bracket, where they would push, they would get aggressive, but then just like 1 or 2 Mozambique shots would miss, for example, or a wingman shot would miss here or there. And that was enough for NCD to close out a round where things could have been so different if those shots had hit. But they seem to be a little bit on the ball now, a little bit more on the ball. They're hitting more of their shots. They're not missing as much. And I think that's very important when you are a team as aggressive as VSA. But Kangana are giving them the room that VSA just take it for free. Like, honestly,
yeah.
They aren't even having to fight for map position at the start for the most part. There isn't really a poke off because they can just take the high ground. They just wait. They force Kangana into a position where they then have to try and take the high ground off them. So Thermal Station is going to be an interesting one. This loop hill that you see on your screen right now, that is definitely one that VSA like to just instantly head towards. They swing and they've got that down to a T with the Pathfinder to pick it up within a matter of seconds. But then there is often a little bit of a scrap, both Pathfinders in a 1v1, and winning that 1v1 on set will be huge.
Yeah. A question to you, Dan. How hot do you think that lava is? I'll give you like a range of 50 centigrade.
I reckon it's equal to the temperature of my office right now, and probably your office, because I haven't heard your air conditioning in a while. So I think yours starting to heat up in there.
Everyone at home, if you want to hear an air conditioner constantly in the background of this broadcast, just let me know. Put a 3 in the chat.
No, we don't. Don't put any 3s in there, even though we don't want onset to melt away, because these lights, they do get pretty hot. These home broadcasts are houses. English houses are not made for heat.
Any kind of weather.
Say that. Like, just heat is not a good thing in England. We don't have air conditioning.
It's cold. If it's hot, it's hot.
Mark did the clever thing, by the way. Throughout the lockdown, he bought an air conditioner, and he said to me, Dan, buy an air conditioner. If there's one thing you
Best thing I've ever bought.
Buy it. And I was like, no, because it's England, and it doesn't get that hot enough. It's not worth it. And then every broadcast, I'm like, it's hotter than thermal station.
It's like when you just suggest someone to, I don't know. It's the equivalent of like going out to the park for the day, right, and telling someone to put some sunscreen on. It's quite warm out here, and then the next day Dan goes, I'll be fine, don't worry about it, won't be that hot. And then for weeks afterwards, you get someone moaning that they've got sunburn, and it's like, you did this to yourself. Like, you've literally done this to yourself. I have no sympathy for you. You could still buy one, Dan. You could still go to airconditioners.org, which don't put that in. I don't know what that's going to come up with. That is a bad thing to say on broadcast. And head over to any good outlet. Maybe HyperX can hook you up with one. Who knows?
I tell you what, if they do, HyperX, let me know. I've got a fan. Hold on.
Oh dear, here we go.
Can you hear my fan?
Oh, it's deafening.
I bet you can't even hear it, can you?
Oh, I've got in-ears in, so I can't hear anything outside the room. There could be 17 people in my house behind me, and I'd have no idea.
I reckon my fan is quieter than your air conditioner, so that's the.
So turn my air conditioner on. We'll let the chat decide.
No, don't. I will turn it off just in case it can be heard.
I can kind of hear it a little bit.
The trouble with a fan, right, is that it just blows hot air around the room.
Yeah.
And it just is a very unpleasant experience. But anyway, back to Apex Legends. We are in the lower bracket final. And this is a matchup to, of course, try and get into the grand final, where it will be a best of 7. There is no advantage from being in the winner's bracket. Like, there's no sort of reset. There's no sort of map advantage, anything like that. The only one that I can kind of take away from it is that you get an advantage in that you don't have to play as many games. You're not going to be as tired. You're not going to be as fatigued. So either team that comes through from this lower bracket, they just have to win in that best of 7, and they could call themselves the champion of GLL Arena Summer. But first, they've got to get through each other, and it is not an easy feat. Both of these two teams could well win this entire tournament, if I'm completely honest. Even though NCD are in the grand finals right now, I think that both of these teams are capable of overturning them in that grand final. I think VSA felt they probably could have won in the winners bracket final, but they just weren't hitting their shots correctly. Kungana are on a mission right now. They dropped through the losers bracket in round 1, and they haven't lost since. So it's a really difficult one to call. But in the moment, VSA are on top, and we'll see whether it carries on here into Overflow.
Well, in the meantime, while we're getting our game set up, open another tab up, everyone. We'll keep the stream open. Promise me you'll do that, all right? Promise me you do that. Otherwise, we'll have to have words. And head over to gloot.com, because you can sign up for a free account. You can start competing and tracking all your stats in Apex Legends. That's GLOOT.com. Get over there. Get involved. Shout out to Gloot for being one of the awesome sponsors, like HyperX, Nocco, Legion, Lenovo. I mean, all these amazing companies putting on this show, giving the players an opportunity to compete and show what it's made of, especially with, it feels like AOGS Season 2 is just around the corner, Dan. You know what I mean? It feels like it's creeping up on us.
Yeah, I mean, it's creeping up on us as fast as Halloween, right? That's where people start to look forward to each holiday, don't they?
Cosplay ruined Halloween. Just throwing that out there, by the way.
Cosplay did?
Ruined Halloween.
Why?
Because now it's like every day people would like dress up and stuff. Halloween used to be the day that everyone used to like do fancy dress. You know what I mean?
So you're upset.
It's a bold statement, I know, but
I'm with you.
You get what I'm saying?
I'm with you. But ALJ Season 2 is October, isn't it? Is it coming up soon? I think it's certainly, I can't remember, I saw the dates online, but it's certainly coming soon, and I think a lot of these teams are very excited to kind of get their mitts on another Apex season. This is a nice little kind of Kickstarter, isn't it? The Arena Summer, a chance for everyone to go toe-to-toe in some competition, win some prize money, and test out some new lineups. We've seen a few teams changing things up, a few players backing down here or there, but for the most part, there's some very familiar faces on the scene. Kangana will get to the loot hill first, though, as we kick things off here in Overflow.
Oh, it feels like forever since these two teams have played, but we're here, and it's 1-0 to VSA in the series. We'll get that updated on the scoreboard as soon as we can. We're into round 1 here. Slayer's going to be trying to make a move, and what a move it is. Kangana trying to get aggressive. One player staying alive momentarily. Grace will take it down, though, by the P2020. And even though I said aggression might be the name of the game for Kangana to get back into this, looks like VSA are saying, be as aggressive as you want. We'll match it. We'll maybe do even better.
Well, no. BJ and Slayers are both very low, though, so they do have to be careful here. You've got to connect with your shots. Maybe this will give time for Slayers to get a bat off. If Slayers does get the bat off, you imagine that will probably be the round going in their favor, whilst VJ is also healing up. They're just searching for this final player.
I got you.
Here's the bait. Get the res, listen for where the footsteps are, you find the Octane, and now you swarm. You just win this as a 2 in VSA. In a quick and emphatic fashion, we'll take a 1-0 lead here on Overflow. And Kangana, even though they went for the aggression, they tried to match the speed. VSA, you know, that's their game plan as well. They'll be more than happy to welcome Kangana into a fast-paced game.
The VSA showing Kangana that they're going to have to rethink the strategy once more. VSA looking extremely strong in that first round. It really wasn't close, to be honest with you. Straight damage dealt. 30-30 repeater now in the hands of Slayers as well. So we have the 2 times to do that little bit of poke damage, and we've seen how these boys can use it up close and personal as well. On the other side of things, no surprise to see that Graceful has invested into that flatline, and they've also invested into a jump pad here. So they're going to take the side of the map that we just saw VSA have some success on, that lower side, whereas VSA maybe recognizing the economy situation are actually going to split the map here and play the other side and play towards zone.
That means Kangana are going to be on the back foot and going to have to try and worm their way into the map and try and position themselves so they can actually get some damage onto VSA. But already Graceful having to use one of his Into the Voids, does have another one, but can't use it for another 20-odd seconds. But this isn't good, because in 10 seconds they're going to have to move up, and none of them are really close to the circle at the moment, so they need to think how they're going to move to this next circle, and they need to do it together. There are a few things you can hide behind, a lot of walls, head glitches and whatnot, but at the same time, VSA are just going to be more than happy sitting pretty center circle.
Yeah, package down. BMW maybe thinking about making a little bit of a move up. Instead, he's just going to tickle the arm shield of Gibby. And he's going to get more than tickled by that 30-30 repeater. One bullet, and you saw how much damage it did. Graceful trying to peel a player off of this head glitch as well, but not having too much success. He's going to have to reposition as well as that grenade comes out, and VSA just holding strong.
That's all they have to do at the moment. Just watch all their angles, and actually there's going to be a push from Kangana. They're going to dive to one side of the map, but have they isolated themselves here? They've done a lot of damage to Atrocity. Atrocity manages to get the bat off, but VJ will not survive. JMW does a lot. There's the trade, and now it's a 2 versus 2.
Player weak, however, Slayers goes down now, and Atrocity's going to be the last player alive. Mady and JMW do have some HP to work with, but it's not a huge amount. However, it doesn't matter because they get the job done, and Kangana will answer back after a little bit of a disappointing first round to just regain mentally a little bit in that second round. Tied up at 1-1.
A great swing there from Kangana as well, just pushing one side of the map, finding one player who was slightly isolated and on their own. I thought they were going to back themselves into a corner, but they've done enough damage that it allowed them to continue the push and continue to manage to get a knock. I think there was some big shots that were hit there by JMW, and that's the thing. If you're going to be aggressive, if you're going to play fast pace like this, you just need to be hitting your shots, because even just missing 1 or 2 wingman shots can suddenly have you losing the round, because it leaves you so vulnerable to fire from the other team. And we go into round 3 as again VSA just heading straight towards what they think is the power position of this map.
No, going to be splitting the map and playing from the same side that we just saw them play with as well. So they'll have the meds on that side. The meds start to not be quite as important at this point, as everyone has the economy to buy those extra batteries and shields. A little bit of hush, a little bit quiet. As all these players just try and poke and see if they can locate some players on the opposition team. Finally, some fire shots. Or shots are going to be fired. Fire shots? Shots are going to be fired.
Fire. I mean, we're not seeing VSA go for the ambush play that we saw earlier on phase run, and that was quite funny, where all three of them were just crouching, and that was complete silence. It confused NCD a little bit, but it didn't pay off. But VJ has just been slapped by Meililor elsewhere. And now it's going to be a 2 versus 3. Bubble will go down from Slayers, and they need to work together in a 2 versus 3. Very difficult to do so. Need to be watching all these angles. You've got to hit your shots in this scenario as well. Any misses, and it invites Kungana for a very easy push indeed.
So difficult to play as well, because you've got to kind of play together, because if you get singled out, then it's going to be game over. 60 damage onto the flesh. Graceful's going to try and move in. Even though the kill was traded, still a 2v1 situation here. JMW is going to have a lot of time here to pop the Phoenix kit. Matey's going to be holding for him as well. The Pathfinder is going to swing in, but unfortunately it looks like he might actually just swing into the respawn screen. There it is. He'll go down. Kungana on 2-1.
Good response from Kungana. Not allowing VSA's aggression to overwhelm them and change their game plan too much. They know the map positions as well. They know how they want to approach it. They don't have the annoying smokes and the Mozambique pokes to frustrate them. Even though the Mozambique has been doing more damage, but you feel like the further you get into these rounds, the more comfortable Kungana feels. Like rounds 1 and 2, when it is a lot of Mozam damage, VSA seem to have the upper hand. However, Kungana, when they start to get with their automatics, the flatlines, the R301s, they really do look like a different squad. And now they're 1 point away from tying the series up and taking map number 2 here on Overflow. So how do VSA respond? Do they just try and engage and then fight straight away? It looks like Kungana were looking to try and do so instead, and they'll get a couple of batteries in the Phoenix kit to work with.
JMW making his move. They're going to get aggressive as well. You can see they're trying to push up a little bit here. Graceful was really aggressive as well, and the way that VSA are playing this, they look like they're a little bit worried of the series. Or should I say, this map sliding out of their hands. Good shots from the flatline. Bubble goes down. That might be the signal now for Kungana to try and push. JMW will get the first knock as well. Absolutely massive. He'll get 2, and the final player. He's now scarpering for his life. JMW, can you get the ace? Can you find all 3? At the moment, he's on the hunt for it. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's get the final shot. No, he doesn't. No. But it's good enough for Kungana. They will tie up the series now 1-1.
You almost ran out of fingers and toes at that point. There was just too much counting going on, but that was, yeah, a much better display from Kungana. The best response they could have possibly asked for after a disappointing thermal station for them. And VSA's aggression at times didn't pay off, and Kungana just, they had a game plan. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Their off angles were fantastic. The crossfire was pretty good.
The VSA. And now they find themselves under a little bit of pressure as Kungana just upped the pace a little bit in that round. It was very, very impressive to see. As now we take a look at our replays from that game, and unfortunately my screen just froze for a second there. Oh, we're good. Don't worry. I can talk you through what happened. We saw what happened anyway. Kungana, very, very impressive. And then there were a few moments where VSA looked like they were being able to hold extremely effectively, but there's always just that little opening that was taken by Kungana, and as soon as it presented itself, they were really aggressive on it. And that's the thing what you have to do against VSA. You have to make them feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think you have the experience if you were on the side of Kungana. You know full well you have played Apex Legends more in a tournament environment than VSA. VSA are new to this. They don't really have the kind of the pressure scenarios that we've seen on the other side for Kungana, so you need to be putting them under that pressure. You can't let them feel comfortable. If VSA are allowed to play the game they want, right? If they just get into the map position, if they're just watching Kungana aimlessly stroll towards them, then they're going to feel so fine. They're going to feel so comfortable and easy. But if Kungana just say, you know what, let's not allow them to be comfortable, let's put them against the grain a little bit here, and honestly, like, you just need to not allow them to do what they want to do. And you can see on the statistics that there was just far more damage coming out of Kungana. Their poke was better. Okay, Graceful wasn't able to get as much as usual, but that's because he was distracting. He was often the bait at times. He was luring VSA into a false sense of security, saying, like, you know, look at me, dangling the bait at them, and then JW and Mady Lol were just absolutely peppering them from a distance.
Well, the stats that you just saw on your screen momentarily as we get ready to go into Phase Runner now, Dan. Well, we are going to see maybe a chance for the game to be slowed down a little bit, just for a few moments here, which will obviously not be the way that Kangana want to approach things and want to play things. But I always find it's interesting to see what side we play as well. And if teams want to play this kind of middle rock structure and try and play a little bit off meta, because usually we see the two teams kind of fighting either side of the phase gateway portals, or we see them try and be aggressive around the steps, which is kind of the key area to try and control on the construction side. But I wonder if anyone's going to try anything a little bit fancy. We did see actually VSA try something a little bit sneaky last time with them, or was that was actually Mona's, I think, who took the crouchies. Oh, it was VSA. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
it was.
Okay, right.
They tried against NCD where they just were going for the ambush play, playing around those rocks. The only bad thing about playing those rock areas in general is you force yourself into a little bit of low ground, because of course people can climb on the rocks above you, and then you're shooting from low to high, which we know in Apex it puts you at a disadvantageous position. So that's why we see people compete just in those main areas. And for the most part with arenas, it's the same scenario. You have people always competing in the same spots. You start to get a little bit predictable. People are playing the same angles. You can start to pre-fire. You can start to pre-nade. You can start to plop things in the same place just to make people just not go for the norm. Try and push them outside of the box a little bit.
Let's see if they can get that done. I think we're still going to see some 30-30 repeaters being used here by VSA as well. But this is the map which Graceful likes to... It's a bit of a Graceful playground, I would describe it. There's some angles that he can take where he can sneak around, and if his teammates stay alive for long enough, then he can get some off angles, and he can do a huge amount of damage. You'll see some shots actually being hit before players land, which is showing how much VSA know about this map. Meds are going to be stolen away again. BJX is going to return to his teammates now. There's a big P20 in the bag, but also... those meds are going to be there, and we're going to just see a little bit of a standoff here.
Again, we're going to see the Gibraltar benefit as well. Bubble, very important. Allows VSA now to get the advantage in terms of resources, whereas Kangana, if they went for a similar strategy, they might just take a little bit too much damage. And then is it worth going for those resources? As there's the damage from the Mozambique, VJ will just back off and allow the rest of the team to maybe clean that one up. But there is a lot of damage coming elsewhere. Finally, they get the first knock, but at what cost? You've got to hit these shots. The Octane comes flying in, but VJ's still alive somehow. Graceful was the first one to fall. Slayers has been able to actually bring the battery into himself and just level himself up, but there is another knock that comes through. Slayers and Atrocity should be able to close this one out if they play.
Should. It's a 1v1 though. Knockdown shield is there, and Slayers will finally just chip away and decorate the edge of the knockdown shield with a few bullets to finally put that one in the bag. But for VSA, that looks a little bit shaky. They got a huge amount of damage done, but they didn't look as convincing as it could have. However, the win on the board is all that really matters. They're up by 1 now.
They could put themselves 2-1 up in the series, of course. It's a best of 5, so nothing can be won here on Phase Runner, but certainly momentum can be shifted in your favor. For VSA, there was just that moment where I thought they might throw it away, and they might give away a very heavy advantage when it comes to the health totals, but they were able to get round 1. Kangana on the back foot, and this is going to be a very central zone. VSA, as they always do, go hurtling towards what they think is the best position, just tagging where Kangana may be, or where they know Kangana may be, and of course you need to pick up those bats, so that pill will be opened. I imagine Kangana have gone to the other side of the map to get resources. It does mean that VSA are going to have loot crate control. They're going to be there on the drop. It's whether they can actually open it. Maybe that's what the bubble can be used for in this round.
So standoff now. Kangana looking to actually play a little bit of an off angle, as you would imagine. This time it's Mady Lol who's going to be playing it on the Octane. And the thing is, they've got a lot of maneuverability to actually do this, which is interesting to see. Octane, Pathfinder, Wraith, about as movement-based composition as you could possibly ask for. It's interesting to see them playing this side of the circle. Usually you see that construction side being favoured. But we're going to see somehow Mady Lol connecting through the smoke, knowing that care package was down, and just knowing where he had to line up his crosshairs to do some big damage.
Look how quickly he wanted to engage into that fight as well. Stim goes in. dashing towards, but good cover from VSA to not allow Kangana to quickly push up. There is a bounce pad if they want to use it, but I don't think they will just yet. Kangana have taken a considerable amount of damage, so they're going to have to just halt on this push ever so slightly, but now they are going to be a little bit vulnerable in their position they found themselves in. The cover is quite awkward.
We've got company.
But this circle always is a little bit awkward. It does come down to kind of who does hit those shots, who can clutch up. Graceful spotted one now, and you know what Graceful's like with the flat line, and that Gibby's very low indeed. Slayers gets taken down, but elsewhere JMW also falls.
2v2, and then a 2v1 as Graceful with that flat line helps out his teammate, and he's going to be receiving the ping as well of where the last player is. So now he might be thinking about Madilol taking that battery off as he tries to just make sure that he confirms that kill and makes it a permanent 2v1. Last player alive is going to be playing this knockdown shield. He's also going to have to face up against the flat line. Here comes Madilol to give a little bit of extra assistance, and there's some more shots for the wingman of Madilol. Kangana take home the round, and now they find themselves on map point.
I think they just tie it up 1-1, right? I think they just
1-1. Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. It's 1-1. Excuse me. Getting ahead of myself, Dan.
You are very much excused. Well, with a map, well, match point. Like I'm honestly, with the round that dominant, they probably deserve to be on match point. They were very aggressive. The nades were huge, and they pushed up, and they didn't allow VSA to really take a breath, reset whatsoever. Even though VSL held it pretty well, I'd say VSA were just saying, you know what, Kangana, you're not going to push up. We've got some angles here to provide some covering fire from our teammates. It's the fight in the end. Kangana really showed what they were made of, and they are a scary team when you do get into those 2v2 or 3v3 engagements. A little bit of aggression here, playing around the rocks in the middle. You said this is something you wanted to see. Well, a little bit of an off angle from the boys of Kangana.
BMW backing up smartly to do so, and now you're seeing, even though the presence was shown around the rocks, Graceful thinking about trying to be a distraction, a focal point for Kangana to try and work around, and for VSA to have to deal with. Now I'm going to back down, making sure that he's always in the correct distance to be able to jump back into the void to get to his teammates. So something that he does very well as well. Well, the Slayer's holding this angle, and there you go, forcing him to jump into the void. They now know that's one Q gone from Graceful, that they can add to the list of things they don't have to worry about moving forward.
Couple of pings just to say, look, this is where we can play. These are the rocks that will just give us a little bit of fire. Say maybe unaware of where some of the Kangana players are, but as I say that, the Octane comes sprinted across and gets his shields obliterated by Slayers. Is that going to be enough for VSA to warrant a aggressive push? It looks like they're being forced back by some grenades though. Trusty and VJ having to bat up. Couple of shield cells to work with for Slayers. A little bit of an interesting decision from Kangana to decide to split up here, but it looks like they're trying to get some crossfire, and Slayers might be caught in the middle of it.
Just to be very, very careful. 45 is going to be all of the numbers that we'll see from those shots, as we don't quite get that headshot to connect, which might have been enough damage, as we're going to see the climb coming in. However, you can't quite climb up on that anymore, and that zone is now an out of bounds up on that top rock, because it was a little bit OP. It was very OP, to be honest with you, if you manage to get those kind of angles. Yeah, so though, still looking for that poke damage, and this is starting to feel like one of those touchy-feely rounds, and you can feel like how important this is to both teams.
Yeah, VSA having to play this very differently to some of the other series they've had against previous teams. Kangana just keeping them at bay, forcing them to play a little bit slower. It's not just a straight out 3v3 gunfight. We're not having to worry about resources here or there. Instead, it's a bit more tactical, a lot more thought process going behind where you want to position yourself and how you want to approach the round. Kangana just trying to edge their way around, and Medilol's got an angle here. Might be able to get a stick. Did he connect with the stick? No, I don't think he did. That was such a good opportunity to win the round, but
big damage.
Doing damage anyway.
Yeah, big damage from the 2x wingman, and now you can see the VSA kind of caught in a corner here. They do have the bubble available though, and yeah, here you go. You see it pop up on your screens to give them that chance to reset. However, it's not a big reset, and JMW spell them out. Oh my word, the wingman from JMW get the job done here, and it'll be Kangana who do take home another round to put themselves now on to match point, but that was all the wingman of JMW.
They were very much playing central circle there, Kangana. They were ready for that zone to pull in, forcing VSA out. Great map positioning from Kungana as well, just having the confidence for one player just to creep round, keep an eye on them, shoulder peek, so that you always know where the 3 players are. And tell you what, that Arcstar could have been serious damage, but at least he had the wingman to back way. Him up. Now Kungana, Kungana. That's a difficult one to say. Take a serious lead here in map number 3. It seems simple, just winning a best of 5. Certainly when it becomes best of 7, when you move on from round 4 onwards here in these maps, things get a lot more tricky. Armor starts to increase, resources start to be plonked onto the map, red items start to be added to the drops. Here comes VSA, they're getting aggro.
Trying to mix up the pace a little bit, and I like this from VSA, and I just wonder if this initial push, even though it didn't work for them, the longer this push doesn't succeed, so to speak, might start to fall into the hands of Kungana, as they will be able to take a few more head glitches, a few more better positions around the map, and EJX is not quite hitting the shots that we saw from JMW in that last round, and now they're having to retreat. Well, they do have some pretty good positioning still.
You know, at least you've got bats to reset. I think that's always the good thing. The way VSA play, by grabbing that loot pill early, they've always got something to fall back on, even if the aggression doesn't work out. A lot of shredding damage. I do wonder in these scenarios, like, who on the team is really absorbing all the information, noticing how much damage has been put out onto what legend, how many bats have probably been used, how many cells have probably been used, because these really have been those kind of resource battles for the most part. Knowing when you've depleted the resources to a point where you can comfortably push. VSA have the high ground. The circle, however, probably still in their favor as well. Kungana are going to have to push in from the edge here, but they could go up the stairs if they all push together.
Syringe here.
Race will pop in a syringe to make sure he's back to full HP, and now VSA have an advantage, you would say, positionally. However, rotation now coming out from Kungana. They're making their move, and they have to push up. There is one player playing a bit of an off angle by the looks of things. JMW's taking a lot of damage, and so is Maidilo as well. Doesn't have the stim to work with quite yet, but now they've managed to push up to some of that high ground. Going to have to keep Graceful alive here for a second, as he's taking a fair amount of damage, more than a tickle, more than a cuddle to be sure, as Maidilo now going to have to be forced to use that battery.
They have at least moved VSA into the other side, so I thought they were going to have to go down to the east side of the map, and the west side of the map, excuse me, and try and take a fight from low to high, but at least they put themselves on a level playing field. Octane's going to bat up as well. Graceful is very low and has to be careful. Maidilo also caught out, and he's taking zone damage, and now Graceful will fall. There is the trade. JMW gets one, 2 versus 2.
2v2. Maybe aware of a player's position. His teammate's going to be calling that out. So the bubble's going to go down. The question is, can they get into a position so they can spot these players retreating and get some damage done? Now he misses that shot. 71 to the back of the head, and oh my word, made it all. Can they get the damage done? Well, there's your answer. Beautiful shots with the wingman.
Arcstar comes in to try and finish things up. It's 2 versus 1, and this should be the map, albeit some massive mistakes. Kungana take map number 3 and take the lead in the series here in the lower bracket final. We'll move to map number 4, and Kungana take control. VSA on the back foot for the first time, and I wonder how that will affect those mentals. On the brink of elimination, starting to be shown a little bit of class here by Kungana. They're really stepping up their game.
And I want to talk about Maidilo and the way that he played there, because that was really impressive from him on Octane. We've talked about Graceful making these impactful plays. We've seen it from JMW. Well, this was the map to talk about Maidilo, because some of those wingman shots he was hitting, especially in pressurized situations where you've got a match point in your favor, really does create opportunities for you to win rounds and win games. But also shout out to JMW. We saw some of those wingman shots he hit in one round to peel players off the top of that bubble that was down. Very, very impressive from everyone. Kungana really stepping up as a team, everyone individually.
I think it's really interesting being an Octane player in general, because you've got a lot of responsibility when it becomes the close range engagements, right? Because you do have that tiny hitbox, you do move so fast, you're very difficult to hit. So you need to be yourself hitting the shots to really take full advantage of the fact that people are going to be struggling to hit you. So you need to take them down, you need to win those engagements, and you need to be one who is just outputting a lot more damage than others. But Kangana will be delighted with that. I think there was a couple of rounds where they were probably feeling a little bit worried. VSA were able to get that first knock, but the trade was always there. Graceful, again, was just dangling himself as the bait. VSA very much took it, but then Kangana, the fact they were there for the trade, great comms, great communication. JMW and Medilol did amazingly to ensure that they were always in at least a 2v2, and they didn't allow it to be too much of a 2v3 scenario.
Well, here we go then. We might be on our final map of the series. Kangana with a chance to close this one out. It will be, I think this is Kangana's map pick, I want to say. Am I right in saying that? Gardens, if I remember correctly.
No, I think this is VSA's map pick.
VSA would have had first, second. Yeah, you're right. It would have been VSA's. Excuse me, as I take that back for a few seconds. So VSA do have this map pick, and they obviously feel extremely comfortable on it. But it's also a map we see Kangana playing very well on. I feel like both teams at this point, there isn't really a weakness in the map pool for them.
Yeah, they just seem confident on every single map. Like, yeah, okay, there's a few here or there. Like, maybe Hillside Outpost would be a little bit of an outlier here if we do get to map number 5. We heard that Graceful isn't particularly a big fan of it, so they want to get the job done here on Gardens. Want to make sure they close this out in 4, win 3-1. Bob's your uncle. You move on to the grand final, where there is a best of 7 awaiting you, and that is going to be a slog. That is not going to be an easy feat for either team, especially if we have the very much kind of standoffy games, back and forth, round for round, map for map. That is going to be a long one if it does go that way. But I say if because we have seen some series just be completely like blasted through by teams winning 3-0, 3-1 easily and comfortably. And Gardens is usually one of those fast maps, right? It's often one of those maps where the engagement happens within about the first 30 seconds, and one team will then start to snowball out of control. They get some momentum, and then suddenly the map's over, just like that. Very different, I think, to kind of Phase Runner, which is a little bit more slow, a little bit more methodical, but it just seems to be straight up gunfights for the most part on Gardens.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if this is a momentum taken over from that last map that we just saw Kangana win to close things out. Because round 1, 2, if you put back to back, as you say, it's not just a case of the map could be over, the series could be over here for their opponents. So VSA have got some work to do. However, answer back, like we'd say, the best way to answer back to pressure is by taking that first round in the next map that we get to. So it's going to be interesting to see for sure. It's very rare that we say so much is kind of riding on a first round, but I do feel that way at the moment.
Yeah, this is going to be a very important round indeed. VSA get the high ground, they get the aggressive positioning. Obviously, not many cells bats to work with in round number 1, so if you do a considerable amount of damage, at least a couple of times, you need to then start pushing up on it. We know that VSA do hit hard with these Mozambiques. That's what's found them so much success, is the early rounds in this tournament, whereas Kangana seem to come into things in the later rounds. So if Kangana were able to win, like, you know, rounds 1 and 2, then you feel like they should be able to close out this series and progress to that grand final.
I think that's why we're seeing a slightly slower pace. Obviously, we don't have a huge amount of frag grenades to play with as well. The economy not quite there for those purchases, but some interesting angles being taken as we see VSA not only being shot in the back and down from low, but also in front, and every single angle you can think of. The only thing that they have is that height still. JMW playing down on this low ground. It looks like Graceful and Kangana thinking about maybe end zone, or maybe thinking about care package. A little bit of bait this time.
Nice little vault to work with, I think. Didn't get it, got the ammo instead. A little bit too quick for his own good. Kangana playing the low ground, but now, technically, you would think weapon advantage here.
Let's go this way.
How do you make it count? I don't think there's any grenades. Might all be down to JMW to try and get some sort of entry. And yeah, I love this. Give JMW the vault because he can zip onto someone as soon as that damage is there. Plenty of ammo. For some reason decided he wanted to pick up that extra stack, despite the fact he's already got 450 odd bullets.
Confident he's going to do 470 bullets of damage. That's what it is. He's going to kill not only the opposition team, his own team, and the rest of the teams that are left in the competition. I respect it.
Maybe a little bit of poke from the Mozambique. VSA just kind of waiting, sitting back, but they're also poking back as well. Look, Mozambique is just... It's far too hard, doesn't it? Let's be completely honest. So frustrating to play against. I look forward to when there is some sort of patch or some sort of change to it, especially in Arena anyway. But for now, these are the round 1s that we face. Can the vault make a big difference?
Well, they're making a play. You can see they're going for a play. Medilol's going to be taken down, though. Slayers will be weak as well. Here comes JMW. Can he get the knock to at least give his team a chance? He does get one. And it's going to be a 1v1. The low ground has been taken by a trustee, and JMW up on the high ground. So we have a 1v1 for the marbles, so to speak. He's going to bin those players off. However, you can hear the grapple coming in. And we said that this is going to be a very, very important first round. Well, you're seeing why right now, and it's going to be won by VSA. They answer back from a disappointing map loss by taking the 1v1.
I was thinking maybe, you know, the Vault was going to reign supreme there, but not to be. VSA on the comeback. Want to assert their dominance on Gardens and turn this into a full old best of 5. Take us to the map that I'm least confident in both of these teams, if I'm completely honest. I guess VSA showed a lot of promise against Gambit on it. They really wiped the floor with them, but I don't know how Kangana are going to play Hillside Outpost. Like it's just that kind of outlier that neither team will probably have as much practice on. So Kangana will definitely want to get the job done here on Gardens, and there is going to be the bounce pad towards the high ground, and it's going to be Kangana's turn to have the advantage here in terms of map positioning. Wait for those sky nades first. At least they know the meta, right? They know the grenades are going to come.
Made it lol. I'm going to be laughing if you're on VSA, though. That one hurt. The headshot on the cross, the 76. Now they have them trapped inside this building. Do they have the utility to work with, though? Maybe Lol not going to quite hit those shots as the player had a little poke. He raised an eyebrow as he came around that corner just to see what was going on, but still in a position where we have this standoff between the players.
Here comes the Horizon grab list. This is why you play Horizon, right? So you can take that high ground off them. Medilol will fall. And here comes VSA. They have a 3 versus 2 now. Job's done already by getting the player advantage. JMW is going to have to go huge with Graceful. Graceful's done a little bit of damage, has to back down. JMW's there for support. That comes through, but it means VSA, it gives them time to heal up as well.
Yeah, this should be another round to VSA unless they make some mistakes. 45 is going to be enough damage to force the push now coming in. However, it's a 2v2 now. Slayer's still up on height. He's going to have an angle to work with, and they will make it work, although it looked a little bit shaky. The initial play was enough to give them that opening with a Horizon Q to take the one player down off of height. VSA now, just like that, Dan, they find themselves on map point.
Map point can very quickly push this all the way to a best of 5, but we have seen Kangana come from the death before. Has to start here with a lot of confidence, but VJ does have that black hole. This is where the legend differences and the ability to have someone to play flex comes into the equation, because Kangana have said they're not going to change legends. They're always going to play the same, even if there are better picks. Horizon made the difference in that one, and may just make the difference in this one if the black hole is performed perfectly. I remember seeing the black hole thrown to the bottom of the map in an earlier round, and then the grenades followed through.
Oh, it's a straight battle straight away. You can see there is the black hole going down onto the high ground. JMW's got to hit some huge wingman shots, but Slayers hits bigger ones. Slayers is 1 HP, but survived. And that's the most important thing for him to do. VJX is going to pick up another kill now, and this is the end. You would feel Graceful's going to have to perform all sorts of magic if he wants to extend this game. It's looking like, Dan, though, we're going to be going to 2-2 in the series as VSA will take home Gardens.
All the way to map number 5. Nothing to separate the two then.
Today? Map 5's all day.
Honestly, I think we expected it when we looked at the teams that were left in this tournament. It was not going to be an easy run for anyone in any game. I mean, sometimes I know in competitive kind of tournaments, it doesn't matter on the esport. Like, you can see a loser's bracket or a winner's bracket where one team will just blow everyone out of the water, but it seems like all of the teams that were left today, all 6 of them were so close in terms of skill level, in terms of map knowledge, in terms of arena experience. And Kangana, they just weren't able to get it going here on Gardens. A very quick and efficient 3-0 to really reinstate that confidence on the side of VSA. It may have been taken away from them. They went 2-1 down in the series, and we mentioned, you know, maybe they would be a little bit worried. Maybe the experience wouldn't be there. The pressure would suddenly kick in, but that is one way to deal with pressure. A 3-0 to put you in favor when you go into map number 5.
Really, really impressive. Really puts the pressure back onto Kangana, and I wonder if There's going to be talk of Kagana throwing some of those rounds, but to be honest with you, it didn't really feel like it. It felt like they were just outplayed on a lot of them, to be honest with you. And VSA, a very, very calculated way they approach Gardens, and devastating in those close range battles as well, as you would expect from the VSA lads. Now we go to a deciding map, and I can't remember. I think it's artillery. Am I right in thinking that?
Hillside Outpost.
Map 5? Hillside Outpost. Okay, well, I mean, interesting. We have the wildcard map to come up as our final map. As we take a look at those damage statistics from the last game, that is, yeah, that is the spanner in the works for both these teams, I feel.
Yeah, well, VSA, I think I mentioned it just previously at the start of that round, like they annihilated Gambit on this map. But I feel like that was maybe Gambit not being as comfortable on it and them just going for a kind of off-meta pick to try and throw a spanner in the works themselves. Kagana, we know, do not like this map. Like, outright don't like it, and they've said it comes down to a little bit of RNG, like which kind of side you spawn when the circle is on the high side and whatnot. So we'll have to keep a keen eye on that one and see who spawns where when the circles are in certain positions. But VSA should be more comfortable on it. They picked it as well. So I'm leaning towards VSA, but at the same time, it's hard to go in against Kagana because whenever you bet against them, they seem to just turn up.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make. Every time we seem to bet against anyone at the moment, we're saying one team has the edge. Well, guess what happens in the next round? One team answers back in the most emphatic way possible, and the most emphatic way possible for VSA to answer back there was with a very, very, very convincing 3-0 sweep. It was over before it almost started there on Gardens. Now we go over to Hillside Outpost, which to me is very interesting. You know, one of the sides we heard from Graceful feels like it's very overpowered over the other, where you have the height advantage. So spawns are going to be very interesting here for the teams.
Yeah, similarly to Gardens, I mean, the spawns do flip back and forth, but with the rings also changing each round, it means that you can't guarantee kind of fairness across the ground. So it does come down to a little bit of luck as to which side you spawn, but you've also got to take full advantage of that. If you lose a round where you have that advantage, then suddenly you're going to be on the back foot, right? So you have to make sure you are winning those rounds where you have a little bit of a map advantage. Otherwise, you are just going to gift the opportunity to your opponents to take the map. And if you do that in this one, in a best of 5, in the 5th map, you're going to be out of the tournament and you're going to be finishing in 3rd place. And even though 3rd place is a very respectable place to finish on set, I think that all these teams want to be getting to that grand final, right? They want to be having that chance of taking down NCD, getting 1st place, winning that 4 grand so they can split it 3 ways and 1,333.33, and there's like 1p left for someone to have, and who has the 1,334? That's what I want.
It's how teams fall apart, Dan. It's how teams fall apart. I know. All this success and you got to split all the money up. It's the downfall of many. However, we're here. We're in map 5. It's VSA versus Kagana. It's been another amazing series, back and forth between the two teams. That's still no clear decisive winner. It all comes down to Hillside Outpost, and VSA look like they're on the unfortunate side of things to start off.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of high ground to work with though, but they do have to move more centrally. That circle is going to move down towards the low ground. And Kagana have opted to just play those buildings right from the get-go. They haven't played the kind of Hillside Outpost part of the map. Instead, they very much know that they can wait here, watch the bridge, and say to VSA, you've got to come down to us, and when you do, we're going to be waiting. Plus, we've got the care package. So Havoc, Scout, and an
Scout
R9.
could be huge. Scout could be really important. Just doing that poke damage from range and being able to suppress these players as they move down towards you from that high ground to low. But Graceful's also got a Havoc to work with. No turbocharger, however, but Kagana still have one. Graceful has actually taken over the Havoc duties for his team, as now we're going to see the map get split a little bit as VSA make their move up.
Don't have to be too aggressive here, VSA, but at the same time, if they bide their time for too long, they might find themselves in a difficult situation. JMW does turn, but I think it was just a little bit too late. DJ caught him off guard there.
There's the trade, though, and that's the important thing here for Kagana, managing to get that trade to make it a 2v2. However, with the batteries being popped, you can see that VSA are desperately trying to push up, trying to find these players, trying to isolate. Kagana have got the heels off, though, and now it's just like a Western. It's a good old-fashioned shootout. Maney's in a 1v1 here with his opponent. Graceful looks like he's on the other side. Come to join him now. Both players are going to jump out of dodge. One stimming, one jumping into the void to try and get these heels off.
Back comes off for both players, but you imagine that's also going to be on the side of VSA as well. It's great to get out of the way and it's great to heal back up, but you give the opposition the time to heal back up too. So you're going to say, look, we're going to re-engage in the fight. You'd imagine that Medilor has a slight advantage in the fact that he has an automatic Havoc here to work with. Is this going to be bait? Is he actually going to go for it?
He's going to try and stick this one. And just get JMW back up. And not only is it JMW back up, it is bait enough. Maybe will get the knock, and that is going to be Kangana picking up the first round here on a Hillside Outpost. And a smart job, to be honest with you, for JMW to get away and get into a position to actually be rezzed.
There was a decision made, wasn't there, when it was the 2v2 behind the truck that they both said, it's time to go. But it wasn't time to attack, it was time to leave. And they both got out of dodge, they both got the bats off. Also, the final player was in a good position for the res, and even if the res hadn't come off, I think it was enough just to bait them down. But the fact that the res did come off, it's just an extra gun in the hand of that third player to ensure that you can do that damage at the end of things.
So first blood to Kangana. Round 1 to them. As VSA will try and answer back. And this is interesting for me for VSA. This is the map where we saw them dominate Gambit. And it looks like they're going to try and get a little bit more aggressive here. They're going to try and bring the pain back to Kangana. This is what I like to see from any team. There's a boot to the door. Player just popping that battery. And now can Slayers get into a position where he can do enough damage? And more importantly, if he does do the damage, can he get out? Here's Atrocity's trying to do what he can. Slayers has got that first knock. And hold forward, boys. We're going in. We're going to wipe you back into the respawn screen. That's going to be Kangana falling and VSA evening things up.
Yeah, 1-1 then in the rounds. And I think VSA have noticed that Kangana send one player on the flank quite early. So they've said, look, if we just push into where their general vicinity, we're probably going to find 2 players without their third. And we just need to take one of them down and we've got that player advantage. So Kangana need to keep an eye on that one. Maybe whoever it is on the flank, whether it be JMW, whether it be Graceful, just needs to be covering the quick aggressive push and be ready for it at all times.
1-1. What are the odds on a tiebreaker in this one, Dan?
I mean, I imagine probably pretty good odds, if I'm completely honest. The way that things have been going today, not just in this match, but everyone. We've had a 5th map in every series so far today. We've had a couple go to at least round 8 as well. A lot of damage being done to Slayers, though.
He tried to be aggressive as well. Slayers, though, they're going to be caught out. Shots coming through that little crevice that was left available to slide some bullets through. Graceful was the player who found the angle. Trosty's going to go down as well. All up to BJX now, but he's going to be met by Graceful in the most unpolite of ways. Kangana answer back to VSA's aggression of the previous round with some of their own.
And that puts them onto map point, series point now for Kangana. A chance in the grand finals could be won here, right now. But we know that if you lose the round, suddenly it's 2-2 and it's first to 4, and this match becomes a lot longer for them. So you almost get a little bit of anxiety where you want to win it here and now because it stops it getting too elongated. But at the same time, you don't want to take too many risks. You don't want to do something too silly because it just gifts the way back into the game to your opponents. VSA, are they going to go for the same sheer aggression here to push Kangana? Because it didn't work out in that round.
Kangana got a chance here to just try and be aggressive. You know, the worst thing that happens is things get tied up. If it works, they win everything. They will move through to that next round. Kangana now trying to do what they can to find some angles, but they're not going to be able to be aggressive here because you can see that VSA know that their tournament lies on the line. It's going to be a much slower pace from them now.
Graceful trying to shoot the flat line from distance. Connects with a couple of shots, but nothing too much damage anyway. Grenades also flying from every single direction, it would seem. I think all it's going to take is a couple of headshots or maybe a crack, and that might be enough for either team to push on.
Elo looking for any kind of angle that he can find right now. We've got to be careful of those sky nades. There's 45 with the 2 times. Can he clip this player as well? Do more than that. He'll gonna hit the shots to crack some shields. So good damage coming out of the 2 times wing on the Kangana man on the Octane, but no flesh damage, no knocks on either side. Graceful Once again, down on one knee, looking to catch someone out. It's the care package play. Now he jumps back into the void. This is what Graceful does so well. The opening wasn't there, but he managed to survive.
Does he get far enough away? Yes, it looks like he does. That's sometimes the worry with the Wraith, is that even though you can go into the void, the distance of which you can travel can often be caught out by the opposition team, but he has got back to a full complement of health, joined the rest of the team. They've still got this building to work with this high ground. A lot of obstacles in your way, but at the moment, Kungana are still putting some decent damage out there. A couple of missed shots here or there, but also it's about just applying pressure. Putting the shots in, even if it's just hitting the door next to where an opponent is standing, that's going to stop them from being able to push out, stop them from being able to reposition.
Midlow just trying to catch some heads at the moment. He's almost fishing. Trying to see if he can hook any kind of bait. At the moment, not connecting. Nobody's taking a little nibble.
Got an enemy out there.
So I'm going to force these players together pretty soon. Can't quite connect with that headshot again. So close to doing so. Midlow now going to stim back to his teammates just to see if he can catch someone on the cross again. Just can't quite connect.
20 seconds until this suddenly becomes a dogpile in the middle of the map, by the way. Graceful looking to try and take advantage of it now, though. Horizon is going to be the target in sight and does get the knock, and Kungana take the advantage.
And jump into the void as well. 3v2 here for Kungana. They're on match point. They're on series point. 45 damage from JMW as well. The question is, are they going to try and push? Is the res going to be able to come in? Do they have the utility to stop things? Graceful has retreated into a position where he's going to be safe, but now the push is going to come in. Pathfinder's going to have to try and escape. Makes the cross, and Midlow can't quite connect. And this is just a straight shootout now, as Kungana will finally get the job done. Kungana will win the series. VSA will fall out of the tournament. A great performance from them, but Kungana once again reminded us of just how good they are.
Yeah, they looked a little bit worried at times. I'm going to be completely honest, VSA, with their aggression, they caught Kungana off guard, but it's how Kungana adjust. They said the same about the previous series, where they had to just change up their tempo a little bit against Gambit, and they've done just that here against VSA. They forced VSA out of their comfort zone at times, and even though VSA looked like a dominant force yesterday, it's just not far enough. And it's not enough to get them into the top two. Top three will be where they fall, but they should be very happy finishing in third place, especially with some of the giants that they took down on their way. And I'm sure we'll be seeing the names of Slayers, VJ, and Atrocity again in the near future. But for now, it's still Kungana on this loser bracket run of dreams. They dropped out in the winners bracket round 1, and they are still somehow alive, and they find themselves in the grand finals.
Grand finals will be coming up in just a few moments as well. Kungana, what a run it's been from them today. We've watched so many series from their point of view as they have been bullying their way through this lower bracket, but so many decent challenges for them to deal with as well. It's been a really tough ride for them to go through. I mean, the likes of Gambit they've taken down. You just see them take down yet another opponent who's been, to be honest, a surprise package for me. I've been really impressed with the three gentlemen that we've just seen go up against Kungana. I think they've really made a name for themselves. And VSA certainly will be a name we'll be looking out for in any future arenas tournaments that go down. But Kungana seem to be the kings, so to speak. And that's not a play on words. That's not a pun. They really have just proven they have been that good so far today.
Yeah, I wonder if NCD are a little bit worried now of what's going to happen in this grand final, because I don't think NCD were expecting to be where they are. They've kind of just slowly but surely rattled through their opponents and maybe people who haven't had too much arena experience, and now suddenly Kungana, who I would argue have the most arena experience in this lobby, are going to be more than ready for this grand final. Their consistency across all maps would suggest that a best of 7 will be comfortable for them, whereas we know that NCD looked a little bit weak in certain maps. Thermal, for example, they said they hadn't even played it in certain times, or certainly Dolphin had never played it. So maybe that's going to be something that we'll see their opposition play for here, and most certainly pick Thermal in the early stages.
All right, then. Let's send this one to a break, though, while we get the players in the lobby and all set up for our grand finals. In the meantime, head over to gloot.com, sign up for a free account, and start competing and tracking all of your Apex Legends stats. Something to do, hey? Don't worry, though. We're going to come back as soon as physically possible. We'll get the players in the lobby. Grand finals is just around the corner. Best of 7. Dan Gaskin. We're going to take this one home. Welcome back, everybody. It's GLL Arena Summer, and it is grand finals time. But before we get to our grand finals, it's always good to hear from a man who's, to be honest with you, become part of the furniture as far as the show's been concerned, because we've spoken to him twice already, and we thought we'd make it 3 times. And thanks to HyperX Quadcast, we're going to be able to speak to him once more. Graceful from Kungana, you're here again. The run is still going. I know you're hungry. We were just talking off camera how you've had some food beside you, but you haven't been able to touch it. But let's be honest, if you win the tournament, I think you'll be happy to wait.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's just I'm so hungry because we've been playing since 6 p.m. But I warmed up at 5 p.m., so I've been playing for so long.
Well, talk us through that last series, because that was a tough one for you guys. It was back and forth, Hillside Outpost again, a little bit of a anomaly in the map pool. But you guys, even though you said it doesn't favor one team in particular, you look pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really as much of a back and forth. It's most likely when we play our game, we kill anyone, really. It's really that simple. But when we let other people play their game, then we die, and it's that's it.
And I mean, best of 7 now in the grand final. You guys haven't faced NCD yet in the tournament after getting knocked down into the lower bracket, of course. But you probably know them well. I mean, you've played in tournaments where they've also been competing in Battle Royale. Yeah. Do you think that this is going to be one of those that goes all the way down to the wire, like a full best of 7, or do you think you can get the job done pretty quickly?
We always go to the last map. I don't know why. We just do. We throw at least 3 maps, so it's going to best of 7 probably.
All right, well, what is the secret to success for you here? Is it still the same things that we've talked about before, communication, or is there something that you know about these guys that you think you can take advantage of?
I mean, we've defeated, the Russian overlords that are the best mechanical players in the world. We've defeated the controller players. Like, this is just, the same thing, really. We just play our game and we do our best, really.
That's what I wanted. I wanted a sound bite from you, Graceful. That's what I wanted, a little bit of fighting talk before we get into things. But we'll let you go because the grand finals is just around the corner. We know you want to get set up, you want to get ready, and maybe even, if you're lucky, get a mouthful of food down before you get underway. So thanks for joining us. Always good to hear from you.
Bye.
Awesome. Again, thanks to HyperX Quadcast for bringing us that interview, Dan. Graceful, as I say, it's been a TriCast for some points of today. Just, have him involved, giving us an update and reminding us all that he's hungry. Success.
Reminding us that we're also hungry as well. So I literally, just in that break, I cooked a bolognese. Well, I mean, it's a microwavable bolognese, but I haven't had the chance to eat it yet. So now I'm also going to be sad. I was like, oh, we've got a 10-minute break. It's only going to take 6 minutes, but then didn't quite cook through. I had to put it for another couple of minutes.
See, these kind of things. It happens. Never trust a microwave. The only microwave you can trust is the microwave gun in Apex, and that is, of course, the charged rifle. But, I mean, let's get your predictions on our grand finals. Who do you think is going to go to? Are you staying with the Kungana train, or are you going to switch your allegiances? I
think I'll stick with the Kungana train. The fact that there isn't like a bracket reset or anything, I don't think that NCD are going to have too much of an advantage here. Yes, okay, they would have had a little bit of a rest. Yes, okay, they would have just been able to watch on, absorb the information. But I think Kungana look better across every single map that we've seen, whereas there are some weaknesses for NCD. But I'm happy to be proven wrong, and we know and we have seen how NCD play, so I'm expecting this one to be a very close encounter.
All right, chat, let's see your predictions as well. I know we're on a little bit of delay, but I want to see a little bit of hype in the chat for these two teams. It's been a long old slog for both of them to get through to this place that they find themselves in the grand final. And just a reminder, there's some decent prize money up for grabs for these guys as well. $4,000, I should say, for first place. So they're going to be, all of a sudden, the sweat levels go up even higher than you could possibly imagine. This is the map picks, and I'm sorry to say, Dan, I didn't get to I had nothing to do. Maybe it's not the map picks. Maybe it's the prize pool. Maybe that wasn't the map picks. Okay. Maybe it wasn't the map picks. This is what they're playing for, though. $4,000 for first. Both of them already secured a decent chunk of change, though.
It was the best of 7, so I'm predicting that wasn't the map picks. But maybe if you want to take anything away from that, I mean, it might have been some.
Okay, no. It was. I'm hearing from production. It was a fat finger that went down. So it's an official term in the business where it was the wrong slate. It's fine. We've all been here a long time. Production been working super hard hours behind the scenes as well to bring us the show. So we'll let that one slide. But 20K is the total prize pool. And of course, we're coming back for North America a little bit later on. Don't worry, we're just getting started here, Dan.
Yeah, and there'll be, probably more furniture when it comes to interviews. I'm sure James will be back on the broadcast as well when we get into North America, and I can't wait to hear from him and My Little Phony in general. But that is the run of the day. That's how everything has happened over the last couple of days this weekend, and it all comes down to this: a best of 7 between NCD and Kungana. Now, I predicted Kungana going all the way. I thought that they were my favourites throughout this tournament, but I did not see NCD getting to this position. So this is a great spot for NCD to find themselves in.
All right. Well, I'm hearing from the back from the wonderful people who are providing us with all these graphics and information and putting the show together. The map picks are ready. So Dan, are you ready? I'm feeling confident.
Go on then.
I'm gonna get. I only have to get one right.
You have to get one out of these first 5.
Okay. So the first one is not going to be Thermal Station. I think the first one is going to be Party Crasher.
Party Crasher is your prediction for map number 1. It would be a good map for Kungana, but also NCD have performed well.
Oh, let's go!
And he nailed it at number 1.
Let's go! Oh, that's huge. Oh.
What's map 2 going to be then, Mystic Meg?
What is 2 going to be? What's 2 going to be? Overflow. Kungana like to play that fast-paced game. I'm going with Overflow.
Overflow. Right, okay. There's something wrong here. I've been rused. Production are in on it.
No way!
I'm not.
No.
What's map number 3 then?
So NCD don't want to play that, so they won't want to play Hillside Outpost. Let's go Artillery.
Artillery, yeah. Okay, this is Artillery. Yeah, I'm out. Okay, I'm out. No, I'm done. This is all. I can't believe you've cheated.
Seeing this, chat? Are you seeing this?
I cannot believe you've cheated.
There's no way. There's no way.
You're a man of honesty.
I mean, I am a man of honesty. What do you mean? I am putting actual logic to it instead of you just going gardens every time.
Oh, then what's map number 4?
Okay, well, Kungana, Artillery's gone, Party Crasher's gone, so that's 2 the NCD maps. Kungana have had success on Phase Runner. They won't want to play gardens because they just got whacked on it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this seems legit. What's map number 5 going to be then, Mark?
Well, it's got to be 1 of 3, right? It's got to be. I'll go with Hillside Outpost.
Hillside Outpost is what you're going with.
Oh, the clean sweep has gone.
Oh, he's gone. He had to get 1 wrong to make it look legit, chat.
The clean sweep has gone.
Him in production, they obviously conspired against me here to try and make me look silly, and I respect it, but at the same time, I think.
How can you say? Can you not just let me win? I've just guessed them. I'm good.
Cheated.
Okay, well, the last 2 it's got to be, I don't know. Oh, Hillside Outpost is going to be number 6. That's going to be the Kungana pick. And then only leave us with 1 map, I'm pretty sure, right? Come on, Dan, you can get this one right.
No, I can't even remember.
Come on, this is your chance of redemption. You've got 1 out of 1 pick.
6 hours. Well, it's Dome's not used, right? So what have we got? Wait, what? Overflow's gone. Thermal Station. What's going on here?
Wait.
It's all a ruse.
Everything's a ruse. What's going on?
Ruse.
Okay, it's Hillside Outpost.
1 right.
No, it doesn't. I've got more than you right. I've got more than you right in one series than you did across 2 days.
Overflow was map number 3. Artillery was 4. Phase Runner was 5. So you got all those technically wrong because
doesn't matter. Still got more than you overall.
That's fine.
So now you can see that I wasn't cheating.
No, you were cheating. Production clearly have bamboozled me here, and then they've suddenly switched it right at the end. But it's fine. I get it. Everyone wants to go against the Gaskin. I won't take it personally, but I will.
Dan just slide into the victim role because he got beaten fair and square.
I'll give you the 1 on the Party Crashers. You got 1 out of 10. I got 0 out of 10. Well done. Congratulations.
Ridiculous.
You got 1.
He's seething. Dan hates losing, and you can see it.
I don't like cheating. That's what I don't.
Hates it. Can't stand it. Champion of the world, arena guesser, map guesser.
Imagine if
2020 World Championships.
That was a competition. How much do you win?
I win your bolognese. You're not allowed to eat.
I'll have your salad-filled wrap.
Let's not talk about it. All right, let's not talk about it. Anyway, it looks like we're moments away from getting into our grand final. It's been a long slog for these players, and I'm sure they're looking forward to getting into this and finally deciding who is going to be our EMEA champion now of the GLL Arena Summer. Shout out to our sponsors, as always. Nocco, been keeping me going. No word of a lie. Been keeping me going. HyperX, Legion by Lenovo, and of course, G-Loot. Head over to gloot.com to sign up, track all your Apex stats, all that kind of good stuff, and get involved. So, Dan.
Hello.
Series score.
4-3 to Kangana.
4-3 to Kangana. So I'm gonna go. Do you know what? I'm 4-1.
To
Kangana.
Okay.
4-1. I think we're not gonna go all the way. I think that I think it's gonna get. I don't know actually. And now I say that I'm like, oh, I'm second guessing myself. I'm not sure. I don't know. I gotta stick with it. 4-1. I gotta stick with it.
4-1 to Kangana. I think it's certainly a chance that Kangana could really demonstrate some domination in this best of 7. But we're here. It's the grand final. It all comes down to this. Kangana got knocked into the lower bracket after winners bracket round 1, but they've managed to creep their way back through. They will match up against NCD, who have yet to lose.
NCD, as you say, unbeaten so far in the tournament. And maybe some pressure on G Dolphin here, because he was saying his 2 teammates have been carrying him. Well, he's not going to have to let himself be carried now, because everyone is going to have to step up, because we've seen the level of play that's been coming out of Kangana. Unlucky up on this high ground. Dolphin trying to get involved as well. A little bit of a wiggle from JMW, but Unlucky will pick up that first blood. However, it should be traded out, you would imagine. However, not going to be. Unlucky picks up 2.
Picks up 2. It's 2 versus 1. And G Dolphin, he's very full in terms of his health. His shield cells, but the final player is going to be able to dash away. So it's a 1v1, but can he actually get the shots? G-Dolphin has to go huge here, but it looks like he might not be able to do so. The P2020 is being spammed, and it comes down to the shots, and Kangana somehow win in what was a 2 versus 3 and then a 1 versus 2.
Well, I said that G-Dolphin's going to have to put himself in a position where he doesn't feel like he's getting carried, but that is not the perfect start for him. And as you say, made it low on Octane. A wiggle, a shake, a shimmy, shake, rattle and roll, whatever it is. It was enough to get that first round on the board for Kangana, and that's got to be a little bit of a heartbreaker for NCD.
One of the benefits of playing Octane, though, is that after you have got that initial knock, right, you can just quickly stim, you can run away, you can get to a position where you think you might be able to at least bat up, but I don't think he even had time to bat or even heal. Instead, just took the fight and won the engagement, but can't seem to actually get onto a launch pad.
Well, Medilo, the adrenaline maybe still running. Oh, look at that shot on the cross. The adrenaline's still running through his veins, and he decided he was just going to sprint instead of using the jump pad. He didn't need no assistance. Dolphin this time investing in the G7 Scout, so he's going to be playing a little bit more range. Unfortunately, he's taking quite a lot of damage from some long-range shots just finding their way towards his back. Unlucky, he did a lot of good work at the start of that round for NCD. Picking up that first blood is going to be looking to do something very similar here. 45 with the wingman. Tries to peek around that corner once more, but not going to work for him this time.
Not many cells to work with here on NCD. I don't know if they were able to pick up any bats either, so they're going to need to make a move soon if they do any sort of damage. There's a 43 somehow from the Mozambique. Whereas there's a few more resources to be used on the side of Kangana thanks to the economy they were able to accumulate from winning that first round. The grenade goes out, doesn't get any damage tags. But Kangana have got map positioning. They have the high ground here. They can watch this loot pill as well.
Dolphin's trying to hold some angles here. Tries to flick up and hit one shot with that G7 Scout. The NCD kind of caught on the low ground here and just trying to hold some angles. But there's only so many angles you can hold as a team of 3, which is going to allow Kangana at least to get some sort of entry damage, you would imagine. Difficult for NCD to capitalize on any of that damage. However, a double connection with the wingman from Unlucky might just give them a little bit of time to force an angle as Mady takes over that position. He has to cover his teammates where you get those cells off and get back up to full HP.
Garner just checking all the angles, making sure there's no one creeping up on them from NCD. As you can see, it is the exact same legend composition on both sides.
We should go this way.
Both Kangana and NCD, from what we've spoken, seem to pretty much stick with the same composition throughout every map. We did see NCD switch over to Gibby for artillery, and that was about it, whereas Kangana don't really change for anything or anyone. They've got their own agenda. They want to play how they want to play. And for now, I mean, look at the movement here from JMW. Great positioning. This is a fantastic vantage point, and it's going to be a difficult one to spot for NCD if they do decide to push.
Both teams will have to move down from that low ground. The issue here for NCD is that they can only move out through essentially one of those doors in front of them, which means they can be funneled into the crosshairs of their opponents. Kangana, do they want to try and make a play, though? Do they want to try and mix things up a little bit? Doesn't look like they are. They're going to play the sensible game here. Maybe it will be up to NCD to try and make a late dash, a desperate dash out to see if they can take under the bridge. But you can see Maydilol is just holding a grenade up. He's going to be counting down the seconds until he lets that one go. And he could do a huge amount of damage. Grenade's going to be exchanged. Zone starts to come in. NCD can buy a few seconds here, but how many seconds can they buy before they take some damage from these nades? Enough is the question. Is the answer, I should say, to the question. Dolphin slides in. Graceful got that first knock. It's going to be another player above him. Dolphin will go down. It all falls down to Unlucky here. He's only got 1 HP, but he has managed to get a crack. Goes to see if he can flick out and hit some good damage, but this is very, very difficult for him. You can see both players having their lines of sight obscured by the 2 knockdown shields. Everyone working together here. Lucky moving out. Goes wide, and he won't be able to win this one. It'll be Kangana who'd win the 1v1. A little bit of zone damage maybe being effective there, and they go up 2 in the series. By the way, chat, I've just seen, by the way, people calling me sus for those predictions. You're all wrong. I thought we were weird.
Call him out. Like, that was completely sus, and they know full well that, like, the chances of that, like, you were definitely cheating. So you should be called out for being sus. Especially with the production change.
Some of us just have talent, okay?
No,
don't be jealous, chat.
There is no talent in that.
Don't be jealous.
You are either a robot or you are cheating. And you know what? I'm suspect of both. I'm going to be completely honest. Maybe you're a robot and you're cheating. So there we go. What a round that was, though, by the way, for Kangana. Just playing it patient, playing for that final circle. It was a little bit close at the end. Letting the opposition bat was an interesting decision for me, but perhaps didn't quite know how much health the final player had.
Let's go over here. As
Kangana now are 1 round away from taking map number 1 in very quick and emphatic fashion. Also, I've just remembered what NCD stands for. It's Nuggets, Crumpets, and Dolphins, isn't it? I've been saying all this time it's the first letter of their names, but Nuggets, Crumpets, and Dolphins just came back to me.
Just thinking chicken nuggets now, but now it's going to be moved from Kangana up onto this high ground, trying to be aggressive and really press home the advantage. Dolphin's already taking quite a lot of damage himself, so is Unlucky. Dolphin's trying to make a play to establish some dominance and assert a little bit of presence here. 45 flesh damage, but can't get that knock. It really is a little bit tested between these players at the moment. JMW is going to get the first. Maney's going to get the second. And this looks like it will be a clean sweep for Kangana, even with Unlucky getting 1. Kangana are the champions of our first map in our grand final. 3-0 sweep. And NCD are going to need some copium after that one. A little bit like the chat and Dan Gaskin were after my predictions.
Well, at least chat's on my side for once. That's what I like. But Kangana, a very one-sided game indeed. Didn't really allow NCD to get themselves back into things. Maybe there was too much rest between NCD's last series and this one. Just been watching in the wings, watching the losers bracket unfold. But now they're having to re-warm back up. Whereas they're going up against Kangana, who are absolutely on fire right now, who've been dominating the lower bracket. And they were just hitting their shots. I'm going to be completely honest. I mean, NCD got a few cracks here or there, but some of the flatline shots I was seeing, and some of the wingman shots that were coming out as well. And this was a big one. Dolphin losing this one. The P2020 just not able to quite connect. Hit for 16 and 16. And it wasn't enough. And then this was a patient round as well, just using the ring against their opponents. NCD in the end falling, and that means we've got a 1-0 lead for Kangana. And you know, when we spoke to Graceful, he was saying how like they throw rounds and they throw maps. Well, at least they don't have to worry about map number 1. They can start to look forward to map number 2, which, if the kind of list of maps was correct and you weren't cheating or whatever, then Thermal Station is map number 2. And we've already seen what happened to NCD earlier on Thermal Station. It was not a comfortable map for them whatsoever.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary situation now. You mentioned it for NCD. Not only the fact that they're going over to a map where they got obliterated earlier. I couldn't think of a better word. That is the word I'm going to go with, because that's exactly what happened. But after losing map 1 in the grand final in that kind of way, it's going to put even more doubt in your mind. You know, they're going to potentially find themselves 2-0 down in this series, and that's going to be difficult to come back from, even when they then move on to another incredibly aggressive map in our 3rd map of Overflow. So it's going to be tough for them. I don't really know how they come back from this. I think when you're playing on a map which you're not sure how to play, I just think the only way to play it is be aggressive, because the longer the rounds go on, the more likely you are to get outplayed by players who know how to play angles, who know how to play positions. So I just think they've got to kind of throw the kitchen sink a little bit here. Just try and get as close to to their opponents as they physically can, try and hit some big shots. And if the round ends in that first fight, it ends. But at least you're going to be in a position where, you know, you're going to give yourself a chance to win that round.
Yeah, you take the strategy out of it, right? You don't allow the other team to be able to have any sort of strategical advantage whatsoever. So you just run at them and you try and win your fights. If you already know you're bad at this map anyway, you're expecting to go 2-0 down. So why not at least give it a go by taking your opponent out of their comfort zone? Don't let them play it how they want to play it, and just say, let's trust in our ability to win team fights. Yeah, okay, there are times where you can't literally just run at the other team, otherwise you're going to leave yourself very vulnerable to just getting absolutely drilled in the side from several directions. But there are certain ways you can employ a strategy where you can, you know, jump pad with devotions or automatics, and you can make it very difficult for your opponent. Or you could go for something a little bit different with your legend composition to try and surprise them as well, frustrate them a little bit, cut off their sight lines, for example. Kungana said they hate playing against Bangalore, they hate playing against kind of the poke damage. Stick a Bangalore on the map, do something they don't enjoy, do something that really throws them off their game.
It's almost as if, you know, players are getting to the point now, and teams are getting to the point where they have to recognize where the other team's weaknesses are. It's all good to have your own strategies, but you've also got to be aware of how your opponents struggle and where your opponents struggle. And I think the Bangalore pick, when you get to Overflow, is definitely going to be something that needs to be looked at if you're on NCD. And if you're watching the broadcast right now, they need to keep their eyes peeled for that and try and employ that, because it's certainly something that has caused their opponents, Kungana, some problems so far. But enough about speaking about problems, because the action is back underway. Kungana had no problems whatsoever in our first map, up 1-0, as we now move on to a map where their opponents have not found a lot of success so far.
Yeah, they really struggled on it when we saw them in the winners bracket final. But maybe they've had time during that rest period, during those couple of hours where they've just watched and waited in the wings to assess what went wrong. Maybe watched the games back, looked at what they could do differently. Seems like they're doing the exact opposite of what we thought or what we wanted. They are very much just sitting, waiting, and playing the patient game here, forcing Kungana to instead make the move.
Got some enemies right here.
I'm trying to get a little bit of aggression going. Maidalol's going to do a lot of damage here, and he almost gets the knock, just didn't have enough ammo in the gun to really finish that one off. Nags manages to get away for now. Grenade at his feet, though, he's going to have to use that grapple to get closer to his teammates. So NCD, you can see, already struggling a little bit here, but they have held on for now.
For now being the key word, I think you're almost expecting the inevitable here against Kungana and how they've played this map before, but the positioning from NCD is certainly better right now. The poke damage is coming in, forcing Kungana to back off ever so slightly. Haven't been able to grab that drop. But can we see the likes of Maidalol here just reposition so that he can actually get some poke damage from the side and allow his teammates to push up a little bit more?
Kungana now trying to move up a little bit, trying to put the pressure onto their opponents. JMW is going to hit some shots. He's going to get the shield crack. That's an opportunity maybe to move forward and get that first knock they're looking for. It's all flesh damage here. Kungana starting to swarm, starting to strangle, and starting to just choke the life out of their opponents here. That is going to be a clean sweep across the board. Kungana just looking dominant here, Dan.
Yeah, as soon as they have got enough damage, they know how they want to kind of execute a little push. Sometimes they send one player around the back. Sometimes they just push as a full three. They keep their opponents on their toes. And the tactical advantage is definitely there on this map. You can already tell for Kungana. NCD looked uncomfortable. They kind of just shied away a little bit. They tried to play positioning, but they weren't showing and being able to really do enough to assert any dominance in that round. Whereas they could have probably played it very differently. Once they got a lot of damage, they could have just run it, Kungana, and said, you know, we're going to take the game to you rather than allow you to push on us. I mean, it's better to be the pusher. That's what we found in arenas. If you're the one being the aggressor, if you're the one taking the initiative and actually deciding to push from multiple angles, for the most part, you seem to find success.
I've been having to back up, and the difficulty for playing against a team like Kungana as well is it's not just they got the basic strategy down on this map. Well, the way that Graceful plays and JMW have been playing with off angles as well, trying to sneak behind. It's not just a case of, you know, oh, okay, we've worked out how the basic setup is for teams here. It's more than that. They're just going to be constantly caught off guard, constantly peppered, and it's going to be difficult for them to deal with.
There's the portal that's been purchased for Graceful again. It's something we saw the last time Kungana played this map. It just gives you that element of a get out of jail free card when you're stuck in the middle of the map, something that a Gibraltar bubble usually offers for those teams who up to play for the Gibraltar. It actually won Kungana a round, if I remember correctly. Just being able to put them all under the dome area, under the donut area, should I say. And then they engaged in a fight that very firmly went in their favor. Dolphin is a little bit astray from the rest of the team here. Has to be careful that he doesn't get singled out. It also could cause a big nuisance and could be a thorn in the side to Kungana.
However, he's got a Pathfinder flying at him. Can he get the knock? He's missing a few shots here, and Graceful's going to make him pay. Not for the first time, we've seen Dolphin with an opportunity, but just not being able to take it. JMW showing absolutely no respect to his opponent, though, just grappling straight at him and hitting some big shots. And now you're going to see Nags and Unlucky having to team up together, playing alongside each other, trying to even up the odds. Flesh damage isn't going to be good enough, though, to get that knock they're looking for. However, the zone might actually force a player into them to get that knock. Unlucky does manage to tie things up, though. 2-2 now on the map.
2-2, they did a lot of damage indeed. They could actually bait the res here if they wanted to, but it is just bait. They force the rest of NCD to try and go for the push, hiding behind the knockdown shield. It's a 1 versus 2 now. Medilov takes down Nags, and Unlucky has to try and come up clutch.
We poke damage. Unlucky in the 1v1, or the 2v1, I should say. It's going to have to be a big play. Unfortunately, just losing the wingman battle on the map at the moment. Medilov and Graceful both going to move in. However, Unlucky destroys one. And can he destroy two? No, he can't. It's going to be finally Kungana clutching up here. They'll be up by 2. And now they find themselves once again on map point and almost 2-0 up in the series.
And we thought that Thermal would go in the way of Kungana, and it was I guess a slight mistake from Dolphin. It was one thing I was a little bit worried about when I saw him quite some distance away from the 2 teammates. That's what Arena is all about. Singling out one player and then just jumping on them, giving yourself the player advantage. And even though Dolphin had the jump technically on Kungana and may have fired the first shot, it didn't matter when a Pathfinder and a Wraith suddenly dive on top of you. That was all she wrote. And the rest of the team did at least make something of that round. And I mean, Dolphin said he's been getting carried through the tournament, which we know isn't necessarily true. But certainly Unlucky and Nags are the dynamic duo and even nearly managed to clutch up a 2 versus 3 there. Kungana just need one more and it will be a 2-0 lead, and that will really put NCD with their backs against the wall.
NCD probably thought they would come into this map, and it could be one they could chalk up as somewhat of a loss, so to speak. I don't think they're going to be too affected by it, but I think it's just the hangover from map 1 that's really affected them. The way that went down will be very disappointing to them. Graceful now playing up on this platform, and we are going to be moving towards the dome side again. And Graceful now, you can see the difference here between the teams that he's played against previously. Being allowed to move up without taking too much damage or even having any kind of pressure added onto him shows the gaps in the armor, so to speak, of NCD in comparison to some of the teams we've seen previously.
Yeah, Graceful said it best in his interview that you have to keep your eyes peeled. You have to be watching all angles. And actually, maybe NCD are quite aware of this. They try and close down the gap here. They try and take on Graceful, but Graceful gets out of dodge. And not only has he got those 2 players out of position, he's taken them off of the ultimate high ground there. Just not allowing NCD to be comfortable in the round whatsoever. Now Kungana, they reposition, they regroup, and they'll look to re-engage, I'm sure. And if they do find one player on their own, you know, this could be the zip of dreams again. JMW, you could see, was considering it. The reticule was hovering over the area where you might just queue, but he saw that Graceful took a considerable amount of damage, so let's just play it a bit more patient.
Graceful jumping into the void. Also going to have the portal going down, and we'll be able to get into the dome building. Unfortunately, JMW is going to be caught out. And that will be the opening here for NCD. They needed something, some sort of lifeline to try and get back into this game. Medilow's doing a huge amount of damage, and somehow will also get a knock. So it's a 2v2 for now. Even with JMW going down, and now Graceful, he's managed to take down Dolphin. Matey. That big play from him has left Nags in a position now where it's a 1v2, and this is a round that NCD probably should have won, you would be saying. Unless Nags can pull off some magic.
Yeah, has to go huge here. Very difficult 1v2. Graceful's got his angle. There's also grenades he's got to try and avoid it. Now here comes the push. He does shred, but it's not going to be enough. Kungana take map number 2, 3-0 It's 6 rounds in a row, and they find themselves 2-0 up in this grand final. So even though NCD, they came from the winner's bracket, Kingana came from the lower bracket, looks like Kingana are very firmly in the lead in this one.
Certainly are. It is looking like a Kingana victory parade at this point, but as we said previously, as soon as we feel like one team might start getting a little bit of an advantage, the amount of games we've seen in series today turn on their head has pretty much been consistent with the starts that some teams have had, the comebacks that get answered by. That sentence made absolutely no sense, but you know where I'm coming from, everyone. You know what I'm trying to talk about.
Right,
Can you put that into some sort of English for me and for the people watching? You know what I'm saying?
If I could translate the things you said, then I would be probably very rich, because I think that is something that is almost nearly impossible. But
there's logic in there.
Something that we can take away from this entire series and this kind of the previous series is that we've seen. Previous series, excuse me.
We're both struggling. Let's both take 5 seconds down.
Yeah, hold on, wait.
Everybody just give us 5 seconds, right?
Right, so something that we can take away from the previous series that we saw NCD compete in, we're moving over to Overflow. They were playing against VSA, and they looked very comfortable when it came to Overflow. Thermal, not so much, but Overflow, definitely. They knew when to be aggressive, they knew when to just hold back, they knew when to play the numbers game. However, Kingana, also a team that looks very comfortable in Overflow, so it's really difficult to try and predict things. Kingana very much in the driving seat. Look at the amount of damage they were able to output there. I mean, NCD haven't been able to register a kill just yet. Yes, okay, they've got knocks, but they haven't been able to turn any of those knocks into actual finishes.
Yeah, so it's been unfortunate for NCD. Even the opportunities where they've been up in numbers have slipped through their fingers, and they're the ones that really, really do hurt. There's been a couple of opportunities for them to put rounds on the board that unfortunately they haven't been able to take, and those are the ones, as I say, that really do sting and kind of carry over into those first moments of the next round as well. And the worry for me is the pace that we're going to have here on Overflow. I've got someone at my door, by the way. I'm really sorry. Is this completely unprofessional to have to step
go.
I'll carry it.
I'll carry it. You go.
Sorry, everyone.
I'd rather talk to a chair anyway. This is a home broadcast, everyone. This is what happens sometimes, and we can just witness the chair. Look at the chair spinning, by the way. But it means we get a personal moment, right? How many of you actually think Onset was cheating a little bit earlier with his map predictions? Because I think he very much was. There was definitely a ruse. I got no predictions right earlier out of 10. He got like 5 out of 5. Think it was a joke. Think there was a lot of lies going on. Anyway, we won't tell him what happened, but he's back. He's returned. And did you get the flowers that I delivered to you? Hey?
Oh, I wish it was. It was my neighbour. I won't go into it.
Oh, okay.
But don't worry, we're good. Like,
everything's all right.
We're on good terms. It's all good. But anyway, let's talk. Let's carry on. My last point, Dan, I didn't catch what you were saying, but yeah, I'm just gonna sit here for a second. That's caught me off guard. There's apologies to production, by the way. Apologies to everyone at home. You know, we've been live for a long time, but I did not expect to have to step away because someone was banging on my door.
Yeah, see, this is where I get the advantage of I'm on the 3rd floor. And I can't hear my door, so everyone gets ignored. It doesn't matter. It could be my house could be burning down for all I know. It's fine. Broadcast takes priority here. Once that door's shut, all focus on the camera. But yeah, we were talking about Overflow, weren't we? We were saying how this is a better map for NCD. Certainly, I think anything would be a better map for NCD than Thermal Station, if I am completely honest. But if Kingana go 3-0 up here, that might be the end.
I think it's done.
I think that will probably be. I think that is probably too far for NCD to come back from. But if NCD can win this one, turn it to 2-1, then maybe that'll be suddenly Graceful getting in his own head and thinking they're throwing games again, and it goes all the way to a best of 7.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough uphill road now for NCD. Even if they lose this one, to go on to win it, you know, they're going to have to win 4 in a row against Kingana, which is I don't think many people will be able to do. Regardless if it's BR, whether it's arenas, and especially arenas, I feel like these guys really are just becoming a dominant force. NCD look like aggression is going to be the thing that they go for here. Bubbling forward, Dolphin's going to be changing over from playing on Octane, by the looks of things, to the Gibraltar to give them a little bit more 1v1 ability, so to speak, with the gun shield being in play. JMW taking down some low shields, and everyone on Kingana taking down some low shields, but now starting to answer back after they've managed to pop those meds.
I like this from NCD, though. I like that they've changed up the composition a little bit. Something had to go. Something had to change. JMW does manage to get the bat off, but there is going to be a knock from Unlucky. Dolphin also gets the second, and it looks like round 1 is going to go to NCD, unless we see Graceful turn into a different beast.
We should know better by now. Graceful has given them an opportunity. Does he have meds to play with? Does he have a position where he might be able to get a res off? Mozambique in a P20. No wingman to do huge damage. If he can catch one player off guard, maybe there is a chance. He can also jump into the void, which could delay things a little bit. If he manages to solo out one player and get that knock, he can jump into the void and he can look to re-engage, but I don't think it's going to happen. Graceful's 1 HP. And now he's 0. As NCD, fans of NCD, rejoice. You've got yourself a round on the board.
Finally around. The Mozambiques in favor of the NCD boys. Kangana just got caught off guard a little bit. There was too much poke damage that they took in the early stages of that round, and they couldn't really recover from it. Especially as I think 2 of them dropped back to bat at the same time, and that just gave NCD the freedom to really push up and do the damage on the 3rd player and those who were then batting or had just batted. So can we see Overflow go in favor of NCD? It would be fantastic if they could do it in 3 and really show Kangana that they're here to play, right? And this isn't just going to be a walkover. Kangana at this point are probably thinking like, hey, you know, we've had all these close games in the losers bracket, and we come into the winners bracket grand final, and well, it's been a cakewalk so far.
Well, NCD, it's your job to change that mentality for Kangana. Kangana, I imagine, are going to try and answer back with a little bit of aggression here, to be honest with you. I don't think they were even one round, like we hear from Graceful. Any round where they don't win, it's a throw, right? And they don't like throwing, and Graceful doesn't like throwing, so I have to see how they do answer back. Actually, it's going to be a little bit of a slower round, so put my prediction on the back burner for now, as it's going to be the wingman in the hands of Medilol, trying to just chip away and maybe catch a few heads to burn through some resources. But it's going to be Kangana who are on the faster side of zone. They're going to be the ones who have to make the move across.
I wonder whether the care package is going to come into play here. Still a bubble left for Dolphin, and that bubble can be very important. We've seen Gibraltar bubbles used in various different ways throughout this tournament, whether it just be for gaining resources, whether it be for gaining map position, or whether it just be from protecting you and allowing the team to heal up. There is the bubble that comes down, but Graceful says, screw your bubble, actually, we'll dive into it. And the first knock goes to Kangana.
I love that from Graceful, and I love that from Kangana. So smart, recognizing that one thing that is always going to bait anyone is the care package. If you see an enemy bubble going down, it's usually only one player who enters, so they've decided that they could take that opportunity to get that first knock, catch the player off guard, Kangana answer back, and that's just game smarts from them.
I wonder whether they were just waiting for that bubble, by the way, because even though the bubble went down to, of course, give NCD the chance to try and take the package, it does isolate a fight, and Kangana just said, look, that's the perfect time to just dive in and try and rip this Gibby to shreds. And if you do focus a Gibby, they go down so fast. The hitbox is huge, of course, and a real struggle there for Dolphin. Kangana tied up. They'll get plenty of crafting materials to work with going into this round number 3 now. And I wonder if the speed will change here from NCD. They tried to slow it down a little bit. They tried to wait for the package, but it didn't work out for them.
The NCD this time changing up things with the weapons in their hands. The R99 going to be picked up this time. Wingman with the 2 times for Maiden, which really has been doing some impactful damage for them. However, speaking of impactful damage, he's going to be receiving some this time. It will be from the R99 that has just been purchased by Unlucky, so it will be Kangana who will have to move once again. This time I think the care package is going to be approached with a little bit more caution though, Dan.
You don't just want to be diving onto it this time. Graceful might be waiting somewhere, lurking in the depths. He has been a bit sneaky. Speaking of, JMW going to be combining up with Graceful as they crouch around, trying not to give away any audio cues. It seems like NCD are very much under the impression of, well, okay, Kangana are on that side of the map, we're on this side of the map. Let's just wait for this circle to do its thing. Maybe they can get a care package this time. Maybe there's something juicy in there that will help them win the round.
Graceful has just thrown utility as far as his arms would let him. Slides back out. Him and JMW trying to work together here just to get that first pick bubble down. And it looks like Graceful decides he wants to try and push in. The battery, was being popped inside of that bubble. But for now, NCD survives. Graceful walks into a bubble which has got a landmine inside of it, and now he's going to have to jump back into the void. It's JMW taking huge damage too.
That is a lot of damage, if I'm completely honest. You've got to be careful here if you peek out. Nags will get the opener onto JMW, and now Medilol has to go massive here if he wants to do something. Does get the trade, but it looks like Nags has done the damage as well onto Medi. So it's a 2 versus 1, and it should be a round for NCD.
Should be. However, this is Graceful we're talking about. He turns it into a 2v1, and he's got out with shields. 1v1 now. Spins around. My wrist hurt watching that one. Pathfinder's going to slide out. Graceful still just delaying this fight. Shield barrier being popped. Can he get it off, though, before the Pathfinder decides to drop? The Pathfinder's actually going to stick the battery now, so he's going to have a HP advantage, but there's the knockdown shields. That's going to change things up. Oh, my word. Graceful! Oh!
That should have never been allowed to happen. Never. Graceful doing graceful things, though. The stuff I'm seeing from some of these players in this tournament on set is just different class.
I'm lost for words. That was
Different
nuts. We saw a 1v3 from Snipe down yesterday, but I would argue that play from Graceful was just as impressive. That was ridiculous, because that wasn't really, I feel like, mistakes being made by his opponent. That was him just playing the situation perfectly. That was the only way he could have won that.
I think the rest of the squad are going to be patting him on the back now, and they're going to be delighted with that as well, because that puts them on to map point. And it would be 3-0 if they're able to close this one out. And really just... I mean, it would crush the hopes of NCD, wouldn't it? To go 3-0 and only to win one round as well. I mean, there'll be a lot of questions asked, I'm sure. We'll see what happens, though.
Still in shock. Genuine shock from what Graceful just did in that last round. And I talked about a hangover from map 1 to map 2. Well, this is now known as the 30 years old plus hangover, because that takes 1, 2, 3, 4 days to recover from, and even a week later, you're not quite feeling the same. NCD, though, they're going to have to find a way to change things up here, because it's just not looking good for them at the moment. I can't even think of, like, situations where they've looked like they've dominated a round, you know? They've only won one round so far, but every other one it's been getting outplayed or being outthought.
Grenade in hand for JMW. If one of these grenades connect, which it might actually, forces the player out. Kangana are on the prowl now. They're getting aggressive. They're in a position where they are forcing NCD back into a corner. They're taking the majority of the map off them. Axe is going to have to use a bat here, even just for 2 little blips. We'll see whether NCD can clutch up. It has to be here. It has to be now. Otherwise, Kangana might just have done enough damage to probably take the entire series. I know it will just be 3-0 at this point, but as we mentioned earlier, 3-0 might just be too much to come back from.
BMW trying to move up. Him and Graceful have been impactful. BMW going to take a lot of damage, though. Graceful's going to go around that corner to see if he can do some more crazy stuff. Here comes his teammate somehow, or other. Graceful stayed alive once more. As Manilow will get that first knock, JMW goes down, and once again, Graceful, it all falls onto you. But even for Graceful, this looks like it could be a little bit too much. However, if there's one thing I've learned, don't count him out until he falls on his back. NCD tie things up.
Such an important round for NCD. They had to clutch it up. They were being forced back by grenades, by pressure from Kangana, but they held strong. They hit their shots. They kept Kangana at bay. And now we are going to go a little bit further into a map than we had in the previous 2. You get the tiebreaker situations, but it's going to be first to 4 here in map number 3. And then maybe first to 5. You have to win by 2 unless it turns to 4-4, and then we go to round number 9, where it would be sudden death. Everything's getting a little bit more tense now. Grand finals of Arena Summer here at GLL, and you know what? There's been a lot of fun and kind of exciting moments. There's also been some embarrassing moments here or there, but ultimately it has been such a good tournament. We've still got NA later, so I won't get too ahead of myself, but EMEA have put on a great display.
I feel like we've provided most of the embarrassing moments, let's be real.
That's true.
Hey, Mina, we got some enemies right here.
You Dolphin. Not sure if he's aware there's a player around the corner. He will be now. 52 damage done. Switches his attention to the player in the back as well. Now he's going to bubble down to see if he can finish off that kill, but the bubble not perfect, which might have actually given that player a couple more walls to play around while he gets those heals back off. Graceful is going to be popping that battery. You can see in the kill feed, JMW is going to be lining up a grenade and see where that one falls and if he can force players off of this head glitch. No connection, though, whatsoever from the frag.
These frag grenades are so important. And what's this? What's Graceful going for here? Here's a sneaky play. Rift energy down to just 40%. Portaling around, just giving a little bit of an option here. An angle for Kangana, forcing them out of that horrible position they were just going to be targeted from several different spots from NCD. and combine it with a defensive bombardment here, or at least defensive bombardment has gone down. Graceful needs to do some damage to keep the Gibby at bay.
I've been thinking about taking this off angle. Graceful, I think, is pretty much still in that position. Arm shield damage, gun shield damage, being taken by G Dolphin, and not only that, it bled through to not only the shields but the health as well. JMW still holding strong. Every single member of Kungana right now full HP.
Graceful needs to batter up. Care package is there for the taking. You already leave yourself a little bit vulnerable. Of course, you can use it as cover. If JMW notices that no one's going to be watching, he could go for it if he wanted to. But as we know, the care package not as influential in later rounds as it might be in the early rounds. Graceful does shred, but now needs to escape. Does have 2 into the voids to use. And suddenly, this is becoming very nervy for all these teams. How is that player still alive? Nags just couldn't quite get the final damage.
105 though from Nags, and he's starting to step up here for NCD. They're starting to come to life a little bit here on Overflow, and they needed to, because it was looking like they were staring down the barrel of the gun. JMW going to be forced to use the Phoenix kit as the zone does come in, and now Kungana find themselves in a really tough position to play from. Graceful says, you know what? It's time for me to make a play. He makes a play. Takes down G Dolphin again.
Massive there from Kungana, gives him the player advantage, but NCD, this is still winnable, but as I say that, Unlucky, the last remaining player, and he is shot out of the sky as he drops, and now Kungana put themselves again onto match point here. NCD crawled their way back into the map, but Kungana reassert their dominance.
I mean, Graceful just doesn't care, does he? He's got the climb up to make, and he still backs himself in that position to climb up and get more damage down than his opponent.
Let's go this way.
He is so confident in making plays. He has been one of the standout players across the globe in arenas, as well as, of course, in Battle Royale. What a player to watch. Calls himself the best flatline player in the world, and you can't really argue with it, Dan. He's been a phenom.
You don't need care packages when you've got a flatline in the hands of Graceful, right? He's just scary to play against. And if you've got an initiator like that, someone who can output that much damage, it just allows JMW and Medilol to play so much more freely. They can position themselves around him, and it just makes for an incredible 3 that have been on a dreamy run through the lower bracket. Unlucky is down to no shields, having to bat up. Kungana have taken map positioning away from NCD here, forced them back into a corner, and they're going to have to retreat. But Graceful caught out ever so slightly.
Caught out, but once again, trying to make a play and gets out. That's the most important thing here, and this is where NCD have to try and take advantage. As soon as one of the players is on the retreat, they need to take advantage. They tried to do so. Unlucky's bouncing around, buddy hopping left and right, seeing if he can survive. After all the damage that's just been done, Dan, it looks like both teams have now reset.
That could have been a round for either team, to be honest. If NCD have got a player down, that was probably for them. Kungana were then moments away from also knocking someone. Triple take's going to be in the care package. Don't get too excited, it's not a Kraber, so we don't have to worry about it too much. Can do some damage, but I don't think it's going to necessarily be needed, as Kungana have pinned NCD in here, and NCD really struggling.
Yeah, this could be it here. NCD need to make a huge play. I don't think they've got any grenades to play with. They might have a Gibby bubble just to move forward, but it's just consistent damage just raining down from Kungana. It's going to be Unlucky. He lives up to his name. He'll go down first. Kungana marching their way towards another map win. Kungana now 1 map away from being named your champions.
Crazy, really, isn't it? After all the best of 5s, they've gone all the way today. We play 3 maps. It goes in the favor of Kungana. It's a best of 7 in it. At the moment, it's looking like it might be a 4-0 unless NCD have a miraculous run now to come back into things. Doesn't matter that they were in the winner bracket. They haven't been able to keep the Kungana boys down. They just have been rising up through the ashes. Every single game they've got stronger. I can't believe they lost in winners bracket round 1. They lost to Na'Vi in that best of 3, and ever since they've just been blowing everyone out of the water.
It's been ridiculous, to be honest with you. It has been absolutely nuts, and I want to see the Graceful play, because you could list about 4 or 5 that he made in that play. That was one in this game, excuse me. That was one of them. Just the IQ to recognize the care package was there to be baited, and then to make the play. Again, it's one thing to think of an idea, it's another to execute. This was the play. I mean, this one here. Drops down, gets the Gibby. Low shield, catches him battering, goes through the zone to do so. Gets back up on top. Gets a little bit of damage down to kind of even up the HP. Uses the cover perfectly. Dips back behind. Drops down. It's just crazy to watch. And then cancels the bat. And at this point, I was like, he's lost it. He was expecting the drop down. The HP advantage was going to be with the Pathfinder. But then thinks about playing the knockdown shield. Then pops the battery. Then cancels it again, and just the spray from the flatline. It's just nuts. It really is just nuts. A player of this much talent is he's as I say, he's been ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, you were lost for words. I was lost for words. I think that if we speak to Graceful later, if he comes back on the broadcast, because he has been like furniture, maybe he'll be lost for words after the run that Kungana have had. But we should have expected it, if I'm completely honest, with the mood that Graceful was in, with the things he was saying about his team and the confidence that he was just oozing throughout the interviews and the gameplay. Who would be crazy enough to count out Kungana despite going down winners bracket round 1, right? Na'Vi, I mean, credit to them. They pushed Kungana down and they showed that actually they can turn up against the best teams, but then Kungana overcame Na'Vi in that losers bracket in a best of 5, and now they find themselves one map away from being the champions, securing themselves $4 grand. What a series it has been, but maybe not one to remember for NCD so far, but perhaps artillery can be the turning point for them.
Well, it needs to be. Otherwise, we're going to be crowning our champions, Kungana, and what a run it would be all the way through the losers bracket as well. It has not been an easy road for them whatsoever. And finally, Graceful might be able to sit down and get a mouthful of food because he's hungry, and he's hungry for wins. I mean, it's showing right now. Maybe that's what's motivating him. He's thinking, do you know what? I'm going to take this on my shoulders. I'm going to get this job done, and I'm going to finally be able to put some calories into my stomach because we move over to artillery now. We're going to slow down the pace a little bit, Dan, which I think is going to be very, very vital here for NCD. But I could say a lot of things right now. I could say what they could do, what they should do, but I just don't think there's any beating Kungana when they're in this kind of mood. I think every single player is just playing some of the best Apex arenas that we've seen.
Yeah, we have seen the attempt to kind of change legend composition there from NCD. Excuse me, I've got the hiccups. They went for the Gibby to try and isolate fights a little bit more, trying to protect care packages. Didn't necessarily work out for them. Do they go for a Gibby again in this situation? It worked for them against VSA. On this map on artillery, VSA went for the Horizon, NCD went for the Gibby. There was no high ground opportunities because the circle went towards the bunkers every single time, or they went to the onsets in the middle. So it meant that there was no real opportunity for that Horizon to actually benefit VSA whatsoever. So I don't think we'll see Horizon be picked by either of these teams just because of how little high ground circles we've seen today. But maybe we'll see the Gibraltar again for NCD.
I forgot about that. I'm happy you brought it up. I totally forgot. You got 01, 02, 03, 04. The onsets are in effect here. You're watching for the first time right now in the grand final. You're wondering what we're talking about. I've named a spot on this map after myself, okay? And it is the domes, the spheres. And you can guess why, because I've got no hair. Well, here comes Kungana on championship map now. I had to think about how to say that and how to phrase it. It sounded really weird, but basically one map away now from winning the championship and calling themselves the number 1 here at the GLL Arena Summer. And for Kungana, they have had some success here on this map. This is going to be very tough once again for NCD, especially with the momentum now Kungana have.
Well, NCD are trying to isolate Medilor here, but look how quickly he gets out, bunny hopping away, not allowing them to take a 2 versus 1 or a 3 versus 1. And Kungana were aware of it. They were watching the cross. They were trying to protect little Medilor, who was dashing across the map. They have got resources there if they want to pick them up here in the pill, but they haven't even opened them at the moment because they just trust in their gunplay. Graceful again shredding with a flatline.
Shredding, but not getting the knock. There is the knock, though. Medilor is going to get that first kill. Dolphin trying to do what he can. He goes down again, and now it's all left up to Nags. And even though he's doing some work, the heavy lifting is still going to be there for him to do. Flies around the corner. Nags is 1 HP, though. He'll go down to the P2020. Kungana now just 2 rounds away from closing this thing out.
Has Dolphin invited you to his in-game clan, by the way, on Apex?
You actually find that Team Bald are the champions of the DreamHack event we did. Me and Bravo casted it. So I'm just saying it has powers, okay? Team Bald won. That was their team name. They were champions.
Just
But
checking
no.
that you
But
were
no, he
actually
hasn't.
involved in it, but
I'm the spiritual leader. I think it was agreed on the
if,
broadcast.
if spherical things are going to be named after you on maps, I feel like Team Bold is an appropriate clan for you to be involved in.
Spiritual leader, founder, CEO.
Right, here we go then. Kangana, can they close out another round and get themselves on championship point, or are NCD going to reply? What they need to really just show us what they're made of. They need to be hitting some shots, but you know what? It's actually Kangana who are hitting the shots. The wingman from distance is going to force a bat out of that opponent. Nags maybe looking to try and dive on a player here, but has spotted him out just on the other side of the bunker. All 3 players of Kangana are actually in that same little corner. So NCD have the map positioning at the moment, but for how long?
Guys, let's do this.
Oh.
Amani Lol whipping it real good right now. Hitting so many shots with this wingman. JMW is going to convert the damage into the first knock. NCD are flying, but they're only flying one direction. That's straight towards the ground. Kangana 1 round away from what has been an absolutely dominant grand finals performance.
Graceful wants his food. This is what we've figured out. How do you get Kangana to wipe away the competition? You feed their IGL, or at least you tease the IGL with food. You put it near him. You let him smell the aromas of what might be a bolognese. Who knows? I have a bolognese waiting for me. But it's just something that's inspiring him and the rest of the team. Kangana now so close. They can taste victory, taste the food that's going to be in their stomachs, taste all the food they can buy with the $4,000 that they're about to win. NCD very much on the back foot here. They would need to play pretty much perfect Apex from this point if they're going to get back into things.
I love you, NCD, but I think this might be time to say goodbye. It's not you. It's Kangana. Nax is going to go in, though, and I tell you what, maybe they hear me. Maybe they don't want to give this one up quite so easily. Dolphin with the first knock onto JMW. Dolphin goes down, though. It's a 2v2 again. It's all onto Unlucky, and we have a champion. Apex family watching right now. Kangana.
Not just yet.
Don't have a champion.
Not just yet.
Jeez, Louise, you can tell I've been broadcasting for a long time.
It was close.
It's just a tease. It's just a tease.
Hey.
Pay attention, everyone. Pay attention.
He had us in the first half, didn't he, chat? Hey?
Pay attention.
NCD put the first one on the board. Just. It was close. Kangana were, I think, a hair away from winning that one. Just a tiny little bit of damage, but it went in the favor of NCD. There was a lot of aggression from Kangana. They were there. They were ready. They wanted to just finish this one off. Maybe they were a little bit too quick.
Of round 3.
Yep.
And it was NCD. You didn't let me finish. I was like building up. You know what I mean? Like it's.
Yeah. Sorry, my fault.
Sorry, everyone. Sorry. I got overexcited. Okay. Sorry. My bad.
Well, NCD, they need to take something, but again, it's aggression from Kangana.
That's the definition of aggression. JMW taken down to low shields, though. It is a 2v3 situation after Graceful gets the knock onto Nags. Now Dolphin's down, and maybe now it's time for me to start raising my voice ever so slightly, because the last player alive is going to be chased down by 3 hungry members of Kangana. Jumps into the void, but it's just going to be delaying the inevitable. Lady Law wants it. JMW, he's going to get one, and Kangana will be the champions. They will get the job done, and they will be the GLL Arena Summer champions.
As easy as that. 4 maps in a row. A 3-0, a 3-0, a 4-2, and then a 3-1. I mean, it's honestly just destruction. Pure destruction.
How about this music, Dan?
I mean, it's getting you hyped. It should be getting you ready as well. For North America, because that's what we've got coming up next. But at the moment, I mean, EMEA has come to its conclusion. It was quite the run from losing in winners bracket round 1 to Navi. Kangana have come all the way back through the losers bracket, got into that grand final and won a best of 7, but they've won it in such an emphatic fashion that NCD didn't even have a chance. 4-0. Only a few rounds for NCD as well, but at least they go away with 2nd place. I think NCD will be pretty happy with that, considering Kangana have far more practice when it comes to arenas. But, well, what a performance it was.
Great performance from Kangana. Dominant grand finals performance. And to be honest with you, today, they were tested and pushed their limits. But They managed to answer every single question that was put their way. And it's difficult to kind of name an MVP of the team as well. I feel like Graceful had some nuts plays. Maydilor was being such an incredible support player as well, landed so much damage, and JMW as well. Some crazy plays out of him as well. I mean, who would you pick on Kangana? But I mean, we could give it to Graceful just because he's come on the show 3 times.
For MVP, it has to be Graceful, right? Like, how could you go for anyone else with some of the plays he made? Just that single 1v2 was one of the best plays that we've seen. I mean, I guess comes close to the 1v3 we saw from Snipedown yesterday in North America, but I mean, look at that. It's all blue for Kangana. 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy as you like. Didn't even have to worry about maps 5 to 7. And that was when there was the outliers, if I'm completely honest, like Hillside Outpost, Gardens, maybe there was a couple of chances there for NCD, but there just wasn't enough kills on the side of the red team, as it were. And Kangana will be delighted with that. $4,000 in their back pockets. As I've mentioned a few times, it's difficult to try and share between 3 people, but I'm sure they'll find a way.
Hey, we've had a lot of time to talk about things over the last few hours, but Kangana, I mean, what a performance. We can't really say anything more. You know what I mean? It was dominant. The grand final was one-sided. It was a heavyweight versus a lightweight, it felt like, in those final moments. And even though I tried to give away the tournament around early, it was just because that's what I expected, to be honest with you, with the way that they've been playing. But it was dominant, Dan. And I think Kangana is certainly, without question, they are the arena kings of the EMEA region, and I kind of want to see them take on NA as well. You know what I mean? I want to see how those 2 teams match up, because I feel like Kangana EU, right? You look at some of the teams who are over in North America, and you see their BR performances, and they maybe haven't transferred over to arenas. Whereas with Kangana EU, I feel like they are just good at everything. Good at every single game mode they play. They just have this chemistry, this ability to make decisions and clutch when they need to. Yeah,
they really have a little bit of everything, don't they? They have kind of dived into all areas of arenas. They've checked out what they need to do with legend composition. They found something that works for them. They're not necessarily as experimental when it comes to changing things for certain maps, but they do what works for them, and they are comfortable on all those legends. They win their team fights. They change the speed of play depending on who they're going up against, and they are the deserved champions here today.
Well, we're going to go for a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have an interview with one of our winners. In the meantime, a quick thank you to our amazing sponsors. Just to remind you, Lenovo, Noco, HyperX, and of course G-Loot. And in the break, head over to gloot.com to sign up for a free account where you can start competing and tracking all of your Apex Legends statistics. But the grand final is done and dusted, as I say. When we get back after this break, we'll have an interview with the winning team. Welcome back, everybody, for the final time for the EMEA region for the GLL Summer Arenas. It's been an amazing day. It's been an amazing couple of days. Dan, it's been a pleasure to be alongside you, commentating, chatting all things cheesecake, food, everything. We've covered pretty much everything, but one thing that we can confirm is that Kangana are your champions. And joining us for the 4th time, or is it the 3rd time, I think now? It's become the furniture, basically, is what we're trying to say. We have an interview with Graceful from Kangana, our winning team, brought to you by HyperX Quadcast, the beautiful thing over my shoulder right now. And he's finally got his mouth around some food, everybody. So congratulations. That's the most important thing. Forget the money, forget everything else. You've got some food. Congratulations, mate. Amazing performance.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was fun. It pretty much went how I expected, so.
I mean, talk us through that final series, because it was quick. Let's be real. And you were allowed to play at that fast pace. And was it what you expect? You said it was what you expected in that series. Did you expect it to be quite that dominant?
I mean, not specifically this series. I meant the entire tournament. I knew we would throw enough to go into lower bracket, and then I know we would win. The moment we go past BO3, we pretty much secure the win no matter what. So yeah, it doesn't matter who we play. If it's a long run, we win. If it's short, we can lose. I guess anyone, really.
I mean, we saw a few different styles of staying alive in some rounds from you guys. The portal being purchased as the Wraith from you in particular. Was that something you've done to try and compensate for your lack of Gibraltar, your lack of cover, and a defensive legend?
So TP on some specific maps, you just need to gap, like, it's once again Circle, it's RNG. If Circle pulls towards us, I don't need TP. If Circle pulls towards them, I need to TP to a safe spot where we can't get insta-killed getting to the Circle, right? But I also use it for baiting a lot, where I put it somewhere so they think that, oh, he's going to try to take a lot of space, but then I still play normal, but they're very wary of me. And what ended up happening is I do it so much that they think I'm baiting, I'm not baiting, I'm baiting. And then what happens? Jay or May hits one wingman for 50, I climb, they're insta-dead, right? So I'm just mind gaming everyone.
It was a lot of fun to watch you mind gaming people today. It was also a lot of fun to watch you 1v2ing people and pulling off some crazy plays. It sounds like you enjoyed it as well, which is obviously understandable. I mean, talk us through the 1v2 that we saw on Overflow, because that to me was like, it was an unwinnable position unless you played it absolutely perfectly. And I mean by that, making every single decision consecutively to give you that success. So kind of talk me through what you remember from that.
Honestly, I already fucked up. I should have one-clipped the path when he wided me. So I got mad at myself for not one-clipping him every time there. But then I got a super call from my teammates because the GB was low. I already knew the GB was low, but I couldn't just drop on him without knowing for sure that he was batting. And the moment my teammates called, he's batting now, I would just drop in the zone and just shoot him, kill him, and climb up immediately. And once I get to play around boxes or LOS, I'm the best. So what happens? I just kill him.
I mean,
I don't want to jump in here, Dan, but sometimes you ask a player to break things down, he's just like, I just shit on everyone else. It's easy. Like, what else do you want me to say?
But I mean, it's just fundamentals, really, right? Like you have to understand. In esports, I'm old. I'm 27, right? Everybody I'm fighting is 16, 17, 18, 20, and they have the mechanical aspect of the game. But I'm so far ahead of knowledge and experience that it doesn't matter. I have way better positioning. I know way better decision making, awareness, everything. So it's like playing with a toddler.
I mean, if 27 is old, then I think you've made me and Mark feel ancient. If I'm completely honest,
I'm not saying I'm old. I'm saying I'm considered old in esports. Everybody calls me a boomer. I'm washed up. I get rank 1 in a game. I'm still washed up. I win a tournament. I'm still washed up.
Not anymore, mate. They can't really say anything about you because
we're the best fighters in the world on EU.
Exactly. At least. A question from me. I've been trying to work out. Right, you got $4,000 for first place. You can't really split $4,000 evenly between 3 people. You got 1,333. Yeah. Someone has to get 1,334. Who's it going to? That extra $1.
We'll donate it to charity.
There we go.
Best answer you possibly could have given. Possibly could have given. I'll give you the floor, Graceful, to say some shout outs before we let you go. Anyone you want to thank? I presume your teammates?
Yes, both my teammates are amazing players. We've had the perfect synergy since day one, since I asked them, not out on a date, but to try for my team. I said, this was way back when we didn't even have that many results. I told them, hey, I know if you stick with me, we'll be one of the best teams in the world. They both believed in me. We worked hard. We did our grinding, our VOD reviewing, everything, and look where we are.
Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations once again, Graceful. Always good to speak to you. Thank you for so jumping on with us so consistently. And again, congratulations, my friend.
Thank you. Take care.
Ghana champions, Dan Gaskin. It's been a lot of fun. And to be honest with you, Ghana deserved champions. It was a long run from them in that lower bracket, but they got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I backed them all the way. I will say that. I mean, I'm not saying I've won any sort of prediction or anything like that, but you constantly gave me the option to go against Ghana, and I refused to because it's hard to go against them when they were playing the way they were. As soon as they were outside of the best of threes, as Graceful said, best of 5, they looked like a completely different team. They could throw a few rounds or throw a couple of maps, but they were still able to, hold on, push through and win, even if it goes right down to the last one. But then in the best of 7, they really showed up. They showed their dominance. They proved why they are the best arena team in EMEA region right now. And I'm excited to see what is next for them. I mean, as he said, like the teammates trust in him. He trusts in his teammates. They have been one of the most dominant forces in Apex Legends. And I'm sure going into ALGS Year 2, this is going to be a team that we have to keep a firm eye on.
It's certainly a redemption arc from them as we move through ALGS Season 2. Kangana definitely one to watch out for. But in the meantime, we've got to remind you exactly how everything went down. So if we have the bracket for the EMEA region, just to remind everyone how Kangana got that win, then we can kind of talk you through it and just give you a little bit of an idea. Here it comes. Production absolutely crushing it. It's been long days for you guys, and I know that you're working extremely hard in the back. So a shout out to you once more. But here is what happened. Kangana getting all the way through that lower bracket run. It's crazy to think, Dan, they actually went down in the first round to Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's been such a long run from them. Then you look at the teams that they took out as well. 4Gang, Future Perfect, New Esports, Na'Vi again, Gambit. I mean, these weren't easy rounds for them. They weren't teams that were pushovers. They had to really dig deep and ensure they played at their very best. Big shout out to VSA for finishing in 3rd place. I'm very impressed with them. They were a little bit unknown coming into this one. I mean, literally unknown. I had no idea who they were. It was nice to have a chat to one of their players as well. And they were very confident, maybe too confident, but I'm sure that confidence will go into the next arena tournaments that appears on the grid. And I'm sure we'll be seeing that name again.
All right, well, I think that is going to be it for now, although we do have North America coming up very soon. So this is what you've got to keep your eyes on. We'll be back in around an hour and 20 minutes, about an hour's time. You can see Central Eastern European time there. 1:20 is where you need to be back, because that's when we're going to be kicking things off again, and we go into North America, Dan. And if Europe has given us anything to be excited about, we know that North America, the way they closed out the action yesterday, is going to be just as good.
Yeah, that's 1:20 BST, but CST is 2:20. Like, we've got a little bit of a break now. I think we were ahead of schedule because of that 4-0. I mean, like, that was an absolute slapperoo, and everyone who had done the scheduling went, oh, okay, well, I guess we just wait for North America then. But yeah, we will be back, and it gives us a chance to rest up, right? Gets us get ready and get involved, because North America, if it's anything like EMEA, is going to be a very entertaining show.
Well, as always, a huge thank you to our sponsors for allowing us to do this. Shout out to Nocco, shout out to HyperX, Lenovo, Legion, GLoot.com as well. Head over to GLoot.com in the little break we had before North America. Sign up for a free account, start competing and tracking all of your Apex Legends statistics. But for now, I think that's going to do it. Production, you've been crushing it. Everybody who's been watching, we love you for watching and supporting all the players. All the teams have been amazing. And of course, congratulations to Kangana, your EMEA champions of Arena.